reached inside his tunic and held up an ID card between the second and third fingers of his right hand. As he lifted it toward the stormtrooper, Gavin saw the outline of a black triangular coin worth 100 credits. You don't really need to see her identification. The stormtrooper took the ID card and neatly palmed the coin. He held the card up to compare the hologram with Risati, then tossed it down in anger when she turned her face toward him and winked. Your kind makes me sick. As does your kind, which is why I'm with him. That rocked the stormtrooper back on his heels for a moment, and he seemed about ready to go for his blaster when a buzzing came from his helmet. He touched the side of it with his left hand, then turned to his two companions and jerked his head toward the door. Looking back at Nawara, he said, You're lucky this time, spoiler. But I'd be thinking about finding a new friend. It wouldn't do to have this one crying over your ashes, would it? Perhaps not. Definitely not. Remember that. The stormtroopers withdrew, and darkness again descended on the Azure Dianoga. The conversational tone remained low, which allowed some of the band's music to make it over to the table. Over near the doorway, Gavin saw some figures get up and begin to sway or writhe in time to the music, though the twitching of one person led him to believe that some of the notes were being played well outside the range of his hearing. Errol appropriated Gavin's ale and downed a healthy swallow of it. That was close. Gand has previously avoided such contact. Gand has seen Imperials rounding up others, both Quarren and Gamorreans. Shield nodded. The kid and I saw a family of Gamorreans herd it off. The stories we've heard indicate occasional sweeps taking in Gamorreans and Quarren on a weekly basis. They take a dozen or two. Nawara then scraped talons along his jawline. Perhaps there has been an anti-imperial uprising on Gamor. That would explain the taking of Gamorreans. Errol's garnet eyes sparkled in the backlight of the glowing drink the service droid placed in front of Risati. Why the Quarren? Nawara dropped a 10-credit piece in the slot on top of the droid's head and drew his brandy from the tray. Quarren share the same world with the Mon Calamari, but the two populations are not wholly united. Perhaps they want to exploit the enmity between them. A petite, black-furred female Bothan came walking over to their table and smiled invitingly in Gavin's direction. A diamond of silken white fur covered her from throat to navel, it being visible beneath her sleeveless jacket's loose lacing closures. White also sheathed her hands and carried on up to mid-forearm. A blaze of white fur blossomed in the middle of her brow and splashed across her left eye and cheek to where it narrowed again at the corner of her jaw. Her light violet eyes shone brightly in contrast to the fur surrounding them, giving her a penetrating stare that sent a quick jolt through Gavin. Nawara looked up at her. Is there something I can do for you? I think not, sir. She picked up Gavin's identification card, read it, and gently set it down again. I noticed how you dared defy that stormtrooper, Vin Liger, and I thought perhaps I would like to learn more of a man who can be so casual in a place where so few of his kind are found. I thought we might discuss this privately. It took Gavin a half-second to remember he was Vin Liger, but that was because he'd not recognized himself in her description of the encounter with the stormtrooper. She must have somehow confused me with Nawara, but she's looking right at me. I'm here with my friends. She nodded politely. Of course. You would not want to abandon them. I understand. The Bothan glanced back over her shoulder toward where people were dancing. Surely they would not begrudge my stealing you away for one dance? We're discussing something right now. Perhaps another time, Miss... I am Asir Salar. Her smile slackened slightly. Another time, then? Yes, certainly. A Gotal seated in the next booth over turned around. He's lying, Asir. Your approach made him nervous, and your retreat filled him with relief. As the horned humanoid came around to face Gavin, he produced a blaster and pointed it at the rogues. Out of the corner of his eye, Gavin saw Asir move, and a small blaster appeared in her right hand. While he saw no more guns, he heard a crescendo of safety switches being snapped off, so he instantly rejected the idea of digging for his puny holdout blaster. Nawara's voice took on an edge, the sort of edge Gavin imagined it had when the Twi'lek had fought for his clients in court. Would someone care to explain what my friend has done wrong here? Is it a crime to refuse to dance in the Azure Dianoga? Not at all, but his relief shows him to be as much a bigot as the stormtroopers who just left here. Asir tapped Gavin's ID card with the muzzle of her blaster. If he'd not lied, if he'd accepted my invitation, we'd have known he's like your woman, someone to whom species makes no difference. Since he's a bigot, we have other uses for him. And those would be? The Bothan smiled coolly. The imps have been kidnapping people from Invisec, and they've not returned them. Something has to be done. So we have formed the Alien Combine. We need someone to take a message to the imps to let them know we'll tolerate their predation no longer. Your friend has elected himself to fill that post, and this will be one time when a dead man will tell a tale. 20. Curtin Lure's ears popped as the lift descended to the rarefied precincts where Isan Isard lived. She does not live, she lairs. As much as he hated her intrusive holo-visitations to his tiny office, being summoned to see her personally was even less of a cause for celebration. And even though all of the news he had relayed to her had been very positive, he did not see her as someone who would invite a subordinate to her office to congratulate him on his successes. To eat him alive, perhaps, but not to congratulate him. The lift slowed, then stopped, and the doors slid open. He stepped out and paused, raising his arms away from his body. Though the scarlet-armored Imperial guards on either side of the lift and at either end of the short corridor did not move or even seem to pay attention to him, he knew rash or casual movements could prove lethal in their territory. He waited, then lowered his arms and walked down the corridor to his right. After a couple more turns, passing several more guard stations, he arrived at the door to Isard's office, and it slid open soundlessly. Though he stood half a head taller than she did, Lure always felt dwarfed by her. That impression had nothing to do with her physical presence, though she was a strikingly handsome woman, and her mismatched eyes did lend her an exotic air. Instead, it was the way she stood, how she moved, and how well she wore the scarlet uniform that confirmed her right to rule. Though she made no claim to the title of Empress, she was very much imperial in her manner. In a time when the Empire was crumbling, that was enough to leave her in charge. Isard waved Lure into her office. As he had on each previous visit to it, he marveled at the sheer emptiness of the cavernous room. Whereas other Imperial officers and bureaucrats managed to cram their cramped offices with treasures from countless worlds, Isard reveled in the greatest luxury of all on crowded Imperial Center: uncluttered space. The external transparent steel wall gave her a view of the world she ruled as the sun set on it, and the red strip edging the room's blue carpet appeared to be just an extension of the red sunset. "You wished to see me, Madam Director?" Isard hit a button on a remote, and shields slowly descended to eclipse the sun. She let the office fall completely dark before slowly bringing the lights up. "I did indeed wish to see you. General Dericote now wants Sullastans for his experiments?" "He does. They were his second choice. He would have preferred Wookiees, but I explained to him the foolishness of killing off a valuable labor source." "Did you think to explain to him the foolishness of choosing Sullastans?" Lure nodded. "I did. But he countered that since Sorosub had chosen to back the rebellion, punishing them is hardly out of the question. I suggested he should use Ewoks as a substitute, but he actually has some sound scientific reasons for wanting to work with Sullastans. The Quarren are an outlink to some of the more aquatic species, Gamorreans to another set of creatures, and the Sullastans, he says, will be a bridge race to Shistavanen, Bothan, and similar species." Isard frowned. "I would prefer avoiding the slaughter of Sullastans. Like Wookiees, they are useful. However, if their sacrifice will give me dead Bothans, the advantage outweighs the immediate disadvantage. Perhaps we should quarantine a breeding stock of Sullastans so they can repopulate their world." Her reasoning seemed logical to him, which surprised Curtin Lure. On one hand, she was plotting a way to slaughter millions of creatures in a most horrible way, yet on the other, she was concerned with having enough of one species left alive to repopulate devastated worlds. While he had no love for Sullastans, and did see them as being inferior to humanity, he did think of them as something more than grain that could be poisoned and fed to rats, with some pristine kernels held back as seed stock. Was there a time I would have seen this as insanity? That question lurked in his brain, and he was surprised that he did not have a clear answer to it. Does it truly matter? These are extraordinary times, and they call for extraordinary action. "Your precaution, Madam Director, is wise, but I wonder if it will be needed." "You are approaching a subject obliquely, Agent Lure. Please be more direct." She clasped her hands at the small of her back. "You see a problem with Dericote's Krytos virus?" "I do. It can be cured by Bacta." "I know." "You do?" "Yes, of course." Isard smiled slightly. "That a cure can be effected by the use of Bacta was one of my original design parameters for the virus." Lure's jaw dropped. "But I thought your goal was to kill the aliens here on Imperial Center, so that when the rebels came here, they would be horrified." "Oh, I expect that, but in a way you never imagined. The problem with your scenario is that it will not cripple the rebellion." Her eyes sharpened. Warlord Zinj, Darth Vader, and even the Emperor failed to see that a single strike at the rebellion will not destroy it. The rebellion is a fire. You have to extinguish each and every hotspot, or you have to deny it fuel so it cannot burn any longer. They settled on the former method, whereas I will use the latter. I am not certain I follow you. This is not a surprise. She held a hand up. What do the rebels do when one of their comrades is killed? Bury him, burn him, whatever. And if one of their comrades is wounded, get him help. The simplicity of the question and the speed with which the answer came to him undercut its importance. He thought for a moment, then added, Rescuing the man, getting him medical help, rehabilitating him, and getting him back into combat all require more resources than a memorial service. There is hope for you, Agent Lure. Isard's smile grew, as did the lump of ice in Lure's stomach. The rebellion has done a great deal with severely restricted resources, both in terms of materiel and personnel. If a trained warrior cannot be saved by medical intervention, the rebellion has lost him and all the hours spent training him. While there are always more bodies willing to be sacrificed to tear down the Empire, training them is a strain. Another question for you. What will the rebels do when they find people beginning to be sick with the Krytos virus? Lure frowned. They will heal them if they can, which means they will require unbelievably vast amounts of Bacta. Just stabilizing a Krytos victim in the disease's incubation period, before the virus has begun to reproduce out of control, will result in the loss of a full liter of Bacta. That doesn't seem like much, of course, since a Bacta tank holds considerably more than that, but the losses will become significant as the disease spreads. Total production on Thyfera last year was 17 billion liters. The amount needed to treat all the victims here on Imperial Center will require 3/4 of last year's production. At the current prices for Bacta, saving everyone they can will bankrupt the rebellion. With no fuel, they cannot burn. Lure stared down at the floor, then shook himself. When Darrowcoat gets the virus perfected, you'll turn the planet over to the rebels. Exactly. And because the virus will not infect humans, I forced the human rebels to act to save as many aliens as they can. If they do not, because they are unaffected, it will appear to their alien allies that they are just as unconcerned about aliens as they accuse us Imperials of being. Moreover, because elements of Rogue Squadron are here on Imperial Center now, we can begin to weave together lies that will implicate them in spreading the virus. No one would believe that of them. No one would believe they would free vicious criminals from Kessel and send them to Imperial Center, but they did. Isard slowly rubbed her hands together. While that morsel will be a lie, it is a lie that the Bothans will use as a pry bar to work more power into their hands. Those aliens we do not kill or drive away into a self-imposed quarantine will see the wisdom of repudiating their alliance with treacherous humans. The rebellion will tear itself apart from within. Lure gave himself a few moments and let all she had said sort itself out in his brain. Am I to assume, then, that you do not want the members of Rogue Squadron we have identified swept up? No. I want them to scout out the world and decide on one or another plan of attack to take this world away from us. As long as they are seeing what we want them to see, and our agent keeps us apprised of their timetable, they are useful to us. We cannot allow them to act before we have sufficiently infected the alien population of the world. If they strike prematurely, they will never take the world, and our efforts to gather them here and present to them the Krytos crisis will fail. Isard closed her eyes for a moment, then nodded. You will send out the appropriate code phrases to alert our agent that you desire a meeting, face to face. Isn't that risky? I think it is vital. Arrange for it this evening. You will go yourself. But Isan Isard's light laughter came laden with sharp barbs. You are afraid of Corinhorn finding you, yes? Lure knew denying the truth in her question was foolish. He would kill me if he had the opportunity to do so. But the chances of your running into him here on Imperial Center are what? 1 in trillions? Corran has an annoying facility for beating those kinds of odds and showing up where he is least wanted. Lure's frown deepened into a scowl, but not because he resented the fear he had of Corran. That fear was well-founded and useful, just as the fear of a rancor might keep someone away from its lair. If Corran had the opportunity to kill him, he would take it, and likely succeed. What bothered Lure more than that eventuality was Isan Isard's willingness to put him in jeopardy by sending him out to meet the traitor in Rogue Squadron. So far, information generated by the spy had only been used actively once. That use had resulted in the death of Bror Jace. But things had been arranged so that everything appeared coincidental. That could have been enough to leave Corran without suspicion, but if it was not, then Lure's sojourn could lead to a confrontation and his death. To her, I am expendable, an opinion I do not share. While she can take chances with me, I cannot afford to take chances myself. Fortunately, I am not entirely without resources of my own here on Imperial Center. I will have to take precautions myself. I must prevent Corran from having a confrontation he devoutly desires, and one I heartily wish to avoid. Isard studied him with no mercy in her eyes. Horn is not what should concern you. Assuring our spy of our support is. Without timely and reliable reports, things could collapse, and that would not please me. Yes, Madam Director. Oh, and order the collection of some Sulistans. Keep General Dericote happy. She hesitated for a moment, then smiled. Or, at least, keep him productive. The Empire is a house afire, and he is the means to smothering the blaze. When his work is done, the rebellion will have ceased to be a problem. Then, and only then, will we be able to begin to restore the galaxy to the way it should be. 21. Though Mirax's appearance surprised Wedge and had him a bit off balance, Ayala took it immediately in stride. She looped an arm through Mirax's and smiled sweetly. We have some catching up to do, so you boys just follow along and don't you dare try to overhear us. Though her smile remained in place, and she kept a light tone in her voice, Wedge read tension and wariness in her eyes. As you wish, ladies. He sketched a short bow, then followed them to the lifts. They descended in one cage, then headed out onto the rain-slicked promenade. Ayala and Mirax chatted and laughed as their path meandered around, entering buildings, stopping at vistas, and going from point to point of interest while always descending. Wedge could tell, from the way they traveled, that Ayala made some choices at random, but others with a purpose. With the frequent stops and passes through clothing boutiques that made him feel uncomfortable, Ayala made it very difficult for anyone following them to go unnoticed. Wedge realized that being forced to wait amid racks of women's clothing samples made him uneasy because of more than his gender making him feel utterly out of place there. For the past 7+ years, he had been at war. While there had been relaxing times, and he'd been given leaves, he'd never slipped out of his identity of being a pilot. Without family to visit, his parents were dead, and because of his connection to the rebellion, visiting any other relatives would put them in jeopardy. He'd taken time off, but not time away. Wandering through the byways of Coruscant was as close as he had come to what others might see as normal life since his parents were killed. He smiled. Even the time he had put in as a touring hero for the rebellion had been far from normal. He found himself whisked around from planet to planet, banquet to banquet, wearing a dress uniform he didn't even know the rebellion had. At receptions and parties and dinners, he found himself congratulated for his part in the rebellion by creatures he never knew existed before. Gifts had been bestowed upon him, honors given him, and opportunities provided him to do things he'd never had the courage to even dream about as a child. He watched as Ayala and Mirax played with a garment fabricator holo unit, lengthening and shortening, trimming and coloring dresses they'd never order. They laughed and were having fun, just the way normal folks do when enjoying a normal life. The word normal stuck in his brain for a moment, and he realized that normal was a goal for most folks that had no definition. When Rogue Squadron's chief tech, Zrai, ran diagnostics on Wedge's X-Wing, normal was defined by a series of benchmark readings established in Alliance specifications and INCOM performance manuals. There was a way to determine if the fighter was performing normally or not, and if it was deficient in some way or other, that defect could be corrected. Normal in terms of life, on the other hand, was not so easy to determine. For Mirax, hauling contraband between worlds was normal, yet to someone like Ayala or Corrin, that was grossly abnormal behavior. For his parents, normal life had been owning a fueling depot and raising a family. That version of normal, or some minor variation of it, seemed to fit most folks' view of what life should be. But does that mean that anything else is not normal? For him, living the life of a pilot fighting against the Empire seemed normal. Moreover, it seemed to be a life that was based on reality. The Empire, weakened though it was, cast a pall over the entire galaxy, and until it was eliminated, the home, job, and family sort of normal would always be in jeopardy. A hint of wrongdoing could shatter the cocoon of normalcy most people tried to spin around themselves and disrupt their lives forever. Wedge and Pash trailed silently in the women's wake as they moved on. Ayala seemed to move a little more deliberately, and as they emerged from a stairwell onto a promenade that hung out over an urban canyon with a river of shadow filling it, a repulsor lift cab came to a stop. The doors opened, and Ayala motioned them all into it. Wedge didn't recognize the driver, but that somehow made him feel better about the situation than not. Without instructions from Ayala, the driver took the vehicle away from the building and down. The route he flew seemed as twisted and circuitous as the one Ayala had employed, but the journey ended quickly. The driver dropped them on another walkway, but this one was several kilometers down and away from where they'd been picked up, leaving them submerged in the thick shadows of the Undercity. Ayala led them along to an alley, then down it and into a building. 3 floors up, she opened a door and led them into a sparingly furnished room. Its most impressive features were the 2 large picture windows that dominated the far walls. They provided a rather panoramic view of the intersection that the apartment overlooked, or underlooked, depending upon one's perspective. Ayala closed the door, then nodded toward the 2 couches that faced each other in the center of the room. "Please be seated." Mirax sat with her back to one of the windows and let a slight smile play across her lips. "Which do you want first? The story of why I'm here on Coruscant, or how I managed to find you?" Ayala shrugged easily. Which one will convince me you're not an imp? Wedge frowned. Mirax is clean. I've known her all my life. She's no imp. Convince me. Wedge started to say something, but Mirax cleared her voice. I can handle this, Wedge. Honest. She smiled. I appreciate the caution, especially here. I'll start with the museum and work back only as far as needed. That way you won't know more than you need to. Ayala nodded. Coruscant is a world that has billions of people on it. The chances of your being in the right place to spot someone you know are astronomical. Even luck, or believing in the Force, doesn't begin to cover those odds. Quite true, but I had a house edge on the wager. Mirax jerked a thumb toward Wedge and Pash. They're snub fighter jockeys. Sooner or later, they'd have to go to the Galactic Museum and check the display that talked about Endor. It's ego, and these pilots can breathe vacuum easier than they let slip a chance to see what lies the enemy is telling about them. Corellian pilots are notorious egotists, so staking out the museum seemed natural. Wedge arched an eyebrow at Mirax. You think I'm egotistical? Wedge, I love you like a brother, so it hurts me to say this, but you're so egotistical you think you can keep your ego under control. Most of the time you do, which is your only saving grace. And the times you don't, well, I've not been on the receiving end of a display, but I imagine there are some imps who would regret that experience, if they were alive to think about it. Despite the slight sting of her words, Wedge knew there was more truth in them than he really wanted to acknowledge. In the second run at Borlaeus, he'd let himself be outraged at the tactics the imps thought would stop him from completing his mission. That was quite the display of ego, and they paid a dear price for letting me indulge myself. He turned toward Ayala. Well, at least you can tell she knows me. From that explanation, I can tell she knows Corellian pilots. I had a partner who was a hot hand with an X-Wing. If he ever joins the rebellion, he'll give you a run for your credits. Ayala looped a lock of brown hair back behind her right ear. Since you didn't run Commander Antilles into Coruscant, you didn't know he was here. That means you brought more pilots in and were figuring they'd visit the museum. Probably more from Rogue Squadron. Mirax inclined her head to the left. You certainly could conclude that scenario is accurate. Oh, I'm sure it is. Ayala sat down on the arm of the couch opposite Mirax. Your presence means your exit identity was blown, which means the rest of the pilots could have been compromised somehow. Mirax looked up at Wedge. Are you and I the only folks from Corellia who don't sound like we were trained in deductive reasoning by Corsac? Ayala patted Mirax on the knee. I was trained in deductive reasoning by Corsac. So you were part of Corsac? Yes. Why? Mirax sighed and held her hand out. I'm Mirax Tarek. Ayala's hand stopped short of sliding into Mirax's grip. You're Booster Tarek's daughter? Mirax's hand dropped back to her lap. I bet you liked it better when you thought I was an imp agent. You'd lose the bet. Ayala kept her hand held out. I'd just joined the Force when Hal Horn put your father away. Booster was smart enough that I can believe his daughter was sharp enough to stake out the museum. And he was lucky enough that I can believe you succeeded in your long shot. I'm Ayala Wasiri. Wedge waited for recognition to flash in Mirax's eyes, but she shook Ayala's hand without any sign she recognized the name or knew of the woman. Perhaps Corrin never spoke to her about his partner, or never named her to Mirax. Ayala freed her hand from Mirax's and sat back on the couch. This all complicates things incredibly, but we're on top of them right now, so it's not a crippling emergency. This place is a safe house. I've called in someone who I expected to use to help debrief you and interrogate you if necessary. We'll still need the debriefing, of course, but we need it to determine where to start assessing the damage to our operation here. Your problems could have a perfectly innocent explanation, but because they involve the Empire, I doubt that entirely. I don't know what happened, really. Mirax shrugged. I made the arrangements as per usual with the broker. That gives me an identity code and a window for an exit vector. I enter 3 flight plans or so, get clearance on them, then head out. This time when I tried to use the ID to enter the flight plans from a public datapad, things locked up. I cleared out and IMP security landed on the place. It was down in Invisec, so it created quite the stir. I turned around and burned some favors my father had earned with Black Sun to get my ship and crew taken care of. Since then, I've been looking for a friendly face. Ayela's brown eyes focused on the window behind Mirax for a second. Sounds like the imps got the controller who was entering the ID codes. Your broker insulated you from direct discovery, but when you used the code, they found you. We can get some slicers backtracking things and see how bad the situation has become. That means bringing in folks who have skills I don't, and for that, we have to wait. Pash sat down beside Mirax. While we wait, I think we've a more serious problem to figure out how to handle. Mirax frowned. What can be more serious than the imps knowing members of Rogue Squadron are on Coruscant? Wedge smiled. If the imps find out why we're here, they can take steps to make the conquest of Coruscant impossible. That, my dear Mirax, is about as serious as it gets. 22. As unsettled as things were, Korn felt glad when they headed back to the Hotel Imperial. Arissi, Rima, and he made fairly good time through the city. A freak storm over near the museum slowed them down by cutting power to a moving sidewalk. Like most of the other pedestrians, they stood around waiting for it to be repaired, contenting themselves with watching the storm or reading the news as it scrolled past on the readers. Corrin noted that while public transport could be disrupted by storms, the news and propaganda machine flowed onward without a hitch. No one spoke very much as they traveled back to the hotel, but Corrin caught Arissi watching him and giving him brave smiles to shore up his feelings. He appreciated the effort, but it only served to remind him what sort of fool he'd made of himself. He almost asked her to stop, but somewhere deep down inside he knew the humiliation was good for him, trimming back ego and forcing him to be more thoughtful. As they walked along, he reached out and rested a hand on Rima's shoulder. I do want to apologize for what went on back there. A curtain of white hair slid in back of her shoulder, brushing across the top of his hand, as she looked in his direction. Perhaps I owe you an apology also. Not at all. I do. Pink, blue, and silver highlights flashed through her hair as a moving sidewalk conveyed them through a tunnel lit with a random pattern of neon lights. Everyone from my world carries around some survivor guilt. We do not want to be pitied, but at the same time, the sacrifice our people paid seems to demand respect. Among us, there are those who have lost a great deal more than others. But you have all lost everything. True. But someone who was with his family in service on another planet has lost less than those who had kin die. Cell, in seeing everyone go, his story is tragic. Rima glanced down at her open hands. All of us recall where we were when we heard the news, and the tragedy's impact hit us full at that moment. Cell had thought nothing was amiss. Then he learned the significance of what he had experienced. The hours in which he considered it nothing mock him and haunt him. In the same way does my failure to avenge my father haunt me. You were right. His life was hard. Arissi rubbed her left hand along his spine. I think what she means to say is that her people are pitied for something over which they had no control. The gulf between pity and respect is vast. When their tragedy is denigrated, and that seemed to be what you were doing, you strip away respect and reduce them to a pathetic state. And while they do not want to be pitied, their actions cannot be judged without bearing in mind the tragedy that underscores their lives. Korn slowly nodded. Working in the rebellion provides two things for Alderanians: vengeance and a means to earn the respect they desire from others. They seek the vindication I felt when I brought Bosk in for my father's murder. And they're fighting to avoid what I felt when Lure let him go. He smiled. We were both wrong. Rima shook her head. We were both underinformed, and that condition has been corrected. Agreed. They got off the moving sidewalk at one of the Hotel Imperial's middle entrances. Arissi pointed toward the doorway as Rima slowed her pace. You will join us for dinner, yes? Can't. She gestured vaguely back along their line of travel. There's something I have to check on. I'll be in contact tomorrow morning. Corin and Arissi bid Rima farewell and took a lift down to their room. They said nothing to each other, but Arissi stood a bit closer to Corin than she normally did. He didn't mind that terribly much because her obvious concern told him he wasn't alone and had, in her, a friend upon whom he could rely. He also read other confusing things in her eyes and posture, but his emotional state was chaotic enough that making sense of much of anything was impossible. He opened the door to the room and preceded her in. Hitting a light switch, he saw no one and confirmed that things had been left the way he positioned them in the morning before they headed out. The triangular nub of a black sock was still caught in the edge of a drawer, and the closet's slide door had been left open to a point that was even with a pair of Arissi's ecru slacks. The door clicked shut behind him. Then the lights went out. He turned and felt Arissi's hands slide along either side of his chest, then close gently around his back. Corin felt her body press against his and the feather-light brush of her lips on his forehead, nose, and lips. She pulled him close, and again dropped her mouth to his, kissing him with the fierce passion they'd shared in the grand hall. Making no conscious decisions to do so, he let his arms enfold her. His left hand slipped beneath the hem of her jacket and gently stroked her back. His right hand came up and held the back of her head. He breathed in deeply, filling his nose with the spicy scent of her perfume. As she broke off their kiss, arching her head back, he traced his tongue from the hollow of her throat to her earlobe. Arissi lazily pulled him along with her as she slowly drifted toward the room's bed. Corin understood her intention and realized he should have resisted the temptation she offered. Rational arguments tried to trip a circuit breaker in his brain, but they all failed. Operational security wasn't important, because if the Imperials decided to take them, there was no way for them to elude capture. Sleeping together or separately would not save them if the Empire knew enough about them to know where to find them. Both of them being members of Rogue Squadron was no bar to involvement. Nawara Ven and Risadi Anir had fallen in love, and that had not proved an impediment to their skills and performance. Corin and Arissi were of legal age, sound mind, and both consented to what they were about to do. Even the fact that the two of them were from different worlds and different cultures had no bearing on what they were going to do. That we are here now is all that matters. The word now began to ricochet around in his skull, releasing all sorts of memories. When he'd been in Corsac, he'd heard his father or Gil Bastra or himself tell rookies that most criminals were stupid because they lived for now. Living for now meant they didn't look ahead to the consequences of their actions. They didn't take precautions, didn't plan, and as a result, what they did fell apart on them. Things went deeper than just that as well. He remembered his father weeping on the anniversary of the death of Corin's mother. One of the reasons she was a good woman, wife, and mother was because she didn't think about herself first. Not a selfish bone in your mother's body. Everyone else came first, and what she wanted was saved for later because we needed her now. And now she has no more later, and there seems little reason in having a later without her. Arissi stopped moving backward, and Corin felt the foot of the bed against his shins. She slowly sank back on the bed and drew him down with her. He resisted slightly, lowering her softly onto the quilted coverlet. He saw her in soft shades of gray from the dim light splashing in through the window. She was a seductive vision, a dream made real and warm, and he fought to use that image to quiet the thoughts raging through his mind. Powerful though that image was, a feeling of disaster dissolved it. Corin remembered his own relief at not sleeping with Ayala back when he was with Corsac because, aside from destroying her marriage, the affair would have changed forever their relationship. The friendship and trust they had developed working together could have never been reclaimed. It was true that they might have stuck together and been stronger for getting together, but their attraction had been as much circumstantial as it had been real, which made for a poor foundation for any permanent relationship. And this is circumstantial, too. Corin heard Mirax on Noquivzor telling him that Arissi would not be good for him, and he'd seen how truly different they were as they came into Coruscant. He'd developed doubts about any relationship with her then, and this situation now did not invalidate those doubts. She's attractive, and I'm attracted, but something is not right here. Something inside him felt very wrong. His father had told him countless times to trust his feelings and to play his hunches. Corin had taken his father's advice and had learned to live by what he felt, or to later regret going against those feelings. He had gone against his gut feelings before, and with much less in the way of inducement to do so, but those situations had never turned out right in the end. Corin let himself fall forward, but he kept his elbows locked and held his chest and head above Arissi. I can't. Arissi flashed him a shadowed smile. I think you're doing fine. Seriously, I can't. He bent his right arm and flopped down on his flank beside her. It isn't going to work. Rolling up on her side, she reached over and stroked his cheek. What's wrong? What did I do wrong? It's not you. He took her hand and kissed her palm. It's not that I'd like nothing better than to be here with you, but this is just now, Corin. I need this. You need this. It won't change who we are. No obligations, no recriminations, no regrets. Her words poured soothingly into his ears. He had no doubt she meant them, and that they would be true for her. I hear you, Arissi, and I believe you, but I don't know that I'd be able to leave it in the past. It might not change who we are or what we mean to each other, but I'd bet against it given my past history. As I said, it's not you, it's me. He rolled onto his back, then sat up. You have to figure I'm an idiot. We've gotten very close a number of times, and I keep pulling back." He felt her hand on his back as she sat up beside him. "Actually, while it is frustrating, I do find this hesitation one of your more endearing qualities. Decisiveness in men is so off-putting, after all." Arisi laughed easily. "Your sense of humor is attractive as well, except when you use it as a shield." "Sorry." She kissed his shoulder. "You see, Corin, few are the men who allow their emotions to have a part in their decision-making process. Most are expediently logical. Emotions motivate them, but do not guide them. With most men, there would be no hesitation. If emotions were going to come into play, it would be afterward. Your ability to factor emotions into your choices ahead of time makes you rather unique and worth pursuing. Or a big waste of time." "Not so far. I'm just warming up. You'll see. Give me time." Arisi sighed beside him. "Perhaps that is the best idea right now. No matter what we think we want, what we need is time alone." He smiled in the direction of her silhouette. "How can you be so logical? Aren't you supposed to be feeling scorned right now? Perhaps I should. But then I don't always allow myself to be ruled by emotions." She shrugged. "We've just come to a decision to postpone making a decision about us and the nature of our relationship. Depending upon the decision made, I might be scorned, but I don't think that emotion is worthy of either one of us." Corin nodded. "Yeah, you're right there, on both counts. Well, I'll leave you here then." "No." Corin reached over and squeezed her leg just above the knee. "I'm fairly used to taking walks to sort things out. I've got a key, so I can let myself back in. I don't know when I'll get back. I'll head out and get some food. I should be here when you get back unless some Hapen princeling comes along and sweeps me away to make me the queen of some distant planet. Then won't you be sorry?" "Actually, I think I would be." Corin stood, then leaned down and kissed her on the forehead. "Thanks for understanding." "Thank you for letting me understand." Guided more by emotion than any sort of rational thought, Corin left Arisi behind in the room, entered a lift, and hit the lowest numbered button he could find. It took him well below the level where they had last seen Rima. The walkway onto which it dumped him didn't look that bad, though it was deeper than any place he'd been since his arrival on Coruscant. Shoulders hunched and hands jammed deep into the pockets of a brown bantha suede jacket, he started wandering. It didn't matter to him where he was going, but just that he was going. Walking demanded little in the way of mental activity, so it gave him time to think, and he'd done scant little of that, which was unconnected to the mission, for well over a month. He tried to trace the source of his discomfort, but no easy answer presented itself. Certainly the pressure of being on Coruscant had a lot to do with it. Though precautions had been taken against discovery, something as simple as his nearly being sighted by Curtin Lure showed that no matter how much care one took, there were times when luck just ran out. Corin smiled. Back in Corsac, they'd adulterated an old Jedi aphorism about luck to answer criminals who claimed they'd been caught because of bad luck. The Jedi Knights maintained there was no such thing as luck, just the Force. In Corsac, they'd told criminals there was no such thing as bad luck, just the Corellian security force. Now there's not even that. In news he had been scrolling across readouts throughout Coruscant, he learned that the Diktat had dissolved Corsac and had allocated most of its resources and some of its personnel to the new Public Safety Service. It didn't take much to see the change was a purge of people with questionable loyalties to the Diktat. But whatever its purpose, it erased yet one more link he had to his past. His hand rose to his breastbone, but the gold medallion he normally wore was not there. General Kraken's people had said that by keeping it he could seriously compromise security, so he'd put it away in Whistler's small storage compartment. He knew the droid would keep it safe, and, for him, knowing where it was had almost the same effect as actually wearing the good luck charm. And the Jedi whose face appears on that coin would say there's no such thing as luck. So clearly, it can't be a good luck charm. It occurred to him that he was losing his focus on life. Back when he had been with Corsac, things had been simple. He knew who he was, and so did everyone else around him. Though things were not all black and white, the number of gray tones were limited. There wasn't too much for him to handle, which made it that much easier to focus on what he was supposed to be doing. In cataloging the chaos that had dominated his life over the past 5 years or so, it was easy to tote things up in the negative column. His father had died. He'd left Corsac, and his friends had vanished. He'd slipped in and out of various identities while on the run. After months of training and fighting for the rebellion, escaping death by the narrowest of margins over and over again, he got stuffed onto Coruscant and nearly got spotted by one of the few people on the planet who could recognize him. He wasn't flying. He didn't have his good luck charm, and he found himself missing Whistler, Mirax, Ural, and the others. He shivered. If I only look at things on the negative side of the balance sheet, I'll keep imposing reasons on myself to remain unfocused. The key to getting his focus back was to isolate those things he could control and work with them. Anything else didn't matter because he couldn't influence it. Only by doing as much as he could to manipulate the variables under his control could he keep himself in position to make decisions instead of finding himself without options. What that means now is concentrating on my mission. I'm here to learn about security, and that's what I should be doing. He nodded, then slowly began to realize that his wanderings had taken him farther and lower than he would have consciously chosen to go. Coronet City on Corellia had some seedy spots, but they appeared positively immaculate and safe compared to where Corran found himself. While his location did provide him with a data point for his mission, namely that there was no active Imperial security to be seen this deep down, it was a small speck of silver lining in a large cloud. He decided to get his bearings and moved in off the street. This required him to thread his way through various makes and models of speeder bikes hovering in a wall in front of a cantina. If there was any lettering painted on the wall or door to indicate what the place was, it had long since faded too much for Corran to read it. A series of holograms flickered in sequence, showing a stormtrooper's helmet breaking into 4 uneven and rather messy sections. What it meant mystified him until he walked inside and down the steps and saw a sizzling orange sign that proclaimed the place to be the headquarters, or at least did so when all the letters chose to buzz to life. Corran had chased fleeing Salonians through sewers with better atmosphere and more consistent lighting than the headquarters. The narrow stairway broadened out into a foyer that ended where one side of the triangular bar blocked it off. To get farther into the cantina, one had to pass through the choke points at either end of the bar. While a fair amount of dense smoke filled the air, Corran could see tables clogging the floor and booths back against the walls. 2 curtained doorways were built into the back corners, leading to waste relief stations and, given the sort of clientele drawn to this type of establishment, providing access to dozens of bolt holes. Speaking of bolt holes, blaster bolts had dotted the walls near the entrance with a dense pattern of holes. Corn noticed they tended to be grouped about a meter up from the floor and tapered off past head height for the average stormtrooper. He found this marginally reassuring, though his gut did not agree with that sentiment at all. The faster I can get out of here, the better I'll like it. He kept his gait casual and a bit loose. His hands emerged from his pockets slowly as he approached the bar, slipping into a spot near the end over to the left. A fairly powerfully built Quarren female in a sleeveless tunic planted her hands on the bar right in front of him. "I think you're lost." In an instant, Corn was back in Corsac, making sweeps of various Coronet city cantinas. "If I wanted thinking, I'd not be in here." Loman ale. He put enough of an edge in his voice to make her question the judgment she'd made of him. As she moved away to comply, with her facial tentacles twitching out a silent curse at him, he realized his clothes were too new for him to fit in easily. Most of the patrons wore cloaks, less out of a concession to fashion than because it concealed their identities, and not many people coming into a place like the headquarters really wanted to be spotted. She returned with a small glass of ale, half of which was foam. He tossed a couple of credit coins on the bar, and they disappeared instantly in her gray fist. He sipped the ale and found it wasn't as bad as he expected, though it could have benefited from being colder. His was the only small glass being used in the place, which he took as a not-so-subtle measure of his popularity with the staff. He knew he'd not get served again, and he wasn't inclined to linger over his drink. By the same token, if he just turned around and walked out, half the regulars would be all over him like chitin on a verpine. Running away would have the same effect as flagrantly flashing credits around, or opening his jacket and letting everyone see he didn't have a blaster with him. He considered, for a moment, trying to buy a blaster from someone, but that would put him in direct contact with gun-carrying criminals who might decide killing and robbing him was easier than selling him a weapon. Corn leaned on the bar and drank more of the ale. Realizing he was not in a good position, he started to look around and assess the threats suggested by the cantina's patrons. Dozens and dozens of criminal profiles filtered through his brain. He classified people based on their species, the amount of interest they showed in him, and the kind of hunches he got when he looked at them. The people inside 7 meters provided him with 2 definite Class 1 threats, a half-dozen Class 2 threats, and 1 Gamorrean who appeared scared enough that Corrin tried to attach the face to any warrants that had been outstanding when he'd been in Corsac. He came up blank, then started on the booths along the wall to the left. What? Corrin blinked his eyes and shook his head, then took another look. Through the swirling smoke, seated facing a tall, slender figure in a cloak and hood, Corrin saw Tycho Selchu. Impossible. He looked away, then back for a third time. The individual to whom Tycho was speaking stood, eclipsing Corrin's view of the unit's executive officer. In doing so, the figure also managed to destroy Corrin's interest in Tycho because, despite the dim light and the thick smoke, he knew the hooded and cloaked figure could only be one person. Curtin Lure. Corrin set his ale down and began to move around the bar. Lure and Tycho. He is an Imperial agent. I have to get to... He slammed into a large Trandoshan and rebounded from the reptilian's chest. Someone clapped a hand on Corrin's right shoulder, and he felt the muzzle of a blaster jam into his ribs. The Trandoshan closed in on the left, pinning him against the man with the blaster. You're going nowhere, pal. Corrin looked to his right and couldn't recognize the man holding the gun on him. What he did notice about the gunman was that he had a comlink clipped to the lapel of his jacket, and a small lead to an earphone in his left ear. As Korn looked back to the left to see if the Trandoshan was similarly equipped, he saw the cloaked figure disappear out one of the back entrances. Tycho was gone as well. Depression blossomed full in the pit of Korn's stomach, yet he knew things could easily continue to get worse. They did. Very easily. Through the doorway that swallowed the cloaked man swaggered a person swathed in garish and gaudy clothes. The smoke would have been enough to conceal his identity until he drew closer. But the cantina's dim light allowed the diamond pupils in his eyes to shine brightly. Korn shook his head. What you see when you don't have a blaster. Zekathine didn't bother to smile. Your thoughts parallel mine. He reached back and drew Iniri Forge from his shadow. As she came around him, she handed him a blaster pistol. Of course, now I have a blaster, and am just full of ideas about what I can do with it. 23. Though he marched at the head of the parade, Gavin Darklighter felt anything but happy. He'd been searched and deprived of his holdout blaster. The Gotal walked behind him, occasionally poking him with a blaster, and Asir Salar walked on his right. She seldom looked over at him, but when she did, he saw only venom in her violet eyes. The other rogues had been dragged along in his wake, with a thick knot of denizens from the cantina traveling behind them. The rogues had been allowed to keep their weapons, but their power packs had been taken away, reducing the blasters to oddly shaped clubs. Shiel seemed the most angry, but Errol and Ural insulated him from the individuals on either side so no violence broke out. Asir led the way through a set of corridors and stairways that provided easy and instant access to the city's lower reaches. Unlike the pathways Gavin and Shiel had located, this one appeared to have been built in place, not hacked out of what construction droids had created. It didn't seem that new, and certainly not as new as Asir had made the alien Combine sound. So Gavin guessed it had been built after a Hutt or some other criminal bribed the city planners to program it into a construction droid. The journey ended in a large rectangular warehouse area that they entered through double doors in one of the narrow walls. Scattered throughout the space were all sorts of makeshift hovels. They had been cobbled together from ferrocrete blocks, duraplast packaging, broken sheets of transparent steel, and ragged bits of cloth. Dwellings for larger creatures formed the foundation of the makeshift apartment blocks. Smaller creatures like Sulistans, Ugnaughts, and Jawas occupied the upper levels. Gavin felt pretty certain things actually roosted up in the shadows, 10 meters overhead, but the light was too dim for him to see more than silhouettes moving about. The Bothan led them to a central clearing. Wide, roll-up doors had been slid down in place where they bisected the longer walls. The one off to Gavin's left had a hole cut in it large enough to permit transit by most humanoid creatures. A couple of Twi'leks and a Rhodian bearing guns stood watch nearby. Since both of the roll-up doors were large enough to admit repulsor-lift trucks, Gavin assumed they led out onto whatever passed for streets at this level of the city. Asir stopped Gavin at the center of the clearing. The rest of the aliens fanned out in a semicircle behind them to ring half the clearing. This left the rest of the rogues halfway between Gavin and the circle. The Gotal came around from behind him and stalked forward to where a steel post had been set into the duracrete floor. He picked up the hammer that hung from a string and pounded it against the post's flattened top. A heavy, mournful tone rang from the post and filled the room. Gavin could feel vibrations play through the floor. All around, curious faces peered out through holes, windows and doorways in the hovels. The Gotal hit the post again, summoning more people to come out of their homes. He hit it a third and final time, then let the hammer drop. Gavin heard the whir of an engine and looked up as a box drifted forward and slowly down. Cables lowered it from the mobile winch moving along tracks out away from the far wall. Lights came on inside the box, revealing windows and a doorway. As the floating building came to rest against the floor, the doorway opened, and a male Deveronian stepped forth. The black cloak he wore nearly shrouded all of him. What little of his rotund belly and chest it didn't cover made a bright scarlet stripe down his middle that matched the tone of his flesh. Aesir bowed her head in his direction. "Demainel, we have brought you one of the bigoted men who has traveled into Invasec to mock us. He is the one we should use as the message we wish to send to the Empire." Light reflected white from the Deveronian's sable horns. He stepped forward and took Gavin's chin in his hand. His fingernails pressed hard into Gavin's flesh, but Gavin did not flinch nor try to pull away. He stared down into Demainel's dark eyes and did his best to hide his fear. The Deveronian smiled, then released him and stepped back. "You have chosen wisely, Aesir. He is youthful and even handsome by their standards. His body will say all we want to say, and more." "Indeed," said Nawaraven, "it will let them know they are superior to us in every way they think now, and new ones as well." "Who are you?" The Bothan scowled. "These 5 were with this man." Demainel looked past Gavin. "And you 5 are his friends?" "We are, and proud to be so." Nawaraven appeared at Gavin's left hand. "I have known him for well over 6 standard months, and consider him one of the best friends I have ever had." The Deveronian folded his arms across his chest. "It is rare among us to find one who so openly professes his friendship with a bigot." Nawara smiled. "And what proof do you have that he is a bigot?" Aesir snarled. "He refused to dance with me." The Twi'lek opened his arms. "Of course! How could I have forgotten? Refusing to dance is a sign of being a bigot. What if I had refused your request? Would I have been a bigot?" "You were with her." "The human female, yes." Nawara nodded slowly. "So you would say I would have had a reason to refuse you." Aesir nervously smoothed the fur on her face. "Yes, you would have." "Is it not possible, then, that this man had a reason to refuse you?" "He did. He is a bigot." "You draw a conclusion that is not supported by evidence, my dear." Nawara opened his hands and lifted them up to take in all the aliens watching. "Is there no reason other than bigotry that might explain his action? Perhaps he is not a good dancer. Perhaps he has someone he loves far away from here. Perhaps he is allergic to Bothan fur." Aesir thrust a finger toward the Gotal. "But Menorm Na said he felt relief when I went away. He was relieved he would not have to touch me and associate with me." "She is telling the truth, Demainel. That is what I sensed." Nawara drew himself up to his full height and turned to face the Gotal. "Tell me, Menor Na, did you sense relief from this man when the stormtrooper departed from our table?" The Gotal hesitated, then nodded. "Yes. So when one threat removed itself, this man felt relief." Nawara turned back and smiled at Aesir. "Could it be, fair Aesir Salar, that this man felt you as threatening in some ways as a stormtrooper?" The Bothan's head came up. "I am no stormtrooper." "Perhaps not in form, But in impact, I think you are. The Twi'lek patted Gavin on the shoulder. My friend here is young, and you are very beautiful. You approached him. You flattered him. You expressed interest in him, and you were persistent. You stalked him, all of which must have quickened his pulse. You clearly saw something in him that he was not certain truly existed, which certainly would make him anxious. Your departure meant he never had to discover how disappointed you would be when you discovered he did not live up to the image you carried in your mind. Relief at your departure would only be natural. Gavin nodded in agreement with Nawara's assessment and saw heads among the spectators also bob away. Nawara's hitting close to one part of the truth, so he can leave the rest of it alone. Rather obviously, Gavin's relief could be explained in terms of his being on a covert mission from the rebellion, but revealing that fact would blow the operation. As much as the alien Combine had been organized to protest Imperial misconduct, he knew there had to be at least one Imperial informant among the creatures assembled in the warehouse. He was threatened by me? Asir's violet eyes narrowed. That's nonsense. How could anyone think of me as threatening? How indeed? Nawara exaggerated a frown. Could it be that he has heard it was the Bothan people who bravely sacrificed themselves to carry news of the second Death Star to the rebellion? How could he find a member of the species that caused the Emperor's death threatening? No, of course, you're right. That is not possible. The larger question to ask, of course, is why would he find you or me or any of us threatening right now? Could it be that his random selection, his being sentenced to death for an offense that is poorly defined, could that possibly remind him of the Empire you hate so much? Could it be the idea of being used to convey a message to people he does not know sounds very imperial to him? Could it be that your action in this regard makes it difficult for him to differentiate between you and the Empire? Absurd. Is it, Asir? Nawara looked up and out at the aliens staring down at the center of the room. If you act like the Empire, you will be seen as the Empire. The Deveronian waved that idea away. He is one of them. Kill him and leave the body for them. No, he is one of us. The Twi'lek shook his head vehemently. You are protesting death and mistreatment by the Empire, but humans have suffered as much at the hands of the Empire as any of us. Yes, Mon Calamari, Gamorreans, and Wookiees have all been enslaved, but none of them had their homeworlds destroyed as Alderaan was destroyed. And who is it who has struck the most mortal blows against the Empire? The rebellion, yes, but the men among them. How many of us were part of the rebellion and shed our blood at Yavin? How many of us froze on Hoth or died at Dara 4? Someone in an upper gallery shouted down. We were there at Endor. Amon Cal led the fleet at Endor. We have contributed to the war against the Empire. He's right, Asir crowed. We were there at Endor. Without Bothans, Endor would not have happened. A Sulistan piloted the Millennium Falcon, and it killed the second Death Star. Your points are for naught. Nawara smiled slowly. Yes, we were there at Endor. But men fired the shots that destroyed the Death Star. Men killed the Emperor. Even so, the point you bring up to protest mine makes my case for me. We would not have been at Endor except that the men who began the rebellion, the men who bled and died for its first victories, the men who allowed us in, brought us in, welcomed us with open arms. You accuse this man of bigotry because he felt relief when you left him alone, yet you are willing to treat him as a loyal son of the Empire when you already know that to do so is to discard any possibility that he hates the Empire just as much as you do. Domainel shrugged casually. If he hated the Empire that much, he would be out fighting it, not here hiding at its heart. Nuara hesitated for a second, and Gavin shook his head. Don't blow mission security. It's better they kill me and our mission remains secret than to let the Empire know we're here. Too many people would hear the explanation for us to be safe. The Twi'lek stroked his chin. And what if his loyalty to the rebellion can be demonstrated? Domainel shrugged. The rebellion is far away. It will be years before I have to deal with them, and by then, this one will be forgotten. Right now, he can serve notice on the Empire that we will no longer tolerate their predation upon us. Kill him. The Gotal took careful aim with his blaster, but before he could pull the trigger, ear-splitting explosions and bright flashes buckled the metal door to Gavin's left. The metal ribbon flopped down over the Twi'leks and Rodian standing guard. A cylindrical Ubrikian Haver A9 floating fortress cruised forward. The repulsor lift field pressed the door flat against the floor, causing dark fluids to gush out from beneath it. The blaster cannon turret atop the vehicle spun to the right, and the two spotlights on either side pinpointed the Deveronian. In the vehicle's wake, 24 armored stormtroopers poured into the warehouse. Light from the machine's cockpit control panel revealed an image of the fortress commander holding a comlink up to his mouth. This is an unlawful assembly. You will lay down your weapons and disperse peacefully when given leave to do so. If you do not, my orders are clear. So are my fields of fire. 24. Wedge smiled as the white-haired woman walked through the door Ayala had opened. The Provisional Council must be serious about taking Coruscant. They have you here. He offered his hand. It's been a while, Winter, and you'd know exactly how long it's been, right? I would, Commander Antilles, which is why, like you, I'm here. Winter shook his hand, then greeted Ayala. Turning to face Pash, she nodded. You would be General Kraken's son. The legendary Winter. I'm honored. Pash bowed in her direction. Mirax stood and shook Winter's hand. I'm Mirax Tarek. Winter nodded. And the reason I was summoned here. She looked over at Ayala. Nothing in our files indicates Imperial involvement with her. Pash frowned. Being my father's son, I have a question that you may not want to answer, but I have to ask. Commander Antilles and I were with Ayala and Mirax the whole time we were coming here, and we didn't see Ayala make contact. How did you know to come here? Winter's expression became more serious, heightening her resemblance to Princess Leia. The account number Ayala used to gain access to the datapad in the dress shop was special. Various things about the dress design selected, such as the colors, were sliced into municipal computers. At certain points around the city, in this case on a moving sidewalk, a pattern of lights communicated to me enough information that I knew to come here. There are backup systems to handle things if there is no response, but everything worked well, so it was no problem. Wedge nodded appreciatively. It's nice that you can slice into Coruscant's central computer. Winter shook her head. We can't. The safeguards there are too heavy for us to get in cleanly and out again. The central computer is attached to roughly a dozen auxiliary computer centers that are intended as backup, but are used primarily for low-level administrative and commercial applications. We can get into them, and do so on a regular basis, but none of the patches we've tried to insert into the central computer have made it. Ayala sat back down. If we could bring the central computer down, We'd be set because it controls all the important things, like the shields and ground-based fighter defenses. The shields are the key. Wedge perched himself on the arm of the couch next to Mirax. If they go down, I tend to think most of the citizenry would support a change in government. Winter sat beside Ayala. Overall security here is not as tight as I might have expected it to be under Isan Isard's control. That goes for the Imperial Palace, too. I was seated on the promenade nearly 4 hours, drinking espcaf, and saw nothing special. We almost had a problem when an imp intel officer just happened by. I was afraid one of my companions was going to attack Lure, but he kept his temper under control, just barely, but under control. Ayala's eyes narrowed. Curtin Lure is here, on Coruscant? Winter nodded. Mirax raised an eyebrow. Sounds like the kind of reaction Corrin would have had to Lure. Ayala's jaw dropped. You know Corrin? Mirax looked up and stared blankly at Ayala for a moment, then blinked with astonishment. Both women then turned to Wedge. Corrin's here? Mirax asked. And he's in Rogue Squadron? Ayala added. Is Whistler still with him? Wedge held his hands up. I don't know exactly where he is, but he is on Coruscant. Ayala, I know you were his partner in Corsac. I didn't mention his being in Rogue Squadron because you didn't seem to have that information yourself, which means New Republic intelligence didn't let you have it. Operational security and all that. Winter nodded. Corrin Horn is here, but he has no droid with him. Mirax frowned. How did you know Whistler was a droid? 2 years ago, Corrin Horn ran from Corsac, taking an X-Wing and an R2 unit with him. He was spotted as a prospect then, but we lost track of him. A year and a half later, he joins Rogue Squadron, implying he has great skill as a pilot. This implies practice flying while he was on the run. This means he kept his R2 unit, so I decided Ayala's question was about a droid, since X-Wings have notoriously little capacity for dragging pets or other people around in them. Mirax sat back. You're good. Thank you. Wedge winced. Corrin's here with Arissi. Mirax growled. The Bacta Queen. Ayala glanced at her. The way you said that? But you're Booster Tarek's daughter. You and Corrin couldn't be. We're just good friends. Ayala laughed. Not the first time I've heard that said in exactly that way. The stories I could tell you. Without Corrin here to defend himself, I don't think that's a good idea. Wedge looked over at Winter. Mirax's exit identity was blown by the imps, leaving her stuck here after she dropped off what was probably the rest of my squadron. All of them, even Ural. They're in Invisec. Or at least that's where I left them. Thanks. What we're trying to determine is if the imps picked Mirax up at random, or if the security on this operation has been blown. Any problems with Corrin and Arissi? None. Winter thought for a second. I had a team watching them for the first couple of nights to see if any imps showed an interest in them, but that turned out negative. Those teams were shifted to monitor imp sweeps in Invisec. They seem to be picking up Gamorreans and Corrin, but no one is certain why. As Winter spoke, staccato flickers of color outside prompted Wedge to look toward one of the windows. Bright flashes of red and green blaster bolts lit the thoroughfare outside. He studied the tableau for a moment, trying to make sense of it. Then his jaw dropped as his brain sorted out what he was actually seeing. Everyone down! Having no time to explain his warning shout, he grabbed onto the arm of the couch and wrenched it over backward. Mirax's hands shot out to both sides as she fought to balance herself, with her left hand locking in a death grip on Pasha's shirt front. She pulled her legs up and in to protect them, inadvertently making it just that much easier for Wedge to tip the couch over. Over he went with it. He slipped to the side, ducking in toward Mirax, barely managing to pull his left leg into safety. His hands came up to cover his head, and he expected a nasty bash when he hit the floor, but that was the least of his worries. I hope the couch will be armor enough. Outside, the speeder bike he had seen flying toward the window finally hit. It broadsided the wall of transparent steel with a solid thump, bursting through to spin into the room. The rider went one way and the speeder bike the other. Between them, sowing a glittering rain of lethal crystalline shrapnel throughout what was supposed to be, ironically enough, a safe house. 25. Corin let himself sag toward the man on his right. The man jabbed him again with the gun to shove him away. Corin moved to the left, but when he could no longer feel the gun in his ribs, he took a step backward. The man on his right pulled the blaster's trigger, sending a scarlet bolt of energy into the Trandoshan's belly. It opened a smoking hole there, hurling the reptile back onto a table that collapsed under his weight. Corin's left hand dropped over the top of the blaster and pulled. At the same time, his right elbow came up and out, catching the shooter between mouth and nose. Twisting slightly, Corin pulled the man around between him and Zekathine. He tore the blaster from the man's grip, then gave him a side kick that propelled him toward Thine. Without waiting to see what happened, Corin spun and ran a zigzag course toward the doorway. The whine of blaster fire filled the room. Bolts burned past his legs and over his head, lighting little guttering fires on either side of the doorway. Remembering what he'd observed on his way in, Corin dove forward into a somersault, then came up to his feet at the base of the shadowed stairs. Shifting the gun to his right hand, he brought his arm up and fired back over his shoulder to discourage pursuit. Bursting out through the doorway, he kicked a Rhodian off a speeder bike, settled himself in the saddle, and dropped it into first gear. Cranking the throttle, he shot off and headed for the nearest canyon-like intersection that would allow him to lose himself in the city. He instantly regretted not having shot up the other speeder bikes in front of the headquarters, but a glance back at his pursuit suggested returning to do that now would be suicide. If I'm going to die, I prefer it on my terms, in my time. Doing what he'd done back in the cantina had been stupid, but that was the only option he had when being faced with death. There had been no doubt in his mind, or the minds of anyone else in that cantina, that Thine was going to kill him. That knowledge was the reason Corin knew the man on his right would hesitate before shooting. Robbing Thine of his kill would be as fatal as being Corin Horn in that situation. Corin clutched and shifted with his feet, then gave the bike more throttle with his right hand. Using his thumb, he hit the suicide cruise button, keeping the throttle constant, then shoved the blaster down onto a pair of snap clips that held it perfectly at the muzzle and trigger guard. With his left hand, he rotated the vector shift back, canting the forward directional vanes up, and hung on as the speeder bike climbed toward a hovering skyhook. I don't remember the Incom Zoom 2 being this responsive, but it looks like the Rhodian had this one all tricked out. Good thing for me, I guess. He hunkered down and rotated the speeder bike to put its bulk between him and the blaster bolts being shot by his pursuit. The Incom speeder bike didn't have any weaponry built onto it. The small data display between the throttle and vector handles constantly had stuff scrolling across it, but it was all in Rhodian, which meant Corin had no idea what was going on. As long as I go fast, does it really matter? Rolling the bike and playing with the vector shift, he straightened it out and sent it screaming along through one of the upper canyons. He aimed the speeder bike well away from the mountainous Imperial Palace and cut around a skyhook tether. Shifting his weight and giving the vector shift nudges now and again, he kept the speeder bike juking and bouncing as the wind tugged at his hair and blaster bolts streaked scarlet past him. Some of them were heavier than those a handheld blaster could produce, letting him know that some of the machines were military surplus and in good working order. He glanced back, but in the darkness all he could see was blaster bolts coming at him. The riders coming up behind were getting better with their shots, and Corrin realized that flying up high and in the open was playing to their strength. I need a tight course with few shots available. That means down. Hanging on tightly, he inverted and cranked the vector shift back. The speeder bike dove through the night, flashing past level after level of apartments, malls, offices, and grand promenades. Chopping the throttle back, Corrin threw his weight to the left and hooked the bike around and back up through a narrow space between two towers. Leaning back to the right, he came around the cylindrical tower and shot off down an alley. A scattering of blaster bolts scored the walls around him. Corrin broke left, then cut the throttle back and shifted into neutral. A tug on the vector shift brought his bike around in a flat spin that he killed by goosing the thrust to kill his momentum. Hanging there in the air, he filled his hand with the blaster and braced his hand on the speeder bike's chassis. Two speeder bikes cut into the alley, racing full bore after him. Corrin's first two shots hit the rightmost bike on the nose. The bike's control panel exploded in a silver shower of sparks. The blast lifted the driver and pitched him head over heels off the speeder bike's rear end. The bike itself immediately began a smoking dive toward the planet below, and the driver slowly tumbled down in its wake. He shifted his aim to the second bike, but the driver had already begun to pull up. Corrin's two shots hit his target, one on the driver's leg and the other on the connector post, fixing the side pod to the speeder bike. The vehicle did not split apart, and the driver veered away as if he'd had enough. So Corrin rehomed the blaster and set off again. Something on the data monitor squawked at him. He knew it was Rhodian, but he could no more understand the spoken tongue than he could read the written language. The guys on the bike and side pod are comm-linking with the others. They'll coordinate, and they know this city better than I do. His hand snaked up to where he usually wore his good luck charm, but he felt nothing. On my own. He refused to despair, and instead set the speeder bike at a moderate pace and took it down farther and farther into the lower reaches of Coruscant. He had no idea where he was, but that did not matter to him as much as being aware of where his pursuit was. Fortunately for him, they tended to announce themselves with blaster shots that sizzled past close, but never seemed to tag him. With three on his tail, he dove into a black hole at the bottom of a canyon, then came around and shot back against his previous line of travel. Trimming his speed, he ducked and dodged his way through a tangle of support girders, then dove back out of them and came up and around through a hole in the roof of a passage. Cutting back on his throttle, he locked the speeder bike in a gentle circling pattern that flew around the hole. He drew the blaster and waited. One has to be coming soon. One of the three did jet up through the hole, but he came out riding a rocket. Corrin snapped a quick shot off at him, but missed. The way he came out means he was warned. A speeder bike swooped at him from above. Something bright flashed at the front of the sidecar. Then he felt a thump on the aft end of his bike. The whole speeder bike jolted, then started flying backward. Because of the way he'd locked his controls, the bike began spinning through an awkward spiral that almost pitched him to the ground. Dropping back into the saddle, literally willing himself back into it, Corrin shifted to neutral and adjusted the vector control to kill the roll. They've got a line on me. He twisted himself around and tried to see the line so he could shoot it, but it was too slender for him to spot in the darkness. Given no choice, he shifted his aim toward the main body of the Icosando Starhawk and triggered 3 shots at the lump, a meter or so below a fist that had been thrust victoriously into the air. The Starhawk's pilot slumped forward over the front of the speeder bike, and Corin immediately felt his bike begin to slow. Dropping back down into the saddle, he shifted the Zoom 2 into gear and punched the throttle forward. Coming around to his right, he sailed on past and below the hovering Starhawk. 20 meters out from it, he felt a tug, and his bike slowed. Damn, the sidecar guy didn't release me. All speeder bikes came with a deadman switch that returned the throttle to 0 thrust if it was released. That prevented the speeder bike from racing along if the person at the controls died, fell off, or somehow could no longer pilot the bike. It was a safety precaution built into the machines. But as with the one Corin had stolen, it was possible to put in a suicide cruise switch that would keep the throttle set despite having no hands on it. Corin cranked his throttle up full, but the drag from the Starhawk was making him far too slow. The trio of bikes that had chased him down were pacing him, but their drivers had clearly decided to call in other help to box him in. I have to get rid of this thing. I have to cut that line. Corin sent the Zoom 2 into a dive, hauling the Starhawk after it. He sped on through level after level, then came out into a huge intersection of canyon-like air roads. Damn, back out in the open. His pursuit began to close, shooting again. Corin tried to make the bike dance as before, but with an air anchor attached to it, he was having no luck at all. Snarling with frustration, he pointed the speeder bike straight at the building on one corner of the intersection. He aimed at a lit rectangle on one of the lower levels, intending to whip the trailing Starhawk into the illuminated sign there. It would be poetic justice if it were an ad for Starhawks. He expected the impact would batter the bike to bits. If it didn't, well, there are plenty more walls. It wasn't until he got close enough to see people sitting in the room move that he realized it wasn't an advertising billboard, but a window. He wanted to veer off, but blaster bolts on both sides bracketed him. He thought for a second about going straight through and out through the other side, but he knew the transparent steel would rip him apart. Get out of the way! At the last moment, Corin hauled the speeder bike around in a sharp left turn. The Starhawk, trailing around after him, hit the window. He felt a hard jolt, then his speeder bike shot off across the intersection and parallel to another building's front. He glanced back and thought for a moment that he was free of the Starhawk. Then a slight tremble in the bike's frame matched sparks on the building wall. Of all the luck! Instead of the transparent steel severing the cord that bound him to the Starhawk, the sharpness of the turn had snapped the weakened connectors between the side pod and the Starhawk itself. The pod's occupant had vanished, but Corin couldn't see where he'd gone. The pod itself trailed after him like a balloon after a child in a stiff wind, but the advent of a half-dozen more speeder bikes into the intersection gave him no chance to try to shuck it off. The trailing pod gave him all sorts of trouble because of the potential it had for anchoring him to pillar or post. He tried to keep his turns crisp, but he had to avoid narrow alleys and keep his speed under control. If he went too fast, the pod would whip around, bashing into walls and throwing the aft end of his speeder bike around. If he slowed, the pod still shot forward. The elasticity of the line connecting it with his bike meant it shot it toward him unless he broke from his line of flight. The trailing speeder bikes and swoops kept him hemmed in. He knew he was being herded toward a specific point, and he desperately wanted to avoid going there, but he didn't have many choices. He did dive and sideslip to smash the pod against walls and break it loose, but it stayed with him. If I survive this, perhaps I'll send the Icus Ando people a testimonial on the durability of their side pods. Cruising around a corner, Corin saw bikes closing from above and behind, trapping him in a wide alley that ended in a solid wall 150 meters on. It had no other outlets save up, and what appeared to be a closed loading gate at the base of the wall toward which he sped. This is it. My run ends now. The only choices open to him seemed to be slamming into the wall and dying, or fighting and dying. He thought about slowing to fight, but the whistling pod behind him reminded him of the folly of that idea. It'll go through me faster than... Hey, that's an idea. Corin pointed the speeder bike directly at the loading gate and kicked the throttle up to full. 20 meters out, he cranked the vector shift back, nosing the speeder bike toward the sky, and reversed the thrust. The combination pitched him forward, then brought the front of the bike up to bash him back into his seat. As the bike inverted and the pod sailed through beneath it, Corin grabbed the blaster pistol and dropped a dozen feet to the ground. The pod hit the loading gate's roll-up door with enough force to cave in the metal barrier toward the middle and rip it from the tracks on which it hung. The speeder bike, with the suicide cruise switch engaged, slammed into the falling ribbon of metal, then flew on over the crest of it and on into the building's interior. It tugged on the pod, but the pod had become trapped by the door. So the cord parted, freeing the speeder bike to careen farther on. With blaster bolts raining down around him, Corin dove for cover inside the building. Speeder bikes swooped past him as he twisted around and got just inside the doorway. Bringing his blaster pistol up, he tried to pick out targets, but found far too many to choose from. This confused him for a moment, because while he distinctly remembered being chased by Zekathine's Black Sun villains, he could see no way stormtroopers could have anticipated his journey and set up the ambush into which he had ridden. 26. The peal of metal striking metal and the scream of the door being torn from its rails snapped Gavin's head around to his right. Beyond Aesir, he saw the door opposite the Imperial fortress come crashing down. Then a riderless speeder bike flew into the warehouse. Blaster bolts stippled the door and scarlet energy darts shot from incoming speeder bikes toward the stormtroopers. As shock faded and the stormtroopers began to return fire, Gavin dove to the right and tackled Aesir Salar. She snarled and clawed at his back as they went down, but he held on and rolled her toward the edge of the circle and behind debris. A dying Duros, his chest featuring a blackened hole at the center with flames burning around it, collapsed on top of them. Gavin shrugged him off and filled his hands with the blaster pistol the Duros had dropped. Gavin came up on one knee and triggered 2 shots at a stormtrooper. One glanced off the man's thigh armor, scoring it with a black stripe, and the other passed between the man's knees. The stormtrooper came around, leveling his blaster carbine at Gavin. Oh no, just like on Talasea. A hand grabbed him by the shoulder and pulled him down. The stormtrooper's fire scythed up through where Gavin had been, and one bolt passed through the hem of Gavin's coat, but didn't draw blood. Having released her grip on his shoulder, Aesir leaned out around the ferrocrete blocks shielding them and snapped off 2 shots at the stormtrooper. Both hit him in the torso, turning him around and dropping him to the floor. There he twitched and slapped his hands at the holes in his armor, but he did not rise up again. Red and green energy bolts crisscrossed the air, filling the warehouse with the stink of ozone, melted armor, and burned flesh. The fortress's heavy blaster cannons pumped out bolts that methodically blasted into the lower levels of the makeshift dwellings. Shadowed interiors flared scarlet for a moment, then exploded in smoke and dust. The upper floors would collapse on the lower, burying people alive. Gavin came up to fire again, but Acer yanked him back down as a speeder bike just missed clipping him. "Keep your head down unless you want to lose it." "A minute ago, you were planning to have me killed." She flashed him a smile. "A bigot wouldn't have saved me." Gavin shoved her aside with his left hand and triggered a line of shots at a stormtrooper peeking out from behind cover. "We can't stay here. Come on, run to the open door." Nimbly, she rolled up onto her feet and started off. She scattered shots in the direction of the fortress. He couldn't see what she was shooting at because of the dust and the smoke, but he ran right along behind her and shot in the same direction she did. Blaster bolts sizzled back through the pall at him, but nothing came within a meter of hitting him. As nearly as Gavin could tell, the volume of blaster fire heading in at the stormtroopers grossly exceeded the amount coming back from them. What the Imperial fire lacked in volume, it made up for with accuracy and power. Through the smoke, Gavin could see bolts from pistols and carbines glancing off the fortress's armor, whereas its return fire stained the smoke with the color of blood and exploded whatever it touched. People ran screaming, others staggered and fell. He looked for anyone he could recognize, but saw none of the other rogues among the refugees. He reached the street outside and found himself abruptly dragged out of the river of fleeing people and to the left. He pulled his right arm free from the other man's grasp, then smiled. "Corin? Good to see you too, Gavin." Acer, who was standing next to Nawara and Risati, frowned. "Gavin?" "Long story." Gavin looked at the others gathered beside the door. Between them, Sheil and Ural supported the Deveronian, Domainal Kipf. His black blood oozed like oil from a wound in his right thigh. Everyone else looked fine. "Where's Errol?" Nawara shook his head. "Don't know." Corin glanced at the people running from the warehouse. "She's small. We could have missed her." Risati nodded. "There have been a lot of Solistans running away." Gavin brandished his gun. "We can't leave her." Another explosion rumbled from within the warehouse. Corin shied away from the opening. "The fortress is moving up. We can't go back in." Bits of masonry debris pitter-patted over Gavin's coat and stung his face. He wanted to go diving back into the fight, but his belly began to throb where he had previously been gut-shot by a stormtrooper, and that made him hesitate. Guilt immediately assailed him because he had been the cause for the rogues to be in the warehouse. Part of him knew the Imperial operation had to have been one that was planned long before he was dragged down for a trial, but logic couldn't defeat the fear he felt for Errol and the others inside. 2 speeder bikes shot back out of the warehouse, followed by a third and then a fourth. After them came 2 Imperial stormtroopers on speeder bikes of their own. The lead imp bike fired a shot from its laser cannon and melted half the control surfaces on a Starhawk. The speeder bike went down hard, spilling the rider to the ground. The second bike swooped low toward the downed driver. More smoothly than Gavin would have thought possible, Corin's blaster pistol came up and around. He snapped off 3 quick shots. One missed the second imp speeder, but the other 2 hit and boosted the driver up out of the saddle. The armored figure fell 10 meters to the Ferrocrete street, rolling up in a lifeless heap next to his prey. The speeder bike glided to a hover in midair above him, out of reach and benign. Nawara pointed up as a half-dozen stormtroopers on speeder bikes dove down through the alley. "Reinforcements. Let's move." Acer pointed to a doorway set flush with a wall off to the right. "This way." Corin waved them on, then darted out and ran toward the downed bike driver. Gavin followed him, directing a scattered pattern of covering fire back into the warehouse. He reached the rider a moment after Corin did and realized The rider was a woman. She tugged her helmet off, spilling brown hair over her shoulders. A blue forelock had been pasted to her forehead by sweat. "Leave me alone," she snarled at Corin. "No way, Iniri." Corin grabbed her by the shoulder of her jacket to pull her along, but just ended up keeping her off the ground when her step faltered. "My knee," she gasped. "I can't." Gavin handed Corin his blaster, then swept her up in his arms. "Let's go." Iniri struggled against Gavin for a moment, then hung on as stormtroopers started shooting at them from all directions. The rogues who had gone over to the doorway Acer had pointed out returned fire on the stormtroopers emerging from the warehouse, momentarily driving them back. Corin, with a blaster in each hand, triggered a flurry of shots at the first speeder bike as it came around to make a pass at them. He didn't hit the pilot, but he made the man shy off and slam its speeder into the alley wall. The speeder exploded, spilling fire down the wall and into the alley. It sparked a momentary lull in the shooting that Gavin used to complete his run to the doorway. He got inside quickly and stumbled forward, but kept his feet. The backlight of blaster fire from the other rogues provided him with enough light to find his way a bit deeper into what appeared to be a cluttered stockroom of some sort. Despite the smoke in the air, Gavin detected a heavy chemical scent. Up ahead, Acer cracked the door open, letting a sliver of dim yellow light slice through the gloom. Janitorial supplies filled the shelves in the room, though dust covered all of them. As he moved out into the corridor with Iniri, he saw enough grime to confirm that the supplies were seldom used in the building. Acer cut across the corridor to a stairwell and led them down. Ural and Shiel followed with Domainal, leaving Nawara, Risadi, and Corin to form the rear guard. Though no one seemed to be pursuing the group, Corin and the other two gave the wounded folks a good head start before they followed. Gavin didn't recognize any of the tunnels or passages they took, nor the buildings they cut through, though they all looked pretty much like those he and Shiel had seen in their survey of Invisec. Finally, they moved up a few levels and were admitted to an apartment, where an Ithorian led them through a fairly conventional room to a thickly overgrown, jungle-like area of heavy, humid air, dripping water, rainbow-colored plants, and artificial lighting. Acer pointed Ural and Shiel toward a bluish-green, mossy patch, and they deposited Domainal there. "Houlihan, take care of Domainal. This other one is hurt, too, but not badly." Iniri shifted a bit in Gavin's arms. "You can let me down. I can stand. I just banged my knee up when I fell." Gavin eased her onto her feet and supported her as she balanced on her left foot. "Are you going to be okay?" She nodded, wincing only slightly as she tried to put weight on her right leg. "I guess you think I should be grateful." Acer looked surprised. "They saved you from death or worse at imp hands. Thanks are warranted." Iniri shrugged. "Thank them? Never. They're the reason I'm here. If they'd not interfered with my life, I wouldn't have been in trouble." Corin frowned from the doorway. "You had a choice. You didn't have to leave Kessel." Acer pocketed her small blaster and folded her arms. "There's definitely something going on here that I don't know about. Do I want to?" Gavin shook his head. "Probably not." "For your own sake," Nawara added. Iniri smiled cruelly. "These are the people who brought Black Sun back to Coruscant." The Bothan covered her surprise well, then stared right at Gavin. "True?" He shrugged. "I'm afraid so." Acer frowned. "Freeing folks from Kessel explains why you've got no love for the imps. But I don't think the rebels will think much of your doing that, either. Makes the galaxy kind of small for you. That's a big problem." "Not really. Not at all." Corin handed Gavin back his blaster. "As things go, that's really a minor problem." "A minor problem?" Acer's frown deepened. "Do I even want to know you people?" Probably not. Gavin smiled at her. We're rebels. Pilots in Rogue Squadron. And you're here on Coruscant? Acer's amethyst eyes widened. I begin to see your perspective on things. Corin nodded. Let me help you get the full hologram. We're here to figure out how to liberate Coruscant. In comparison with our mission, any other problem is a minor problem. Errol Nunb had decided to feign unconsciousness when they dragged her from the rubble, but the cracked ribs on the right side of her chest were painful enough to make her squeal when a stormtrooper pulled on her right arm. He hauled her to her feet, then shoved her toward the group of cut and bleeding refugees standing behind the floating fortress. Errol didn't think she'd blacked out when things started happening, but she couldn't be certain. She remembered the stormtroopers arriving, then the far door going down. She'd broken for the exit along with the other rogues, but a blast from the fortress had exploded part of a hovel to her right. She thought only the shock wave had knocked her down, but the ache in her ribs suggested she'd been hit solidly by flying debris. Then she'd seen a Sulistan toddler begin to scream and thrash in a midden. She'd bent to help him out when the rest of the building came down. She glanced back at the pile from where they had pulled her, but she saw no child. Errol turned to look forward again, but she saw no child among the hollow-eyed survivors. Those that could cry did. Others licked their wounds. Many stared off into space. A 2-1B glanced in her direction, then pointed off to the left. Errol mutely followed the directions and found a group of Sulistans huddled together, segregated from the other refugees. A number of children clung to adults, hiding behind legs or burying their faces in a parent's neck. Errol couldn't see the child she had gone after. She had a hard time actually recalling the child's face, which told her she'd probably been concussed. Instead of letting herself think she'd failed, she arbitrarily picked out one child and decided he had been the one she had tried to help. She nodded in his direction, but he just hid further behind his father's leg. Someone grabbed her left arm. Errol looked up into the jowly face of a man who stood a good 40 centimeters taller than she did. He was quite heavy-set, yet his brown eyes shone with a cunning that removed him from the class of man she would have called bovine. He wore his thinning black hair in a short military-style cut, which was in keeping with his general's uniform. You seem healthy. A good specimen. Errol lightly tapped the right side of her chest and winced. The man dropped his thick-fingered hand to her flank and probed her ribs. She squeaked out a protest. His touch, while clinical, was also forceful and hurt. Cracked ribs, maybe. Probably just bruised. He looked down into her eyes and turned her head to the left and right. You look fine. Don't worry. I'll take care of you. He straightened up. Derek! An older, dull-eyed man in a blood-stained orderly's uniform spun on his heel. Yes, General Derricote? Derricote patted Errol on the shoulder. This is one we're taking with us. Put her with the others. She makes 12.5, sir. Good. Derricote pointed to the orderly. Go with him. You will have the best of care. In fact, I dare say, you will have the best medical care available for the rest of your life. 27. Admiral Akbar closed his eyes for a second, then nodded to his aide. I suppose the tide is high, so I cannot escape it. Please show Counselor Phalia in. The human aide departed, giving Akbar a moment of silence in which he could prepare for the coming confrontation. No, Akbar, if you assume bitter water, you'll not taste the sweet. The Admiral refused to consider the Bothan a rival for power, primarily because Akbar himself had no desire for power in any political sense of the word. He had risen to his position at the head of the alliance military because of his intimate knowledge of imperial doctrines, learned while he was Grand Moff Tarkin's slave, and because the Mon Calamari had contributed their considerable fleet to bolster the rebel navy for the battle at Endor. Once the Empire was defeated and his services were no longer needed, he would happily retire to Mon Calamari and spend the rest of his days living through tide cycles. He realized his refusal to see Borsk Thalia as a rival probably was short-sighted, but he could not afford the distraction. With the death of General Laren Creffe at Borlaus, the Bothans had lost their most celebrated military leader. The Bothans had no other candidate to offer as viable for running grand operations like the taking of Coruscant, which meant any Bothan agenda had to go through Akbar, which is why Thalia has come to me now. The hatch to Akbar's cabin on Home 1 opened and Borsk Thalia entered the dimly lit office. Akbar started to adjust the lighting upward, but the Bothan shook his head. "Be comfortable, Admiral. I can see well enough in this light." The subdued tones of Thalia's voice and the conciliatory nature of his words immediately put Akbar on his guard. "You honor me with your visit, Counselor." Thalia held a gold-furred hand up. "Please, the formality of titles is unnecessary between us. We have not always been on the same side, nor do you probably consider me a friend. But you do acknowledge the bond we share within the rebellion." "Of course." Akbar nodded slowly. "You came to speak to me about Noquivzor." "Indeed. The reports I have gotten were sketchy." Akbar sat back in his eggshell repulsor-lift chair. "You have the basics. One standard day ago, Warlord Zinj showed up in the system with the Iron Fist, launched a wing of ties, and proceeded with a planetary bombardment. Our base there was hit hard, though since most of it was underground, the damage was not as extensive as Zinj undoubtedly would like to think." Thalia's purple eyes glowed luminescently in the half-light. "We met on Noquivzor approximately 7 standard weeks ago. Do you think this was a misguided assassination attempt?" Akbar thought for a moment, then shook his head. "Unlikely. If he killed the rebellion leadership, he would make himself a target. I suspect he thought he was attacking Rogue Squadron to pay them back for hitting his ships. His facility for carrying a grudge is all but legendary. We made no secret of where Rogue Squadron was staying, primarily to keep the Empire looking at Noquivzor instead of closer to home." "How badly was Noquivzor hit?" Akbar's eyes half closed. "We had major damage to the barracks complex. Multiple floors collapsed, one atop another. We will be a long time digging bodies out. Rogue Squadron lost a significant portion of their support staff. The hangar complex, on the other horizon, escaped damage. When we get them back from Coruscant, they will have ships to fly. Even the worst plague will spare some of the virtuous." The Bothan slowly shook his head. "Warlord Zinj is becoming more of a problem. If we do not strike back at him and hit him hard, he will be emboldened and hit us again." "Agreed, but where do we hit him? He's as elusive as the Katana fleet. The galaxy is a big place, and even with backplotting and reports coming in, pinpointing his location is all but impossible. To find him would demand a full fleet operation, and that would mean we delay the Coruscant operation indefinitely. But if we were to do that and try to hunt Zinj down, we would suddenly open ourselves to more reprisals by him, and might give Isan Isard the opening she needs to strike at us. Thalia smoothed the fur around the mouth with his left hand. Fighting on two fronts is folly. Truly spoken. Akbar cocked his head slightly. You would not be here if you did not have an idea to offer, for this discussion merely verbalizes facts plainly in evidence to anyone who has read the reports. A hurt expression stole upon Thalia's face, but the intelligence in his eyes robbed it of its intended effect. To escape a rancor, one is wise to ignore the bite of a flea. Meaning, we cannot shift our focus from the Empire. What I propose is a bold strike at Coruscant. We're not ready. We must be. Thalia opened his hands. We are already staging for it, and nothing in reports from Coruscant give any indication that Isard is increasing her defenses. She must know we are not ready, so she thinks she has time to prepare. If we go now, soon, she will be taken unawares. You grossly underestimate Iceheart if you think she is ever unprepared. Thalia's head came up and his jaw opened in a predatory grin. You are not protesting the plan as utter madness. Your thoughts parallel mine, don't they? Akbar sat forward again, his barbels quivering. We are at a critical junction. Iceheart's preparations for the invasion she has to know is coming have been insufficient. Reports from Coruscant are favorable. Because of recent developments, it appears it is possible to unite disparate parts of the Coruscant population to give us a partisan force on the planet. They are poorly equipped, but can be disruptive and distracting. Can they disrupt and distract enough to bring the shields down? I do not know. Akbar shook his head. I have sent a message to Commander Antilles, directing him to formulate and prepare to implement a plan to do just that, with the resources he has on hand. Once I receive a reply that indicates he has such a plan prepared, I will give him a target time for when it has to go into effect. When the shields go down, we will arrive at Coruscant. The Bothan's eyes narrowed. You allow for no slippage in his plan. What if he cannot bring it off in time? Akbar's jaw opened in a smile. I have had a report which makes this plan viable in the event that Commander Antilles and his people fail to bring the shields down. You may recall that in recent months, the interdictor cruiser Black Asp ran afoul of Rogue Squadron. Their captain, a woman named Ula Ailor, filed a protest over the transfer of her flight operations officer from her command. The protest was ignored and, apparently, was enough to prompt her and her staff to decide to defect. This gives us an interdictor cruiser, something we have not had before. Depending upon the course we choose, the journey from Borleas to Coruscant will take approximately 20 standard hours. My intention is to send the Black Asp in early and have it jump to the outer edges of the Coruscant system. If the shields are not down, the interdictor will power up the gravity well projectors and drag our invasion fleet from hyperspace prematurely. If the shields are down, Ailor will do nothing and allow us to revert from hyperspace right on top of Coruscant. Thalia slowly nodded. Elegantly simple, but decidedly effective. You clearly trust this Captain Ailor. You do not think her coming over is one of Isan Isard's deceptions? No. Captain Ailor cites interference by Imperial intelligence with her command as the primary reason for her defection. General Kraken has cleared her and has his people working on her staff. Within a week, the Black Asp will be operational with an Alliance crew. The Bothan nodded. The ship will be renamed? The crew has chosen a hopeful name, Corusa Rainbow. An omen, to be sure. That is my hope. Akbar gave Thalia a wall-eyed look. You will propose this plan to Mon Mothma? In both our names, yes. Thalia smiled. With her support and the two of us backing it, the Provisional Council cannot fail to make it operational. Good. The Mon Calamari nodded. Then I just have to see that the operation does not fail. 28. Curtin Lure dropped to one knee before the holographic image of Isan Isard, but did not bow his head. Thank you for replying to my request so quickly, Madam Director. She arched an eyebrow at him. Displays of ego and spirit always attract my attention, Agent Lure. Good. Then I can take it that you will be reprimanding General Daracote? Why? Lure blinked, then narrowed his eyes. Why? Madam Director, he took it upon himself to go into Invisec and select subjects for his experimentation who were transported directly to his lab. He violated every known security procedure we have in doing that. The Solistans he took were not properly screened, so we do not know who they were. The other captives spoke of an alien combine, and the Solistans might have been able to supply more useful information on that organization. Isard dismissed his protest with a sneer. I have told him you are to be allowed to interview his subjects. Oh, yes, but he immediately injected them with the newest strain of his Krytos virus. The interviews would have to take place with my people in isolation suits, which means the subjects would know they were never getting out. Their motivation to cooperate would be gone. And if he's right, if this strain has an incubation period of 2 weeks, the subjects would be well into dementia and death before analysis would let us conduct other interrogations. That is not your concern at this moment, Agent Lure. General Daracote's Krytos project is of paramount importance. This new strain could be the breakthrough we need to prepare Imperial Center for the rebels. Fire flared in her molten left eye. That idiot Zinj attacked the rebels to salve his own wounded pride. He doesn't realize that if they were to mobilize their entire fleet and devote it to hunting him down, they'd have him inside a year. The fool thinks he is powerful, but he doesn't realize all he has done is to force the rebels to move more swiftly to take Imperial Center. Too swiftly. Lure sat back on his heel. There was no indication of impending operations according to our spy and rogue squadron. I know that. But I also know their leadership. They mean to wipe us from the galaxy, and they cannot do that if they end up chasing after every moth who decides he should be the next emperor. Imperial Center is the key to power in the galaxy. They know that, and they know the sooner they sit Mon Mothma on the Imperial throne, the easier their crusade will be. The audacity of launching a strike at Imperial Center surprised Lure. But he knew the leaders of the rebellion often saw the impossible as necessary, and their successes against the Death Stars had made them think they could succeed at anything. Isard had purposely left Imperial Center vulnerable, but only so the Krytos virus could cause the Rebel Alliance to collapse. If it were not ready, her plan would fail, and the Alliance would be stronger than ever. I will monitor the situation, Madam Director. Oh, yes, you will. She stabbed a holographic finger at him. The rogues can plan all they want, but nothing can actually be done for 2 weeks. I am going to deploy this version of the Krytos virus so it can be introduced to the planetary water supply starting now. We will see if Daracote's predictions on its speed and lethality are correct. And assuming they are, we will save ourselves 2 weeks of waiting. If the rogues strike too soon, all will be lost. 2 weeks minimum. A month would be better. Develop the resources you need. Do whatever you must, but see to it that the rogues do nothing substantive before I want them to. It will be done, Madam Director. Lure bowed his head, but when he looked up again, her image had vanished. He stood slowly, and a smile spread across his features. Develop resources, and do what I must. By your order. He walked from his dark, cramped office down a short corridor to another room. The door whisked up into the ceiling, revealing a dark room with a figure bound to a chair and flanked by 2 stormtroopers. Lure walked in and took the man sitting there by the chin, eliciting a snarl from him. Lure laughed, releasing the chin, then backhanded the man across the face. Displays of spirit can be painful. Nothing you can do will hurt me, Lure. Ah, you do remember me. I should be flattered, Patches. Lure looked down at Zekathine and hit him again. The man's head rocked back, but the red eyes stared up at him, full of defiance. Striking Thine had a cathartic effect on him, but Lure refused to indulge himself. Fortunately for you, I remember you as well. You'll get nothing from me, Lure. But you have nothing I want, Patches. Lure tapped fingers against his own breastbone. I have something to offer you, however. Rogue Squadron brought you and other Black Sun scum to Imperial Center. Then they followed you. There is only one implication for this, which is to suppose you and they are preparing for an assault on Imperial Center. I know nothing about that. Lure grabbed an ear and twisted it cruelly. You're listening now, not speaking. Thine stared vibroblades at him, but remained silent. Good. Lure released him. You will be my eyes and ears within the Alliance community here. I want to know their plans. I want timetables, suppliers, personnel rosters, anything and everything. If you give me what I want, I let you live. If I walk out of here, you will never be able to get me again, so your threat means nothing. Oh, I won't be the one to kill you. Not firsthand, anyway. What I will do is allow Black Sun slicers to obtain files that even go back to my Corsac days, noting how you were working for me. They will implicate you in the downfall of Black Sun here on Imperial Center. Your fate will be decided by your brethren, not me. That threat damped some of the defiance in Thine's eyes. Don't be disheartened, though, Patches. I would not surrender you unless forced to. These stormtroopers will conduct you to a place to which you will say you escaped after your speeder bike was brought down. We've been combing the area constantly for the last 3 days. You will tell your compatriots that you were in hiding and finally managed to escape. They will believe you. No one will believe I hid. Lure looked over at one of the stormtroopers. He's right. Before you leave him, inflict a non-fatal abdominal wound. One he could survive, and one that won't hamper him too much. You don't need to do that. Lure smiled. Oh, but I think we do. Verisimilitude. If you can't believe you would have been hiding, no one else will. People are suspicious, especially people like Corran Horn. Then this will be another thing I owe him for. If it weren't for him, I'd not be in your custody. Indeed. Lure nodded confidently, and just to show you that I'm not a monster, I'll give you a gift. If you find a convenient time to kill Corran Horn, do so. I consider him a threat to you and your operation. His elimination, therefore, will please me no end. 29. Corin hated waiting. It seemed that since he'd left the rest of the rogues with the Ithorian, he'd done little but wait. After departing from the Ithorian's jungle, which was just one apartment within a whole complex filled with such apartments, so the Ithorians could live together, as was their wont, he had used a public comm station and had called a number Rima had given him. The recording at the other end asked him to punch in a personal code, which he did. Then he was given instructions on where to go. Being careful to see he was not followed, he went to the location indicated. He found himself at a biopod hotel run by a Solonian. The tall, slender creature showed Corin to a small pod midway up on a wall of pods. As Corin climbed in, he estimated the cockpit of his X-Wing was larger. He dialed the external opaquing for his door up to full, then lay down in a pod that measured 2 meters in length, 1 meter in height, and 1 meter in width. He immediately adjusted the temperature up. It was set low enough that he figured a Sulistan had been the last occupant, and opened a channel on the comlink to let music fill the pod. The datapad display unit above his face flashed through a series of instructions concerning fire exits, the location of refresher facilities, and the locations of nearby culinary establishments. He watched that until one advertisement showed a Gamorrean digging a paw into a bowl of something pink that pulsed, at which point the need for locating food became moot. He remained at that location for 2 days before Rima came for him and took him to another place that was better suited to his needs, though it was in need of a great deal of repair. Plasteel sheets covered one of the apartment's walls. The furnishings, while hardly worn at all, were tattered and torn. The carpet had some blood in it, and transparasteel occasionally crunched underfoot. The interior wall opposite the plasteel wall had been heavily dented by an oblong, vaguely cylindrical object. Corin looked at her. Is this the place where a speeder bike came crashing through the wall? Rima stared at him, somewhat stunned. How do you know about that? I was driving the bike that sent it into the window. Corin ran his hand over the impression in the wall. The others wouldn't have told you about that. The rogues didn't know, and the Black Sun people aren't much for talking about their defeats. I'd imagine they have turned the story into something about rescuing the aliens from the imps, right? I do not know. Rima shrugged easily. My primary concern has been seeing to it that you and Arissi are taken care of. I apologize for quarantining you two, but I don't know how much has been relayed to Imperial intelligence. I don't know either, but I made some basic arrangements before I headed out and called the emergency number you gave me. Iniri Forge was going back to the headquarters. That is one place Fleary Voru can be found. It was my bad luck that Zekathine was there the night I visited. That's what initiated the chase that ended with my running into the Imperial raid on the alien Combine. The other rogues have the headquarters as a touchstone. I gave them no way to reach me, and I have no way to reach them save through using Iniri as a cutout. I imagine the alien Combine also has a way to reach the other rogues. Has there been any word on Errol? Rima shook her head. Corin frowned. Does that mean there's no information? Or there is, but I don't need to know it? There is no news. Rima's shoulders sagged just a bit. There was a lot of confusion in the aftermath of the raid. Some reports have suggested a group of Sulistans were led off early on, but we've no confirmation of that, nor any indication they are in any of the prisons here. They vanished, and so has Errol. People tend to do that. Corin's hands knotted into fists. One thing that's important. I need to talk to Commander Antilles. Who? Corin smiled wearily at Rima. I'm here. The other rogues are here, including Tycho. Commander Antilles has to be here, and I need to speak with him. I saw something the other night that he needs to know about. If it is that important, perhaps I need to know about it. Not with you being as close to Tycho as you seem to be. Corin shook his head. You don't need to know, Rima. Sorry. Squadron business. Very well. The white-haired woman shrugged. Stay here until I return for you. As ordered. Corin drew the blaster from the makeshift holster he'd fashioned in the lining of his jacket. Can you get me some spare power packs for this thing? I'll see. That doesn't sound very hopeful. What if stormtroopers raid this place? Ask if you can borrow some from them. Rima gave him a grim smile. All they can say is no. He waited 2 more days, spending his time working up a line that would convince stormtroopers to surrender their weapons to him. He found it a singularly frustrating occupation because, since they tended to be much larger than he was, he knew he could not intimidate them. Appealing to their humanity seemed a dubious prospect, as did appealing to their sense of fair play. He spent the vast majority of time in the apartment going over the earlier events and trying to draw conclusions from all of it. First and foremost, he was certain he'd seen Tycho Selchu talking with Curtin Lure. That meant the operation on Coruscant was busted wide open. With Tycho on Coruscant, the imps clearly had full descriptions and data files on everyone in the squadron. He had to assume they were under surveillance, or would soon be watched. The fact that he'd stumbled across Tycho and Lure meeting in public did bother him a bit. If Tycho was an Imperial agent, as had been everyone else who'd ever been at Lusankya, why wouldn't the meeting have been held in an Imperial facility? The obvious answer to that question was that Tycho hadn't appreciated his Lusankya experience and was being wary of trapping himself in an Imperial stronghold. He was smart enough to know the imps couldn't be trusted, so he was probably gouging them for sufficient credits to buy some faraway world and live like a moth for the rest of his life. The fact that their mission had so clearly been blown really left the rogues only one choice: leave immediately. He felt he had collected enough information about the general level of security on the planet to be useful, but he also expected all that to change in the near future, if it had not changed already. He had to assume that whatever any of the rogues had learned was of dubious value, and therefore their mission was a bust. The only way to salvage any of this is to go home and start fighting against the Empire again. Before he could come up with another plan that would be effective, but also before he'd admitted defeat to himself, Rima came for him. She resisted answering his questions about their destination and seemed abnormally taciturn and withdrawn. But she did give him power packs for his blaster, so he chose not to press her for information. He did wonder what had gotten into her, but he chose not to ask her questions on the street. When they slipped into the headquarters, he found other things to occupy his attention, especially his being ushered down the back corridor to a side room where Wedge sat waiting for him. Corin snapped to attention and saluted as Rima left the room. Horn reporting, sir. Wedge returned the salute, then smiled and gave Corin a backslapping hug. It's good to see you're alive and well, even though the last time I saw you, you were doing your best to kill me and a number of other people. What? Excuse me, sir? I was in the apartment where you sent a speeder bike through the window. Wedge held a hand up, and Corin saw some half-healed cuts on it. Nothing major, but there's not much Bacta down here, so I have to heal the traditional way. Did find some real tincture that killed infection, though. If I had known, No one save the driver was badly hurt, so don't worry. Wedge inclined his head toward the door. Winter tells me you wanted to talk with me? Something you could only tell me? Winter? Corn frowned for a second. Ah, you mean Rima. Right. We'd met before. She and Tycho are friends. So I've gathered, which is why I wanted to talk to you. Corn clasped his hands at the small of his back. 5 days ago, right here in the headquarters, I saw Tycho Selchu talking with Curtin Lure, an Imperial intelligence agent. Wedge looked surprised, then frowned and slowly shook his head. 5 days ago? Yes, sir. That's impossible. I know what I saw, sir. Corrin jerked a thumb back toward the bar. I saw him as sure as the Emperor is dead. He tried to make his statement sound certain, but he was getting feelings of confusion and sorrow from Wedge's expression. Really, I did see him. That's impossible, Corrin. 5 days ago, Warlord Zinj attacked our base at Noquivzor. The barracks complex got hit hard. They're digging through the rubble now, but they don't expect to find survivors. Wedge hesitated for a moment, then swallowed. Our support staff was devastated. Zrai survived, but that was the only confirmation they'd give me. What about Whistler? Corrin blurted out the question before he realized how callous it made him sound. He's only a droid, but Wedge patted him on the shoulder. I understand. I don't have word of him directly, but Zrai was working on our fighters in the hangar, so I have to suppose most of our astromechs were there with him. The hangar escaped serious damage. If any news comes through, I will let you know. Thanks. Corrin took a deep breath and tried to sort everything out in his mind. So what you're telling me is that if I saw Tycho, I saw a ghost? That's about the size of it. And you told Rima, Winter? That's why she was so quiet? I just got word myself and broke it to her as gently as I could. We're still hoping. Bacta can do miracles if there's even the remotest spark of life. But things do not look good. Wedge sighed. Of course, that's the least of our worries right now. Oh? Wedge nodded. Zinj's attack is driving the invasion schedule forward. We have a new mission, and you're here to help plan it out. I'll do my best, sir. Let's hope we can all do our best, and then some. Wedge slowly exhaled. We've got to come up with a plan that will let us, with a minimal amount of lead time, take over or destroy whatever we need to bring down Coruscant's shields and leave the world open to invasion. 30. Corrin followed Wedge from the small room into the hallway and farther along to an even larger room. The first people he saw there were the Bothan Asir and the Deveronian he'd helped to escape from the warehouse. They were already seated at the large round table in the middle of the room. As he came around Wedge, he saw Fleary Voru looking very imperial, and Zeka Thine looked pale and in a bit of discomfort. Looks like not everyone escaped unharmed. Corrin! Ayala! Arching his back, he picked her up in a hug and hung on tight. I can't believe you're here. Gil did this to me. The identities he set up were on Coruscant. Ayala pulled back away from him, but kept his hands in hers. I can't believe it's you. If seeing Thine hurt had made Corrin feel good, seeing Ayala made him feel almost whole. I've spent too long with nothing and no one from my past, aside from Whistler. It was as if that world didn't exist. He smiled. Where's Derek? Ayala's smile froze for a second. Then she glanced down. I don't know. I'm sorry. What happened? A year ago or so, he was picked up in an imp sweep and never came home. I bolted, made some alliance contacts, and joined the rebellion. There's been no word, and after this amount of time... Corin nodded and hugged her again. Dirk Wasiri had been an interesting man. Old family wealth allowed him to lead a life of leisure. He viewed life as a collection of phenomena, to be studied and experienced. But he was not one to let those experiences change him. He was easily 20 years Ayala's senior, but they fit together like oxygen and hydrogen. Dirk didn't always agree with things Corsac did, but he made an attempt to understand what had been done, and that quest for enlightenment had impressed Corin. This is not the time to tell Ayala that Gil is dead and that Lure killed him. There will be opportunities later, I'm sure. Dirk was special, but so are you. It's great to see you again, despite everything else. I agree. Ayala squeezed his hands gently. And Mirax asked to be remembered to you. A smile blossomed on Corin's face. She's here? How? The skate brought the rest of the squadron here and couldn't get away. Ayala frowned. I would have thought the others had told you how they got here. We were a bit busy when we ran into each other. No kidding. Mirax has threatened to give you speeder bike lessons. First rule, she says, is stay away from buildings. Corin laughed aloud. Yeah, we'll have to discuss that more. Thine snarled. How long is this chummy crap going to go on? Patches, someday, when you have a friend, you'll learn this is what you do when you haven't seen each other for a while. Corin released Ayala, and she moved off to take a seat next to Winter. Well said, Lieutenant Horn. Voru folded his hands together on the table. However, time is of the essence, I gather. Shall we get things underway, Commander? Corin took a seat beside Wedge, placing Winter on his right hand. Ayala sat next to her, then the two aliens, and finally Voru and Thine. Corin noticed that Thine held his right hand and forearm protectively over his stomach. Gut shot. Painful. Good. Wedge stood. I want to keep this as simple as possible. Since the warehouse incident, we have all come to agree that working together to oppose the Empire is preferential to each going our own ways. Each of our groups has strengths and weaknesses, most of which overlap to minimize our exposure to the enemy. We can all agree that we will fare better on Coruscant once the Empire is overthrown, and accomplishing that end is a goal of the rebellion. Why is it originally Rogue Squadron was sent here to recon Coruscant and gauge the vulnerable points for later exploitation? The problem is that Warlord Zinj is testing both the Empire and the rebellion. The Imperials know that to attack him is to weaken themselves to the point where they cannot prevail. The Alliance knows that to pursue Zinj would dilute our strength so that a strike at Coruscant won't be possible for years, perhaps even decades. This means the Alliance will have to strike in the very near future, and they want us to open the gates to Coruscant. Fleary Voru tapped a fingertip against the tabletop. Bringing down a planet's shields is not an easy proposition. Agreed. Wedge leaned forward on his hands. The central computer complex here is the key. Is it fair to assume Black Sun slicers have not been able to insert code into the master programs that control the planet? The white-haired man sat back in his chair. I believe the discussion of that point is premature. Oh? Quite so, Commander. Voru nodded toward the representatives of the alien combine. Their stake in this is quite clear. The Imperial regime is decidedly cruel and inhumane in dealing with them. The liberation of this planet would benefit them enormously. And you rebels, well, you would be achieving a goal you've been focused upon for at least 7 years. I mean, Winter, dear, It is every Alderaanian's dream to replace your lost world with Coruscant, is it not? Winter's eyes glittered coldly. The Alliance's goal is to see the death of the evil that destroyed our world. Alderaan cannot be replaced, and certainly not with this transparasteel and duracrete mausoleum for an empire. Wedge folded his arms. Your point, Voru? My point, Commander, is that the Alliance is not likely to be any more favorable to Black Sun than the Empire was. Less, in fact, I suspect. I want to know what is in this plan to reward me and my people for their cooperation. Corrin snarled. Why don't you start with your liberation from Kessel? Voru smiled delicately. You would gladly see me back there, would you not, Lieutenant? If your plan succeeds, you might find yourself appointed Minister of Security. If the cursing about you and your family done by Thine here is any measure of Horn efficacy, I think I prefer having Isan Isard opposing me. What I would like, Commander Antilles, is some guarantee of clemency for those of my people who work to help you overthrow Isard. And if that is not possible, relocation to a world of my choosing, a world that will be made part of your alliance with me at its head. A world you will turn into a haven for crime? Aiella looked disgusted. Corrin shook his head. He's smarter than that. He'll solicit bribes from worlds so he doesn't end up there. He'll be rich enough to buy a star system or two. Voru opened his hands. I seek a world where I can live out my days in peace, and you think poorly of me. I find it hard to believe you hold the rehabilitative qualities of Kessel in such contempt. Enough. Wedge held a hand out to forestall Corrin's reply to Voru's unctuous comment. I'll give you my personal guarantee you and your people will not be held responsible for crimes committed while you are acting in concert with us. That doesn't mean a sociopath like Thine here is free to slaughter innocents. We're only going to hit legitimate military targets. The streets start running with blood, and I'll burn your people down myself. I think this is the best offer you're going to get. It's acceptable. For now. Voru nodded. And no, our slicers have not been able to get into the main computer. Thine shifted uncomfortably in his chair. We should just blow it up. Everything will stop and the shields will come down. No, they won't. Winter frowned. Damage to the main computer system will transfer control to satellite facilities. While they are not as well guarded as the main facility, they will not be easy to take over. There is also a possibility that crucial systems, such as shield control, could get shunted to another satellite center if there is trouble with one. In other words, to get the shields down that way, we'd have to guarantee a strike at all of the satellites as well as the main center, and we don't know for certain where all of those subsidiary centers are. Voru smiled. I can furnish you with those locations, but your reservations about so explosive a plan are justified. It strikes me that something more subtle would be preferential. Acer laid a hand gently over one of Voru's. I don't understand why it is so difficult to slice code into the main computer. There are billions of transactions and messages that go through the system on an hourly basis. Something ought to be able to get through, shouldn't it? Wedge shrugged. Seems like it, but I guess not. Winter? She tucked a strand of white hair back behind her ear. The Imperial computers operate through a very restrictive language that has a hierarchical command and access structure. Programs that go in to be effective across the system have to be authorized at the highest security levels. These levels are ultra-secure. Programs are scanned for content, and that content is compared to their access levels. If a system program comes in without an access code that is cleared for entering system programs, it's dumped. Corin frowned. If you were able to wrap a program up in the right disguise, it would get through, right? Presumably, but we don't have the right codes. Those codes are changed by the hour, and old memory cores are swapped out daily and destroyed within a week. Though after a day's worth of use, they're pretty well ready to be junked anyway. Each night, clean new memory cores are placed in the computers, and trillions of exabytes of transactions are transferred to the new cores. This happens throughout the system. Asir nodded. The production facility for the Palar memory cores is on the Indosec border. Nasty work making the things. All sorts of noxious chemicals go on the data retention surfaces. Then a lot of energy gets used in formatting the cores. We lose people every day in that plant. Wedge folded his arms. If they're getting new cores daily, how does the transfer of data occur? I mean, if an old core is replaced with a new core, how does the data from the old core get onto the new core? They have 2 banks of cores, and the data is transferred from one to the other. The process doesn't take that long. Winter smiled. The Imperial Senate's computer system used the same security system, but on a much smaller scale. Half a standard hour is all it should take to complete the operation. Corin sat back. What happens to the transactions that occur while the transfers are taking place? They get caught on a subsidiary memory bank and queued up to be sent into the main banks when the appropriate cores are free. Then those cores send the data over into the new banks. Okay, Winter. Now, what sort of program governs the transfer of data between the banks? She looked at Corin oddly. Pretty basic stuff. Universal to every system, really. It goes into cores when they're formatted. What are you getting at? Data goes from the first bank to the second, right? Yes. And it goes fast because, presumably, it was checked as it came in and anything bad was discarded, right? Yes. So, if something on one of the subsidiary cores was shot over into the security core during the transfer, it wouldn't be checked by the second bank, right? Winter began to smile. And altering the transfer code on one of the subsidiary disks so it would send a rebel program over when the secure transfer was taking place, instead of blocking that transfer the way it's supposed to, wouldn't be that hard. Because, said Asir, we have access to the plant where the cores are manufactured, and we can alter the code used to format the memory cores. Right. Corin beamed. We send over a program that causes us to be given clearance codes and addresses for the shield maintenance programs, and we can bring the shields down at will. Boru bowed his head in Corin's direction. Corsek's gain was Black Sun's loss. You have a devious mind. It is a pity you decided to use it to hunt us. Corin winked at him. That's the trick of it. I can't stand the thought of a criminal who's dumber than I am profiting by his crimes. Neither could my father, which explains why we shortened Patches' career. If your father was that smart, he'd still be alive. Corin refused to be goaded. This operation is a little bit more important than punching holes in your fantasy life, but the time will come. Thine started to get up, but Wedge pushed him back into his chair. Stay down. Make me. Voru's right hand struck fast and slapped Thine on the belly. The younger man howled. Then, as he doubled over, Voru grabbed him by his neck and slammed his forehead into the table. Thine, glassy-eyed, rebounded, and Voru flung him from his chair. For some people, discipline is a lesson. For others, it is a lifetime. A shiver ran down Corin's spine. He goes from gracious to vicious in less time than it takes for darkness to come in when a light goes out. And Thine is out like a light. He exchanged a knowing glance with Ayala and saw her shake her head. Wedge looked at the man on the floor, then shrugged. We have enough, I think, to begin some planning. Winter, if you can have your slicers begin the programs we'll need, that will be a big help. Asser, we'll need the basic security setup at the Palar plant, plus the routines and any computer security information you can get us. He looked at Voru. And you? I will find out if any of the computer core technicians have any interesting vices we can exploit, or an interest in exploiting the vices we have to offer. I think that will be fine. Wedge smiled. In 2 days, we will meet again and see how close we are to making the plan work. 31. Curtin Lure's hands convulsed into fists. Who is more stupid, a fool, or someone who relies upon a fool? Zekathine's initial report about a planning meeting for what the rogues would be doing to bring Imperial Center down had seemed promising. Thine had told him who had attended, and it had pleased Lure to learn Ayala Wasiri and Corin Horn had been reunited. The fact that he'd not known Ayala was living right under his nose did not thrill him, but her location had been outside his area of immediate interest, until she became part of Rogue Squadron's operation. The data files that the Imperial Intelligence Organized Crime Division had sent over to him had provided interesting information on Fliri Voru, as well as the Deveronian, Domainal Kif. But Asir Salar had no record, though he had been chastened before by Isan Isard about drawing unwarranted conclusions. Lure decided Salar was probably a member of some Bothan spy network. The possible existence of an independent Bothan intelligence operation on Imperial Center suggested the alliance was not a wholly unified front, which meant Iceheart's strategy for dividing and destroying them piecemeal had even greater merit. What angered Lure was Thine's deception, a deception that became quite apparent from subsequent reports. Thine had said the first meeting had merely been organizational and had not produced any sort of a working plan. In the 5 days since that meeting, though, Thine had been given certain tasks to perform that ran outside the usual duties he had within Black Sun. Initially, he had overseen the collection of all sorts of data from the Black Sun's gambling and spice operations on Imperial Center, but he only collected the data cards. He had no idea what information they contained. After 2 days of that, he had been shifted over to equipment procurement. While his activities provided Lure with an interesting window on the black market availability of almost anything, it did not give him the sort of information that would be useful for countering the rogue's operation. Thine was overbuying weapons and having them delivered to any number of sites. In this, Lure recognized an effort to provide far too many sites for Imperial intelligence to adequately cover. It seemed clear to Lure that Thine had been isolated by the command group and given jobs that, while valuable, were not crippling if bungled. Thine was not the only person buying weapons on the black market, so Lure had to conclude that perhaps none of the arms Thine had collected would be used. Lure would have decided Thine's cover had been blown, but Voru's file left little doubt about how the man would have been dealt with if Black Sun knew Patches was working with the Empire. Several things seemed obvious to Lure. The first was that Thine had managed to show himself to be unreliable. He assumed this was because Thine clearly would have loved to supplant Voru as the head of Black Sun, and Voru, just as clearly, would want to prevent that from happening. Thine's animosity for Corin and Ayala could have also made him a liability in any planning councils. Lure had decided that Thine had been ejected from the initial meeting before plans had been discussed, and only later learned that Thine had been concussed and amnesia blanked the substantive part of the meeting. The spy within Rogue Squadron had not been present at the meeting. The spy's subsequent reports had been singularly useless. The Planning Council had compartmentalized the jobs needed to complete the operation, so the spy's activities proved less enlightening than Thine's. Having Rogue Squadron personnel maintain a low profile did make sense, since they were not as familiar with Imperial Center as other members of the conspiracy. But it made their activities useless as indicators of what was going to happen. The only saving grace in all of it was that things appeared to be building slowly. Isard had told Lure that nothing could happen before 2 weeks, the incubation period of the new strain of the Krytos virus. The Solistans taken in the warehouse had been injected with the virus 10 days earlier, so he was very close to his deadline already. Isard said she'd already introduced the virus into the water supply, so countless creatures were already ingesting it. Lure himself had taken to boiling water and only drinking wines imported from other worlds. Even though the virus was not supposed to infect humans, he wanted to take no chances. Lure sat back in the shadowed depths of his office and rubbed a hand against his forehead. The key to taking any planet was to lower its shields and drop troops. While a planetary bombardment might cause a lot of damage, only troops on the ground could take and hold real estate. Without the shields going down, that couldn't happen. So the shields had to be the logical target for the rogues. The obvious target for taking the shields down was to attack the shield generators themselves. Loading a land speeder full of Nergon-14 and having a suicide bomber run it into a generation station seemed the most expedient way of dealing with the shields. Two facts argued against that as a strategy. The sheer number of stations would require a metric ton or two for the rebels to obliterate them all, and the rebels had not, to his knowledge, purchased any Nergon-14 so far. More importantly, destroying the shield generators would work against their future efforts to hold the planet. A strike against the power generation stations had similar problems. There were even more of them than there were shield generation stations. The planet's electrical grid was coordinated such that an area that lost its local power plant would immediately have energy supplied by others in nearby sectors. Flickering lights would be the only sign of disruption. In his months on Imperial Center, Lure had only seen lights flicker when one of the powerful local thunderstorms broke over a building where he was. The obvious target was the computer that controlled everything on Imperial Center. But Lure had seen prisons that had less security than the central computer. The center had its own platoon of stormtroopers, and the barracks within a 50-kilometer radius had orders to respond to alarms there with all speed and firepower at their command. The facility itself had been built with more demanding specifications than those of any other building on the planet, including the Imperial Palace. Rumor had it that if the Death Star had been used against Imperial Center, the computer center would have been a recognizable and salvageable piece of debris. An armed strike on the computer center would seem doomed to failure, but the presence of Rogue Squadron did make it a bit more viable. If they had fighters, and fighters of various types were available on the black market, they might be able to intercept and down some of the incoming troops. That would give the attackers more time, though the outcome would still be dismal for the rebels. The ground-based TIE fighter squadrons in the area would be able to counter the fighter threat, so placing them on alert was a precaution he would suggest to Isard. Perhaps the most difficult part of guarding against the rebel action was balancing on the razored edge of Isard's plan. She wanted to give Imperial Center to the rebels, saddling them with responsibility for a population that would drain them of Bacta and fluid capital, effectively hobbling them and pinning them in one place. If his precautions against rebel action were too obvious, the rebels might do something unusual, giving them the planet before she wanted them to have it, or, worse yet, convincing them to scrub their invasion. The idea of facing her anger if things went wrong filled Lure with dread. Still, there are only 4 more days until her minimum deadline, 2.5 weeks until the maximum. I'm close to success. Lure nodded slowly in the darkness. If Darrowcoat delivers what he promises with this Sulistan group, the rebels will take a dying world, and their movement will die right along with it. 32. Corin wetted a small cloth swab with ethyl alcohol and rubbed it over the focal end of the Blastech DL-44 heavy blaster pistol. He peered at it closely, then gave it one more light pass with the cloth. As the alcohol evaporated, he saw Gavin reflected in miniature. Ah, Gavin, this is the 3rd time you've asked me if you could ask me a question. The kid blushed as he snapped the trigger assembly for his Sorosub S1BR into the receiver housing. I know, sorry. Gavin kept his voice low enough that no one in the warehouse space aside from Corin could hear him. I wanted to ask you about, you know. Corin winced. He didn't know. But that sort of thing was only said as preface to a question about killing or sex. Since Gavin had long ago become an ace and had acquitted himself well in the firefight in the warehouse across Invisec, Corin assumed the question had to be about sex. His parents should have told him about this before they let him go off to war, shouldn't they? Corin looked around to see if Wedge was nearby, figuring he would do a much better job helping Gavin. He couldn't see Wedge anywhere. Corin shrugged his shoulders and eased the concentration element into the barrel of the blaster pistol. What's your question? Gavin set his face in what he clearly thought was a serious expression, but the general youthfulness of his features undermined the effort. On Tatooine? Well, in Anchorhead. Well, in the area around the farm, it was small, and so we didn't have a school the way you did on Corellia, see? We all took classes via a local holonet and sent lessons in on data cards, you know? Corin fit the barrel assembly together and snapped it into the gun's frame. Gavin, are you trying to tell me you don't know how to kiss a girl? The young man pulled his head up and blinked, then frowned. Anchorhead may have been small, but not that small. Kin don't count. Gavin blushed. I wasn't related to everyone around there, you know. Corin raised his hands and smiled. I know. I was just giving you a hard time. What is it that you want to know? Well, you've been around a lot. And you come from Corellia. Gavin's voice dropped precipitously. You've seen, you know, 2 people get together, but they're different, right? Do you mean like Erissi and me? We come from different worlds, but we're both human, though we haven't gotten together. No, I mean like Nawara and Risati. Oh, Corin nodded slowly. Throughout the galaxy, the permutations of relationships between 2 or more individuals were legion, as were the rules, formal and otherwise, that governed their conduct. Prohibitions on relationships between races and classes and castes varied from planet to planet, but the rules governing interspecies relationships tended to be largely similar. The majority of them were set by official imperial policy, a policy Corsac officials had called "look but don't touch." Exotic and different can be very attractive, Gavin. There are some folks who absolutely draw the line on dating outside their species, while there are others who seem to be interested in experiencing anything and everything they can. Corin shrugged. I guess I don't think it's wrong, but it just may not be right. I don't think I follow you. I wasn't very clear. Look, would you like to have children someday? Have a family? Yes, I think so. Okay, what if the person you fall for is incapable of having children with a human? I would, well, I don't know. There are other problems, too, and we're not talking the possible difficulties and dangers of making love, either. Dangers? Sure. Suppose the person you're with is used to giving and getting gentle little love nips with 10-centimeter-long teeth. Corn hooked 2 fingers over like fangs. Your hide isn't as thick as a Gamorrean's, so you'd be leaking. I hadn't thought about that. Gavin frowned and his shoulders slumped. I mean, I don't think that will be a problem. Some species don't live as long as we do. Though, amid present company, life expectancy isn't that big an issue. Corin picked up a new heavy blaster and began to disassemble it for cleaning. There are a lot of things you can take into consideration, Gavin, but it pretty much boils down to the same thing relationships between humans do. If you and the other person get along, problems can be worked out. Gavin nodded. So, have you ever, The young man's voice trailed off as color rose in his cheeks. Corin felt 2 hands on his shoulders and looked back to see Ayala's smiling face above his. Has Corin ever what? Corin shrugged his shoulders. Nothing. Mirax appeared on his left and leaned on the table between Corin and Gavin. Her dark hair had been pulled back into a thick braid. The look on Gavin's face doesn't suggest it was nothing, Corsac. Ayala's hands tightened playfully on the back of his neck. Come on, Corin, there's not much you haven't done. A smile blossomed on Gavin's face, and Corin suddenly felt outnumbered and reluctant to answer Gavin's question. He knew it wasn't because of Ayala's presence. She already knew the answer and could even tell the story better than he could. And he figured Gavin would find it amusing and make him less nervous. Clearly, Gavin wanted to hear that Corin had dated an alien because the boy obviously had an interest in someone, and from the glances Corin had seen and the stories he'd heard, Gavin was thinking a lot about the Bothan, Asir Salar. While Corin thought she was a bit worldlier than Gavin could handle, he was willing to bet the farm boy from Tatooine could learn fast. He found his reluctance to say anything came from Mirax's presence and his feelings toward her. Irisi and Risati had been paired together for their part of planning the operation, giving Corin time apart from her. It allowed him to put Irisi into perspective. Even though they were of the same species and even were attracted to each other, something deep down inside told Corin that their getting together would be wrong. Not wrong, a disaster. Everything that made Irisi wrong seemed to make Mirax right. She understood him because of their common background. Granted, their fathers had been enemies. Corin characterized them as chronic enemies instead of mortal enemies. But that gave them a bond he would never have with Irisi. Ultimately, with Irisi, he knew he'd have felt like a pet, whereas with Mirax, he felt like a friend and equal. During the planning operations, Corin, Mirax, Gavin, and Ayala had gone out and secured a lot of supplies for the operation. Things were scarce and, if available at all, were high-priced. More than once, Corin wished Emtray had been on Coruscant to help with procurement, but Mirax proved every bit his equal in obtaining things. Whereas the droid might have used an instant analysis of a trader's wares to figure out his markup and squeeze him until his prices became reasonable, Mirax charmed, cajoled, wheedled, and even threatened. She'd learned every trick in the book from her father, and Corin thought old Booster would be proud when he learned about her exploits. But there is so much about her I don't know, like her reaction to learning I dated outside my species. Fear that she might see such an action as making him unclean or unworthy killed any quip he might have tossed at Aella. He looked up at Mirax, but saw no suspicion or disappointment in her face. Gavin fit 2 pieces of the blaster rifle together and tightened down a restraining bolt. I wanted to know if he'd ever dated someone who wasn't human. Aella laughed. Well, there were plenty of women he dated who weren't human. In spirit, that is. Mirax sniffed lightly. But why bring the Bacta Queen into this? I never dated Erissi. No, you just pretended to be her Kuwadi impregnator, then kissed her in full view of the Grand Hall of the Galaxy in the Imperial Palace. Mirax shook her head. Clearly no relationship there at all. Corin laughed. The way you tell it, I might have actually had fun. Aella lightly cuffed the back of his head. You always did complain about the easiest duty, Horn. Believe me, I'd take Churtle Ruluwur over Erissi gladly. Oh, Aella raised an eyebrow. That's interesting. Gavin frowned. What's Churtle Ruluwur? Mirax straightened up and tapped a finger against her chin. Sounds Solonian. It is. Aella smiled broadly. Tell them, Corin. No, you tell them. You tell it better. You don't mind? If I have to be mortified, I'd prefer not to do it myself. Mirax swung around and seated herself on the edge of the table. This sounds wonderful. She winked at Corin, then looked up at Aella. Go ahead. He'll survive it. True. It's not like it's the first time he's heard this. Aella smiled, and Corin knew she'd put a good face on the incident. Churtle Ruluwur was a female Solonian who had been sent to our unit to get some training. It was a cultural exchange program. She was tall, at least 2 meters, and slender. Solonians are all very lithe, and she was covered with relatively short black fur that glistened a silver blue when the light hit it right. Definitely gorgeous, definitely humanoid, but definitely not human. The annual Corsac Awards Ball was coming up, and she didn't know anyone. Solonians tend to be very private sort of people, and the only ones you see in public are sterile females. They run things in their society and maintain a family unit with fertile males and females, but she was all alone. The unattached male officers in our branch put together a pool to see who would take Churtle to the celebration. Each man was required to buy a ticket for 5 credits, and the winner, whom everyone considered a loser, would get the pot to compensate for the evening. Mirax frowned. It strikes me that the whole process was the wrong way around. Corin smiled. The awards ball pool is a tradition dating from a time when the director had a daughter who, as decorum dictated, could not go to the ball unescorted. The director refused to order someone to ask her to go, though he did order participation in the pool. Most years the prize is someone in the squad who has volunteered to be won, with the money going to the Survivors and Orphans Fund. This year, though, the prize was Churtle, and she knew nothing about it. Most everyone who knew what was going on thought it was barbaric, but they hid behind tradition. Gavin smiled. And Corin won, right? You could say that. Aella gave him a gentle punch on the shoulder. What he did was talk to the women who really wanted to go to the ball with the other officers, and gave them the impression that the whole thing had been rigged. Whatever ticket their guy had would be selected as the winning ticket. The only way their man could get out of winning would be to get out of the pool. When pressed, Corn allowed that he could be bribed into taking on just one more ticket, but it would have to be a secret. The women pressured their men to get Corn to take their tickets. By the time the pool winner was chosen, Corn had all the tickets. Mirax beamed at him. "Quite enterprising, sir." "Well, I knew I'd be miserable because of how my life was going at the time, so I saw no reason for anyone else to be away from the person they wanted to be with." "But you did something noble. That's good." "It gets better, Mirax. Corin gave the pool and the bribes to the fund, then went all out and showed Churtle the time of her life. He hired a repulsor limo, found out what kind of flowers were considered appropriate by Solonians, and flew out in his X-Wing to the only import florist on Corellia who had them in bloom to get them. He even got a new formal dress uniform tailored up for the occasion, and he proved he cleans up very well. For her part, Churtle was nothing short of stunning. She had that long, sleek physique that enabled her to wear a slinky gown over which light slithered. She wore a necklace of silver and aquamarine and a bracelet to match that looked like light playing across her fur. Every woman who saw her was instantly jealous, and Corin was the envy of all the men. And, to make it worse, they actually enjoyed each other's company. That was about 6 months after his father's death, and things had been rough for Corin, so the whole situation seemed perfect. Being unable to stop a smile from tugging at the corner of his mouth, Corin nodded and discovered he was disinclined to kill the smile. That evening was a lot of fun. I put enough energy into it that I got to leave my life behind for a while. It was great. Gavin leaned forward. "So what happened?" Corin looked up at Ayala. "Spare the salacious details, please." Mirax smiled. "You can elaborate another time, Ayala." Ayala shrugged. Though Churtle was infertile, it didn't mean she was incapable. Apparently she had enjoyed the evening as much as Corin had, and they continued to celebrate after they left the ball. "Is that circumspect enough for you?" "It will do." "Was it—" Gavin began to blush. Corin gave him a wink. "Better." Mirax raised an eyebrow. "Then what?" "Imagine finding a pile of rocks, deciding to throw them out, dropping one and having it split open to reveal a Corusa gem embedded in the middle." "Oh my." "And with each stone after that, the Corusa gem is more lustrous and beautiful than the one before it." "I see. Very special indeed. And each of those stones, when fitted together, creates a brilliant, exquisitely carved sculpture. I've got the hologram digitized and analyzed here, Corin. Thanks." Gavin blinked. "Wow." Mirax's brown eyes narrowed. "So if it was as great as all that, how come you're here and not in some den on Salonia?" Corin winced. "Well, there was one little microscopic problem." Ayala nodded. "The chemistry wasn't right." "Sounds like it was perfect to me." Gavin grinned broadly. "Personal chemistry, yes, Gavin, was perfect. Personal biochemistry was not, however." Ayala rested a hand on Corin's shoulder. "The reason the lucky charm Corin wears is on a gold chain is because his sweat is acidic enough to tarnish something like silver. It's within normal range for a human, mind you, but just on the acidic end. And that was sufficient to get through the waxy surface on Churtle's fur and irritate her skin. And as it turned out, Corin was mildly allergic to her fur. It was much like being sunburned all over for the both of us." Mirax giggled for a second, then made herself appear sober and saddened. "That's horrible." Corin shrugged. Unfortunately, it's life. He looked over at Gavin. There you have it, kid. My advice? See what happens. It can't hurt, except in rare cases. Gavin set the blaster rifle down and stood. Thanks. I'll take your advice, if you'll excuse me. Good luck, Gavin. Corin waved him on his way, then smiled up at Ayala. Nicely told. Mirax's brows furrowed. How much of that was true? All of it. Every bit. She frowned. That's so sad, though. Corin shook his head. Not really. We both knew we were living out a fantasy, but it wouldn't have worked in the long run. I had no desire to move to Salonia and become part of a brood home. Churtle knew she couldn't bear the children I'd want. We remained friends and both have wonderful memories. In fact, that was the best ending I had for any of my relationships. True, Corin, but that's because you never listened to my advice about the women you were interested in. Ayala shook her head. Disasters. Every one of them. Mirax smiled. And what is your impression of the Bacta Queen? Her? All wrong for Corin. Attractive, sure, but just not his kind of woman. My thoughts exactly. I've told him so, but he doesn't listen. Never has. Corin held his hands up in surrender. Stop, please. You may not think Arissi is right for me, and I don't really think so either. A conclusion I came up with on my own, too, I might add. Regardless, though, she doesn't deserve this. Isan Isard wouldn't deserve this. Ayala glanced down at him. Actually, Isan Isard does deserve this. Corin thought for a moment. Yeah, you're right, she does. Carry on. By the time you're done, I'll have finished cleaning all these blaster pistols. Then we'll be ready to do the job that really needs to be done. 33. Though General Derricote's office was no larger than his own, its stark white color made Curtin Lure feel more vulnerable. He would have preferred waiting to deliver his message to the director from his own office, but the delay the trip back would necessitate would not be acceptable. Isan Isard would be furious with what he had to say, so he saw no reason to compound her anger. On one knee, he refused to look up when her image burned to life in the general's office. What is so urgent, Agent Lure? General Derricote's estimates of the incubation period for the Krytos virus in Solistans was generous. What? Lure could not see Isard's expression, but her voice sounded as it might if he had told her that the rebels had just showed up with a Death Star. Generous in what way? Generous in his favor. He promised you 10 days until the Solistans began to sicken, but a dozen appears more correct, and there is more? Yes, Madam Director. The virus has resisted airborne transmission. Contact with virus-laden fluids and tissues will still infect another individual, but fluid contact is still required. This is impossible, Lure, and I hold you responsible for all this. Look at me. Lure lifted his face and saw molten fury roiling in her left eye. General Derricote gave me false information. He did that at Borlaeus, but you found him out. But I didn't have to be tracking Rogue Squadron's activities on Imperial Center at the time. I was worried about your deadline, which came and went today. Lure hesitated and found himself cringing in anticipation of her reply. The deadline was based on a 10-day incubation period followed by a week-long terminal cycle. This throws everything off. Isard's image towered over him. What are the transmissibility figures? Is the virus jumping from species to species? Flesh contact with 10 cc's of viral fluid results in a 20% infection rate, and the virus is viable for 36 hours outside a host, longer if the conditions are warm and moist. The virus can be frozen and thawed without loss of viability or lethality. If the virus is actually injected or ingested, As little as 1 cubic centimeter is enough to infect a subject. And species migration? General Dericote projects! I want results, not projections. Isard's hologram slammed a fist into an open palm, but the sound relayed by HoloLink sounded muted and weak. Order Dericote to begin replication of the current virus strains and release all of them into the water supply. Lure again bowed his head. I anticipated your request. Dericote says that in 4 days he should have sufficient supplies to take care of the planet. Tell him he doesn't have 4 days. Full replication and production begins immediately, and batches go into the water supply when they are complete. I want it done now. I will tolerate no more mistakes, his or yours. Do you understand? Yes, Madam Director. And one more thing, Agent Lure. Yes, Madam Director. Your last report on the rogues indicated this evening appears to be when they are taking their first step at liberating Imperial Center. It is too soon. I won't have it. Scatter them, kill them, deal with them. This time tomorrow I do not want to have to worry about them. As you wish, Madam Director. Isard's image vanished, revealing Dericote standing in the doorway to his office. He applauded politely. That was a wonderful performance. Lure snarled inarticulately and came up quickly. He buried his left fist deep in Dericote's stomach, then clouted him on the side of the head with a roundhouse right. The heavy-set man stumbled sideways and slammed into the wall. He tipped shelves, overturning countless boxes of data card journals, then abruptly sat down on the floor and wallowed in them. Part of Lure basked in the disbelief on Dericote's florid face, but even that feeling of elation did not dull the rage in his mind. He grabbed a handful of Dericote's tunic and hauled the corpulent man to his feet. You have placed me in mortal jeopardy because of your incompetence. Incompetence? We are traveling paths that were previously shunned here. I have done the best I could. The fact that my efforts do not live up to specifications designated by those who have no idea about the true nature of... Lure slapped the man hard with his open hand, then tugged him out of the office. First, your technicians are to start manufacturing the Krytos viruses in their myriad forms and start injecting them into the water supply. Now! You have lied about how long it will take to kill aliens, and I'm not sure I trust your transmission figures, so I want as much virus as available being used now as possible, including the experimental versions. But no buts, General, just now. Lure's nostrils flared. What else have you lied to me about? Is it as deadly as you say? You have seen the results, Agent Lure. Yes, I have seen the results, but not all of them. Lure dragged Dericote stumbling after him through the laboratory to the hallway where the victims were kept. Lure tossed him on ahead, and Dericote spilled to the ground in the sanitized corridor. I will not pay for another of your mistakes, General. Glancing to the right, Lure could see Quarren beginning to melt, so he turned away and studied a huddled group of Solistans. They clustered around 2 small children who were vomiting violently. Half the adults tore at their own hair, pulling it out in great clumps. Some reeled away, others just fell and trembled as if being shaken by a Cyborian battle dog. Lure looked back down at Dericote. Madam Director wants Bacta to cure the Krytos virus. It will. Have you tested the Solistan version for a cure? No, there's no need to waste Bacta. Lure kicked the man in the thigh. Wrong answer, General. Get up here. The general stood, and Lure shoved him toward the transparent steel wall. We will test the efficacy of Bacta on the virus, General. Lure looked at the Solistans and saw one adult desperately mopping vomitus from a child's face. Those 2, the child and the adult. Test it on them. I want them to survive, General. Do you understand me? Mother and child? How touching. Don't mock me, General. The child is younger, and the disease has clearly ravaged it far more than the adult. And that adult? She is caring for the child. She can tell others how to care for victims of this virus, accelerating the desired effect on the rebellion. Lure shoved a comlink into Deracote's fat hand. Get your people in there now and save them. Do it. Or I give you a taste, here and now, of what the rogues will face tonight. Lure smiled coldly. I guarantee, General, you'll like it no better than they will. 34. Everything was going perfectly. Then the Trandoshan dropped the memory core. Wedge's heart caught in his throat. It clearly intended to escape him altogether, but the forced smile and gritted teeth prevented it from getting away. The box landed on a corner that immediately crumpled, and there was no mistaking the moan of metal bending out of shape. The Imperial technician's face drained of blood. Oh, now there is trouble. Wedge raised a hand. Perhaps not, friend. I have no time, and this incident will have to be reported and checked out. I think, perhaps, I have a solution to your problem. I hope so, for your sake. The small technician sniffed and looked around nervously. If there is trouble, I will not be found at blame. You and your alien help will be held responsible. The loading process had gone almost without a hitch. Each core had been packaged in individual boxes, and a diagnostic data card had been placed in a clear plastic container fastened to the box. The technician had selected 40 Palar memory cores from the 55 available at the plant. Each data card was checked, and then a quarter of the boxes were opened and probes were run on these randomly selected cores. If the data on them matched the data on the card, the lot was assumed to be good. The auxiliary cores were slightly different, and only 10 of them had been produced. 3 of them had been formatted with the special codes and had serial numbers where the last 2 digits added to 10. The Trandoshan doing the loading had been told to drop a core if none of the specially prepared ones had been selected. But one had. The one he dropped. The Trandoshan trundled back to the remaining 5 boxes and picked one of the other 2 that had the rebel coding on it. He started to lift it up, but the technician put his hand firmly on the box and pressed it back down to the ground. No, you clumsy vermin! You will not select the core. My choice. Wedge slapped the Trandoshan hard across the arm, stinging his hand on the creature's leathery hide. Back away, Portha. Your clumsiness will be reported. The big lizardly Trandoshan hissed and shuffled back away from the boxes to stand over by Pash. The technician nodded slowly. Thank you. They so seldom understand our problems. Indeed. Wedge scratched at the beard he had grown to help disguise himself. You are quite right to make the choice yourself, but there is insufficient time to run the diagnostics yourself. Their cards have already shown you that they are clean, but you want it clear that you were scrupulous in making your random choice. If not, well, I doubt your superiors would be impressed. That would be very bad indeed. And we can't have that. So choose you shall. Several times, so there can be no doubt of the randomness of the choice. You'll see. Wedge smiled and spread his hands out. There are 5 here. Pick 3. The man frowned for a second, then pointed to the first one and the last 2. Wedge motioned Gavin over. Take the other 2 away. Gavin slid the 2 designated units away into the depths of the factory's warehouse floor. Wedge hastily rearranged the remaining trio into a single line. One of these is the unit I want him to take. 2 or not. Pick 2 more. The man designated the 2 on the end. I choose them. Good. He pointed to Pash. Take that one away. Now, pick 1. Wedge wanted him to pick the first box, but the technician tapped the second one. Wedge nodded, smiled, then turned and scowled at Gavin. "What are you waiting for? Get it into the truck with the others." As he gave Gavin the command, Wedge rested his foot on top of the chosen memory core. "Hurry up! The man's on a schedule, a tight schedule." "Don't drop it," the technician snapped. Wedge sighed. "The exotics here work hard, but you can't trust them. Then I get a man like him who isn't much better." The technician nodded as he watched Gavin carry the box to the repulsor lift truck and slide it into the back. "It's the fault of the rebellion, you know." "Do you think?" "Of course. When the Emperor was still ruling, there was no doubt about how things were to be done. Now—" The man shrugged his shoulders eloquently, and Wedge nodded emphatically. "The people nowadays have stopped thinking because sloppiness no longer earns the sorts of rewards it did before." "I think you are quite correct." Wedge smiled and rubbed his hands together. "Had you been thinking at all, my friend, you'd have seen that I forced your choice of box. You made the choice, but I decided what the choice meant. Had you chosen the 2 sliced cores at first, I would have discarded the other 3. The illusion of choice has you satisfied." He made a mental note to thank Booster Tarek for having so long ago taught him the value of letting people deceive themselves by showing him how to force a choice. The technician made an entry on his datapad. "Even the stormtroopers are slipping. They tried to prevent me from coming into this sector this evening, but I would not be dissuaded by them. No, sir. I bulled on through, and they let me go." "Stormtroopers?" Wedge shook his head, then pointed at Gavin. "Do you hear that, son? Even stormtroopers are becoming so undisciplined that you could join them. Perhaps those outside could tell you where their recruiting office is?" The technician looked surprised. "Son, is he your boy?" "Takes after his mother." Wedge guided the man toward his repulsor lift truck. "Don't want to keep you." Suddenly, sparks shot from the loading dock side door and rained down from the warehouse ceiling. A halo of brilliant white fire surrounded the door, then imploded, leaving a smoking hole through which stormtroopers began to run. Duracrete and steel rained down from above as teams blasted their way in through the roof and descended on slender lines. Out past the nose of the computer center truck, Wedge saw a Mechun hover scout's blunt prow batter the far gate. It bounced back, fired one burst with its laser cannon, then came on again over the molten remains of the gate. Wedge gave the technician a shove forward, then spun on his heel and started running back into the warehouse's shadows. He hurdled a line of memory cores, then cut left and back right as blaster bolts exploded all around him. Leaping over another line of crates, Wedge crouched down behind cover. From his right, Ayala slid him a blaster carbine, then activated her comlink. "Shield, Ural, Wedge is clear, open up." From deeper in the warehouse, both the Gand and the Shistavanen started firing with a pair of Merson E-Web heavy blaster cannons. The weapons were mounted on tripods and had very specific fields of fire. Ural raked a stream of fire over the loading dock and out at the hover scout. The scarlet blaster bolts burned their way up over the vehicle's nose and punched through the cockpit windscreen. The cockpit exploded in fire and smoke. Shield concentrated his fire on the stormtroopers descending on the lines from the roof. The high rate of fire allowed him to track his shots and pick stormtroopers off the lines. Wedge and Ayala added their fire, but concentrated it near the holes to shoot people just beginning their descent. The exit over at the far corner of the factory exploded. Wedge hit his comlink. "Corrin, report." He got nothing in reply and could see nothing but fire and twisted metal where a stairway had once been. The original evacuation plan had designated that stairway and the area beyond it, which Corrin, Mirax, and some of the Black Sunners were holding, as their primary exit. Not anymore. He looked at Ayala. Plan 2, fall back. She pressed the signal along via her comlink. Portha, Pash, and Gavin pulled back from their positions first, while Ayala and Wedge provided covering fire. Once they were set, Ayala and Wedge pulled back. But they didn't get far. Even with covering fire from the heavy blasters and the others, the stormtroopers managed to concentrate enough fire to make it impossible for him to move. Lying prone on the ferrocrete, with his left cheek pressed against the cool floor and sparks from burning crates stinging his right cheek, everything seemed to collapse in on him at once. Wedge knew that being in the warehouse in Invisec on Coruscant was utterly and completely insane. More so even than sending snub fighters out to destroy a Death Star. He should have been in an X-Wing if he was going to be fighting Imperials. Having a firefight with stormtroopers was still one of the best ways he knew of committing suicide, and he was afraid he was going to prove it in the next 3 or 4 minutes. In setting up their operation, they had taken into account what would happen if a stormtrooper patrol happened to make a sweep of the Palar factory, and the 2 heavy blasters should have been more than enough to take care of the threat. The presence of so many stormtroopers meant they'd been sold out at least twice. Once so the Imperial operation could be planned, and again so the scouts they'd had outside the plant wouldn't warn them of the impending raid. Corrin said having Thine organize the lookouts was a big mistake. More blaster bolts scorched the air above him. If I don't do something fast, we're done. Wedge pushed up on the bottom of his comlink and gave it a twist, setting the device on a new frequency. This is Rogue Leader. Things are breaking up here. Track and recover on this signal. Come ready to shuck Stormies. I copy. Ayala crawled over to him and glanced at the comlink. Do I want to know? I don't like working without backup. He smiled, then ducked his head as a blaster bolt scorched the air. If we hang on, we may get out of this fine. You're the rebellion's hero, so I'll trust you. She gave him a confident smile. Thine sold us out, I'd bet. No takers. Another trio of bolts burned through the air above them. Can't wait here. Let's move. How? Wedge grinned. Call Shield. Get him to use that cannon to burn us a path through this maze. Consider it done. Ayala gave Shield the command, and the line of thick red bolts cut over and down. Memory cores exploded, casting fiery debris everywhere. The memory platters whirled through the air, hit and rolled throughout the warehouse. Smoke already coated the ceiling with a gray cotton cloud, but more rose to take it from benign to a darkly menacing thunderhead. As nearly as Wedge could determine later, Shield's firing on crates to clear a path for Ayala and him was interpreted by the computer technician as an attempt to destroy the memory cores in the back of the repulsor lift truck. Whoever was driving it started the engine and ran power into the repulsor lift coils. The truck rose from the warehouse floor and started forward gingerly. The aft end began to drift left, but that was clearly preparatory to swinging around the burning Hover Scout. Suddenly, the truck lurched forward. Its right front fender slammed into the edge of the loading dock access port. The truck spun around to the left and backed into the burning Hover Scout. It rode halfway up onto the military vehicle before the repulsor lift coils shorted, dropping the truck down to crush the Hover Scout. A titanic explosion shredded both vehicles and sprayed shrapnel throughout the loading dock area. The blast's shock wave sent crates flying and tossed Wedge around like a chadra fan wrestling with a rancor. He landed hard on a crate, shattering it and the memory core it had contained. At the same time, he felt something pop on his left side and got a sharp pain with each breath. Ribs. but at least I can still move. He grabbed Gavin's proffered hand and got to his feet. The two of them sprayed blaster fire into the black cloud choking the far end of the warehouse, but very little in return fire headed in their direction. The stormtroopers clearly had gotten the worst of the blast, being closest to it when the Hover Scout's magazine of concussion missiles had blown. Ayala, Pash, and Portha had taken up stations around the doorway, heading deeper into the factory complex. Beyond it, Nawara Ven and Shiel were wrestling with their heavy blaster cannon. Risati and Arissi were out in front with Ural close behind. He sported a blaster carbine. Wedge winced as he waved everyone on. Go, go! This place is crawling with imps. We were sold out, so now we have to get clear. Gavin's eyes grew wide. But you're hurt, sir. I can still move, Gavin, and that's what we have to do. Wedge shoved him on ahead. If we don't, we're all going to be hurt a lot more. 35. Waiting in the plant supervisor's office, Corrin had a bad feeling about how things were unfolding out in the warehouse. The supervisor's holopad had been wired into the warehouse surveillance holocams. Wedge, the technician, Pash, Gavin, and Portha all marched around on the desktop like pieces in a hologame. Though everything seemed to be going well for his team, he couldn't shake the feeling that they were somehow losing. Mirax sat behind the heavy steel desk and watched Wedge force the technician's choice of a new core with a big smile on her face. Oh, the smuggler you could have been, Wedge Antilles. He's got this guy thinking he's made a totally random choice when Wedge had a core picked out from the beginning for him to take. I'll take your word for it. Corrin paced back and forth behind her. The supervisor's office had two doors. The one at the front of the office led to a waiting room with a window that overlooked the warehouse. The other door, built into the office's back wall, led to a private stairwell and the private parking area below the warehouse floor. To avoid being spotted through the window, Mirax and Corrin had taken up a position in the office. Down below, in the parking area, Iniri and several other Black Suns waited with airspeeders to whisk the rogues away. Take it easy. We're almost home free. I'll believe it when we're away from here and Winter's people can test the code. He again dropped a hand to the heavy blaster he wore on his hip, just to check how it was seated in the holster. Then looked at the blaster carbine he held and made sure the safety switch was off. Wait, what's that? I don't know. Mirax leaned forward and poked at a sparkling light at the edge of the hologram. Someone's burning through the door. Corrin smelled smoke and knew he was too far from the loading dock to be getting it from there. Something else is burning, too close. He reached out with his right hand and roughly shoved Mirax from her chair. Get down! The wall between the waiting room and the office exploded inward. He saw it fragment, and fire poured through the cracks. The pieces of wall disintegrated, breaking into smaller and smaller bits until they were nothing but pebbles and dust. The fire blacked the aluminum studs, ripping them free from the floor and ceiling, then propelled them into the office, gnarling and twisting them as they flew. The force of the explosion lifted Corrin off his feet and blasted him into the office's rear wall. Wallstone sagged and buckled, studs bent, but the wall did not collapse. The door leading into the stairwell crumpled and tore free of the hinges, allowing a great deal of the explosive force to blow out through it. The desk slammed back against the wall and Corrin's legs fell across the top of it. His head and shoulders tipped down, his feet came up, and he crashed to the debris-strewn floor with blood streaming from his nose and an incessant ringing in his ears. Through the dust and smoke, he saw what appeared to be a quartet of stormtroopers dropping through a hole in the floor and standing on the ceiling. Dazed as he was, it took him a moment to realize his perspective came from his still being upside down. Slightly more surprising than that discovery was the far more welcome realization that he still held the blaster carbine in his left hand. He let his body sag to the right, then rolled forward onto his stomach. The world swam into focus a moment later. He slid his right hand forward and got it wrapped around the weapon's pistol grip. His left hand moved up to grasp the barrel, and he tightened down on the trigger. His first shots hit a stormtrooper in the knees and dropped him back into his fellows. Only one of them turned toward him. The other two looked out at the warehouse floor that was lit by back and forth fire from dozens of blasters. The stormtrooper who had made the correct guess brought his carbine up and over, but only managed to trace a line of fire across the wall above Corrin's head. Corrin walked his fire up the stormtrooper's midline, burning 3 holes, navel, heart, and throat, before a fourth knocked the man's helmet flying and dumped his body to the floor. The helmet bounced off the back of one of the other stormtroopers and clipped the helmet of the last one. Both men spun, their weapons coming around with deliberate and lethal intent. Corrin managed to rip off a burst that hit one of them in the thigh. Then his blaster carbine stopped firing. The man he'd hit spun around and went down to one knee, but still appeared to be full of fight. Corrin hit the power pack release button and reached down into his pants pocket for a replacement, but all he felt was tattered fabric and his own flesh. Next to him, the desk rose 2 centimeters off the floor, then tipped forward. It rolled awkwardly, half eclipsing him, and caught the full force of the last standing stormtrooper's fire. Corrin rolled to his right, trying to take advantage of the cover. As he did so, Mirax rose up on one knee and scythed blaster fire back and forth across the last 2 stormtroopers. Her shots took the standing man in the middle, doubling him over, and blew apart the helmet of the one Corrin had only wounded. Corrin saw her look down at him and saw her lips move, but he couldn't hear her past the ringing in his ears. He took a guess at what she was saying and forced a smile through the blood he could taste on his lips. "I'll live. They used concussion munitions, but the wall stopped us from being knocked out." He scrambled up on his hands and knees. "Let's get out of here." Mirax crawled over to the open doorway and slid down the door to the first landing. Corrin followed. Then the 2 of them ran down the remaining flights. Corrin kicked the door to the basement garage open. Mirax went through low, and he followed. What they found made her curse, and the only good thing about it was the fact that he heard her oath. Off to the right, heading out through the shadows, he saw 4 airspeeders going away. From the left, racing down a ramp and into the garage's dark interior, came 6 Imperial stormtroopers on Aerotech 74Y military speeder bikes. 5 peeled off their formation to go after the airspeeders, and 1 swung around toward them. "Mirax, go!" Corrin cast aside the useless carbine and drew his blaster pistol. She darted off toward the left and got behind one of the garage's massive pillars. She waved him toward her and made to come around and cover him, but a laser bolt from the speeder bike gouged a chunk of duracrete from near her head. He shook his head and ran toward the approaching speeder bike. He cut to the right, snapped off 2 shots, then ducked his left shoulder and rolled to the side as the speeder bike's laser bolts sizzled over his head. He came up into a crouch with only 20 meters separating him from the speeder bike. As his blaster came up, he saw the stormtrooper's right hand curl back, cranking the throttle. The bike roared forward, and Corrin knew the man intended to impale him on the spikes that jutted forward of the speeder bike's vector control surfaces. Corrin twisted to the right, willing his body to flow out around the sharp spearhead mounted on the front of the craft. The vector control surface shredded the left side of his jacket, passing just beneath Corrin's left arm. He tried to bring his blaster around to get a shot off at the stormtrooper, but all he managed to do before the stormtrooper's knee caught him in the hip and spun him to the ground was slam the weapon down hard on the driver's left hand. The blow to the man's hand jerked the vector control back, making the speeder bike's nose veer sharply upward. It struck sparks from the ceiling, and a moment later, the bike's tail joined in producing fireworks as it scraped along on the ground. The forward control surfaces buckled and curled in as the bike jammed them hard against the ceiling. The bike began to invert, spilling the rider, then bounced against the floor and ceiling before it stopped and hovered. The stormtrooper skidded along on his armored back, spinning around like a top. His legs finally smacked up against a pillar, stopping his spin. He shook his head and tried to climb to his feet, but Mirax stepped out from behind the pillar and dropped him with a kick to the head. "Now what, Corrin?" A muffled explosion from above shook the garage. Dust and peeling paint fell from the ceiling. Smoke and dust billowed out of the doorway from above. "I know we're not going back up there." She frowned. "Okay, one choice down. Care to pick another?" He shrugged, then saw blaster bolts darting through the garage. One of the airspeeders had turned off at the last moment and was racing back toward them, with a speeder bike in pursuit. The airspeeder's driver neatly wound the vehicle around and through a complex course, never giving the stormtrooper a clean shot. Even so, because of the speeder bike's shorter turning radius, it ate up the distance between them, making it only a matter of time before he drew close enough to cripple and kill the airspeeder. Corrin pointed toward the pursuit. "Fire at the speeder bike. Let the airspeeder know there's cover over here." "What are you going to do?" "Get luckier than I've been already, I hope." Corrin ran over to the hovering speeder bike, grabbed the control handles, and started pushing it toward one of the open rows between columns. He swung into the seat and chucked the weapon's control monitor. "It's good to go. Now I just need a target." He hit the thumb switch on the vector controller and sent a ruby laser bolt screaming out into the distance. Mirax laid down a solid pattern of fire that hemmed the speeder bike in, and the airspeeder driver took full advantage of it. She whipped the wheel to the right and shot straight down a road toward the end where Mirax and Corrin stood. The airspeeder passed in front of the hovering speeder bike, and the second it was clear, Corrin hit the firing switch. The speeder bike's laser cannon spat out a steady stream of scarlet energy bolts. He expected the pursuing stormtrooper to fly his speeder bike right through the hail of bolts, but the pilot cut sharply to the left and swung wide of Corrin's trap. Fortunately, that left him in the open for Mirax. Her burst of fire caught the man in the left flank and knocked him from the saddle. He hit hard, with his helmet splitting like the rind of an overripe maileroon. His body rolled along, almost coming upright again, when it collided with a pillar and fell back to the ground slowly. The airspeeder came to a stop between Corrin and Mirax. "Come on, get in." Corrin looked somewhat agog at the pilot. "Iniri? You came back for us?" "Stay if you like, Horn, or come with me." Mirax grabbed Corrin by the shoulder and dumped him into the rear seat, then hopped in beside Iniri. "I think he got hit in the head. Go." Lying in the back of the airspeeder, Corrin swiped a hand across his mouth, and it came away bloody. He tore a chunk of the lining out of his jacket and started mopping up the blood. "What happened back there?" "I don't know." Iniri brought the airspeeder out of the garage and immediately started it climbing. "We were below waiting the way we were supposed to. Then we heard a couple of small explosions and one big one from the office at the head of the stairs. There wasn't any percentage in staying around, so we took off." Her voice took on an edge. "I wasn't really coming back for you. The speeder bikes had an angle on exit, and I figured that being last in line, I'd be the first to die. I broke off and thought to run back to the way they came in. Then I noticed you were shooting at the bike on my tail. When you got him, the least I could do was pick you up." Mirax patted Iniri on the shoulder. Intentions don't count. What you do does. Corin sat up in the back seat. The only way Imperials could have gotten to the memory core factory and raided it when they did was if they had inside information about what was happening there and when it was going to take place. Without thinking too hard on the matter, he could identify 20 people who knew about the operation, and that number could have expanded exponentially if someone stupid started bragging. From those who might have sold the operation out, he immediately discarded any of the rogues, Mirax, Winter, and Ayala. All of them, save Winter, had actually been in the factory. Wedge said Winter was incorruptible. While it was not in Korn's nature to believe that about anyone, the fact that Pash, Kraken, and Ayala also vouched for her let him clear her. Mirax looked out through the windscreen. Where are we going? Zeka picked out a location for us to meet if things didn't go as planned. We'll link up there and then see who else has survived this debacle. As Iniri whisked them along a twisty, mind-boggling course through the city, ascending and descending through levels and around buildings, Korn continued considering suspects. In the back of his mind, he knew the exercise was futile because there was no way he could prove his suspicions. He also knew that the first person on his suspect list, Zeka Thine, would also be the last person on it. Korn knew Thine had betrayed them. He knew it in his heart, and he didn't really need proof for that conviction. His being placed in the position of lookout was perfect from the imp point of view. He protested that he wanted something more important, but Voru forced him to keep that job. Even though I thought letting him organize lookouts was a bad idea, I was relieved since I wouldn't have him with a gun in a place where my back might be turned. Heck, I was even glad he was disappointed with his assignment. Unfortunately, without proof, I'll have a hard time convincing others he's the Sith spawn who gave us up to the imps. Iniri swooped the airspeeder down and brought it in through a small, round portal on the shadowed mid-level of a building. A round plug of a door rolled in place after they entered. Lights came on in a hangar, revealing it to be empty except for a racked speeder bike off to the right. Iniri brought the airspeeder to a stop, letting it settle on the hangar floor. I guess we got here before the others. With her hands on top of the windscreen, Iniri pulled herself up out of the airspeeder. I hope they make it. I can vote for that. Korn clambered out of the back of the airspeeder and walked over to the speeder bike. He pressed a hand against the cold metal of its engine housing, then turned as the doorway into the interior of the building opened. You'll want to get away from the speeder bike. Zeka Thine emerged from the building with a blaster carbine leveled in Korn's direction. Get your hands up. I can see why you security types like saying that. Such a feeling of power. You too, Tarek. Iniri, take their blasters. Mirax frowned. What's going on here? Korn raised his hands to shoulder height as Iniri collected his gun. Patches sold us out. Iniri shook her head. Impossible. He hates the imps as much as you do. As much as any of us do. Korn jerked a thumb toward the speeder bike. The engine's cold. We got no warning because he wasn't there. Didn't want to take a chance the imps would shoot him up. I knew you'd figure it out. Just the same way I knew they wouldn't get you. Thine sneered at him. You and your father always were lucky. That's the only way you got me. Your old man was luckier than I was. It wasn't luck. My father was smarter than you were. He still is. He's dead. My point stands. Korn shrugged. What did you figure you'd tell Voru after everyone else got wiped out on the raid? Or did you figure it wouldn't matter? Mirax slowly nodded. He's got a plan to get away, Korn. He's going to sell you to his Imperial contact for safe passage and a new identity on a new world. Thine's smile broadened to hideous proportions. Close, very close, except in one detail. The carbine rose to shoulder height. Curtin Lure just wants a corpse. The whine of a single blaster shot filled the hangar, and the bolt tinted everything with the color of blood. Thine staggered, then slumped back against the wall. His legs collapsed, and his carbine clattered to the ground. With both hands, he tried to stem the steaming blood dribbling from his belly. Corin looked over at Iniri, his gaze drawn to her because of the blaster pistol falling from her hands, then ran over to Thine. Squatting down, he could tell from the way blood soaked the man's clothes that there wasn't anything he could do for him. Unless you have a Bacta tank in there, you're dead. Then I'm dead, just like your father. A wet cough racked Thine. You want to know if I had him killed, yes? Corin shook his head. No, I wouldn't believe whatever you told me, and it wouldn't bring him back. And since you really want to torture me with it, I won't give you the satisfaction of thinking I do want to know. Thine grimaced against the pain that contracted his muscles. Let me tell you this. Lure knows about you. He knew about you before he forced me to betray you. I sold you out this time, but someone else sold you out before me. Corin's jaw dropped open. Tycho. But Wedge said he'd died on No Quivzor, so I couldn't have seen him here. Someone else? Who? Thine forced a laugh. There. I will haunt you. No, you'll just be dead. And you'll die knowing you've warned me about an enemy I didn't know I had. Corin patted the man on the shoulder, pulling his hand back before Thine could bite weakly at it. You've just saved my life, Zekathine, and that's something we'll both remember until death takes us. Thine's head lolled to the left, and his body slackened. Corin stood and saw Mirax comforting Iniri. He started to open his mouth to say something, but Mirax caught his eye and shook her head to forestall his comment. He closed his mouth again, realizing that the question he would have asked, though simple, probably would not have a simple answer. Nor an answer I really have a chance of understanding. He didn't even know if he should thank Iniri for saving his life by shooting her lover. Corin admitted to himself that he'd not have thought she'd do that for all the stars in the galaxy. Her reaction toward him had been hostile from the moment they'd met on Kessel. Corin clearly remembered Iniri dispassionately handing Thine a blaster so Thine could kill him at the headquarters. Later, she had seemed to resent his helping her escape from the Imperials after her speeder bike had been shot down. Every clue she'd given him suggested that if Thine had been slow in shooting him, she'd have gladly done the job rather speedily. Iniri eased herself free of Mirax's embrace and sat back against the airspeeder's hull. The front end of the vehicle hid Thine's body from her view, though a thin rivulet of blood was meandering toward a drain in the center of the hangar floor. She hid her face in her hands, sobbed silently a bit, then wiped away her tears. When she looked over at him, despite the red rimming her eyes, she looked eerily like her sister, Lujane. You want to know why? Corin nodded. He'd heard enough preambles to confessions to know that she needed to talk more than he wanted to have her actions explained. If you want to tell me. Coming from Kessel, it marks you. No one respects you because they assume you're a criminal. When you tell them you aren't, they just assume you're a liar. Even the prisoners don't respect you. They all come from worlds that have more going for them than spice mines and a prison. If you're born there, you can never escape Kessel. Corin felt a tight knot forming in his stomach. When he'd first met Lujane Forge, He'd prejudged her because of where she had come from. Everything Iniri said was true, but her sister hadn't let that stop her. Lou Jane had confronted Corin with his bias and made him see what he was doing. That experience with Lou Jane had changed him. It had made him ready to look beyond where Iniri came from. But she'd prejudged and rejected him. Thine helped me escape Kessel. He respected me. He made others respect me. He made me respect me. Yet in all the time I was with him, I knew that he was not the sort of person I had been raised to respect. He was the antithesis of everything my parents had taught me was good and right in the galaxy. Mirax nodded, but he respected you and valued you in a way you never thought you'd find. Exactly. Iniri looked up at Corin. Every time you would show up, I'd be reminded of what I'd been raised to believe. I tried to keep you away, but in the middle of a light fight, you and Gavin run out and pull me out of the street. Thine didn't do that. He didn't turn around and come back for me. But I missed the signs even then. Today, he didn't warn me about what would happen at the factory. If you two hadn't been there in the garage, I would have died. And when we got here, his central concern was killing you, not the fact that I'd survived. I realized that Thine did respect me, but only for my usefulness to him. He thought he could trust me implicitly, which is rare among the members of the Black Sun. She shrugged. So, he saved me from Kessel, but you saved me from the imps and, through that, saved me from thinking I was worthless. That was worth more than Thine's respect, or his life. I guess that favor you said you owed my sister has been redeemed. That favor I owe your sister, that's one that will take a lifetime to pay off. What you did here, as far as I'm concerned, nulls the data card between us. We're even. Corin smiled, then shook his head. Of course, we're still on Coruscant. We're being hunted by Imperial stormtroopers, and Thine told me we have yet another traitor in our midst. Seems to me this is the perfect time to be settling up accounts and making sure all our affairs are truly in order. Mirax nodded. Never put off to tomorrow what you can do today. Iniri raised an eyebrow. Except perhaps dying? Good point. Corin headed toward the door into the building. Let's get cleaned up, and then we can go see if anyone else procrastinated their way past death. 36. If the Force is with us, Gavin thought as he ducked around a corner, it's definitely the dark side. Blaster bolts gnawed away at the wall, leaving the corner serrated and flaming. Looking to his right, he saw Ural and Nawara positioned inside a doorway, so he dove between them and rolled on past as they opened fire on the stormtroopers, chasing them down the corridor. Pursuit began almost immediately after they left the factory. They entered and moved through a number of buildings and thought they were in the clear when Portha shot a stormtrooper who challenged them. The stormtrooper went down, but apparently lived long enough to report their location to his headquarters. Stormtroopers began to converge on the area, giving the rogues few choices of where to run and even less time to consider them. Wedge had insisted on going up, but the building they'd picked to give them access to the bridges on higher levels was probably the worst choice they could have made. A transparasteel and ferrocrete monolith at the lower levels, it stood absolutely alone, with no attachments, walkways, or links to other buildings. Up on the 50th level, it branched out and gave them the access to other avenues of escape they desired. But getting to the 50th level proved to be the problem. Coming up into a crouch, Gavin looked around and his heart sank. As with several previous floors, this one was an open, square space centered on a lift and stairwell core. The floor-to-ceiling windows provided a lovely view of the shadowed levels of Coruscant, a view he found decidedly claustrophobic, especially with an Imperial troop transport grav truck floating up to their level. An armored side panel snapped down on the truck's boxy cargo pod. A stormtrooper framed himself in the opening and tossed something at the window. It stuck for a second, appearing to be a black amoebic blob. Then it exploded, spraying transparent steel fragments into the room. Gavin had already dived to the floor, but he still felt the sting of the shards on his left flank and face. "We've had it." "Stay down," Wedge shouted above the din. "Everyone stay down." Though he had no intention of making himself a target when trapped between two stormtrooper squads, he wondered if the commander had snapped. Staying down was tantamount to surrendering, which would make sense, except that the stormtroopers had never given any sign of being interested in taking prisoners. Looking to his left at the stormtroopers picking their way along the panel and entering through the broken window, Gavin didn't get the impression they were more inclined to shows of compassion than the other stormtroopers they'd fought so far. Then something odd happened. The grav truck tipped up at the front, spilling two stormtroopers from the walkway and tossing those in the back from their feet. A half-second later, the thing that had made the driver shy hit the front end of the grav truck and exploded. The concussion of the blast shattered more windows and obliterated the grav truck's cab. Beyond the floppy-limbed tumbling of broken stormtroopers, Gavin saw the grav truck begin to break apart and slip from sight. A sleek snub fighter shot up past their level, then came back around and flew directly toward the building. Though not as elegant as the next generation of starfighters, the black with gold trim Z-95 Headhunter came as a welcome sight to Gavin. Its blaster started blazing from each wingtip and sliced fire through the building's central core. Sparks shot from ruptured electrical conduits, and water gushed from shattered mains. Walls evaporated beneath the assault, and of the stormtroopers who had been following them, Gavin could see no trace. The headhunter pulled back as a long black repulsor lift vehicle rose into place. Wedge got up and ran toward the window, even before the gull-wing door to the vehicle's passenger compartment had fully opened. He waved the others forward, and Gavin followed, but kept an eye on the downed stormtroopers and the central core to protect against further trouble. "Gavin, go!" "After you, sir." Wedge laughed, then winced. "Go, it's an order." Gavin tossed his blaster carbine to Pash, then leapt into the vehicle and jammed himself between Arissi and the Trandoshan. Wedge followed, and the vehicle dropped away from the building. Wind whistled in through the closing doors, and it wasn't until silence again reigned that Gavin heard the driver's voice. Once he did, Gavin recognized it and found the shocked look on the other rogues' faces mirrored his own surprise. Wedge nodded toward the driver's compartment. "Yes, Emtray, I am hurt, but it's not serious." Gavin shook his head and poked a finger in his right ear to try to clear it. "How can Emtray be here?" Risati nodded. "And who's flying the headhunter, Commander?" "Tycho." Gavin's face froze as his emotions went from elation to suspicion and the despair of betrayal. "How? He was killed at Noquivzor." Wedge shook his head slowly. "No, he wasn't. The raid was real, but neither he nor Emtray was there. Whistler was logging reports for both of them to make it appear like they were there. Both of them were actually here." Ayala raised an eyebrow. "You brought them here? Why?" "There are two things I've learned in the rebellion. The first is that what any of us thinks is secret is really information that can be used to purchase other, more valuable information. If it were deemed expedient and useful for our presence on Coruscant to become common knowledge, say, to show a potential ally that we are taking steps to take the world, that ally would learn we were here. It would only be a matter of time before that information got into Imperial hands and we got into trouble. Nawara nodded. The fact that we were sold out today lends credence to this idea. And that brings me to my second point. The opposition can only plan to handle those things they know about. Tycho has been here as long as the rest of us have, and has been working for me. I wanted one Sabak card that wouldn't change value on me, and he was it. He'd been to Coruscant inside 2 years ago, knew how to get around, and, as we saw just now, has turned out to be very useful. Emtre's clamshell head swiveled around to the back. Captain Selchu indicates we have no pursuit and are clear to our hideaway. He also has a message for you. Link him through. Wedge, I'd save this, but it's time critical. Go ahead, we're all friends here. An urgent message came through for you while I was waiting. Tycho's voice grew somber. We've got 48 hours to bring Coruscant's shields down. 37. Curtin Lure bowed before Isan Isard. Rogue Squadron is a threat no more. Isard nodded as if she had only half heard him. They are not dead, however. Not for lack of trying. Lure smothered the frown that struggled to make itself manifest. Her order to him had been to prevent Rogue Squadron from doing whatever it was they had planned to do. Killing them was an option, and he certainly could have had a squadron of TIE bombers fly in and level the Palar factory. Had he done so, he had no doubt he would have been criticized for the overkill. Their escape is regrettable, but our forces have seized their weapon and equipment caches. They're helpless. Isard raised an eyebrow over her blue eye. I hardly think the evidence justifies that statement. Her stare sent a shiver down his spine, but Lure raised his head defiantly. I agree, Madam Director, that the appearance of a headhunter and a transport vehicle are disturbing, but extrapolating too much from that makes no sense. I think we will find the people who helped them escape were mercenaries or bounty hunters. If Rogue Squadron had on hand the resources necessary to effect that rescue, they would not have engineered a plan as weak as the one we disrupted. Weak? Isard began to pace through the open expanse of her office. I saw it as quite subtle. True. Analysis of some memory cores does indicate they contained programs that might have been able to insert security codes into the central computer that would have given the rebels system-wide programming access. That might have enabled them to bring our shields down. But for how long? Overrides and failsafes in the system could have had the shields back up within an hour. Provided, Agent Lure, that they only went for the shields. You seem to think their effort would be either one employing brute strength or one that is subtle and elegant. Isard shook her head. Perhaps their first stage was meant to be subtle, but the second would be singularly crippling and enable them to destroy the central computer itself. I do not discount that, Madam Director, but I do not think you believe what you are saying. He held up a hand to postpone the angry reply her molten stare promised. Bringing the central computer down would end all service on Imperial Center. All emergency services, all power, all water, all transportation. While that would be advantageous for them, the untold hardship it would visit upon the citizenry would work against them. Your plan to drain the rebellion of Bacta and money is predicated on their altruistic nature, which means you cannot believe they would be so crude. The heat in Isard's stare slackened. Then she nodded, once, and began to smile. You surprise me, Agent Lure, with your insight. I had missed it before because of your inability to think through other things. Lure cringed inwardly. I beg your pardon, Madam Director. Did you think you could run Zeka Thine as your own operative without my becoming aware of it? That was not my intention, Madam Director. He was but a minor player, and I thought not to bother you with insignificant details. You lie. He was useful in supplying you information, but you primarily wanted him to kill Corin Horn. The tall woman tapped a finger against her sharp chin. It is just as well Thine failed, for I think I would like to meet this Corin Horn. It would be interesting to see why you fear him so. I fear him because he can be relentless. He hates me because I freed the bounty hunter who murdered his father. Though not a crime, it is something for which he will not forgive me. Were he disposed toward murder, I would already be dead. Now that he has joined the rebellion, killing me would not be murder. Lure narrowed his eyes. Playing with Corin Horn is playing with fire. I am Iceheart. I do not burn. Yes, Madam Director. Isard watched him for a moment, then nodded slowly. I find myself in a curious position regarding you, Agent Lure. A project under your direction, the Krytos Project, has not succeeded according to my specifications. You have also, it appears, grown something of a spine, and I am inclined to crush you down for having done so. Fear clawed his heart, but, and this surprised him, it found no real purchase there. It struck him that fear had been the motivating force for his life, and the tool he used most often in dealing with others. He had first entered Imperial service out of fear of disappointing his parents. Fear of failure kept him pressing forward. Fear of embarrassment made him try to destroy Corin Horn, and fear for his own life had marked his actions since Horn left Corsac. He realized he'd lived in fear so long that he had become accustomed to it. As if it were an addictive drug, he required more and greater amounts to affect him. For the past 2 years, he had operated at a high level of fear, at first because of Horn, and then later because of Isard. Every threat Isard had thrown at him involved his termination for failure, and impending failure had seemed a constant companion for him. The pressure had not crushed him, and having lived through it, he was stronger for it. Isard nodded slowly. Very soon this world will become a festering pit of sick and dying aliens. I expect an inordinate number of rebels will be here soon as well. Them, or Warlord Zinj's people. For these and other reasons, I will remove myself to my Lusankia facility. I have there the seeds of the rebellion's complete destruction, and they require cultivation. Imperial Center, on the other hand, needs slashing and burning. While I am content to let someone else take this world, I do not want their time on it to be easy. I do not want them to become complacent. I have determined, then, to leave behind a veritable web of special intelligence operative commando and terrorist cells. I had not yet decided upon who I would sit as a spider in the center of that web, but it occurs to me that you would serve very well in that capacity. This spirit, this spine, it speaks well about your ability to act independently in my behalf. Part of him, the cold, calculating, and fearful part of him, screamed for the offer to be rejected. If Isard was correct, and the rebellion would soon possess the planet, there was no reason he should stay behind. It would be better to go with Isar to Lusancia and face death at her hands every day than it was to remain on Coruscant to live a life in the shadows. Another part of him correctly assessed the position. He would almost constantly be in danger. There would be no sanctuary, no safe haven. Even so, he would be the master of his fate. His decisions would determine whether he lived or died. That very prospect terrified him, and yet, at the same time, it exhilarated him. Horn had left the sheltered life Corsac offered, and he had thrived. This was Lure's chance to see if he, too, could stand on his own. He pulled himself up to his full height. You will make me, in effect, the Grand Moff of Imperial Center. You will be the leader of the Palpatine counterinsurgency front. You will annoy the rebels on Imperial Center as they have annoyed us throughout the galaxy. If you are successful, we will let the word of your movement spread throughout the galaxy. We want them focused on you so that they will not be able to look too far ahead. Hobbling them by giving them this planet, then blinding them by making them focus on you means they will not see the snares I lay for them. She smiled coldly. They stand united now, but that is because they have a common enemy. The Krytos virus, the scramble for power here, and your PCF will help fracture this rebel alliance into its constituent parts. Once that happens, once they allow themselves to be divided, sweeping them away will be nothing. Lure rubbed a hand over his chin. If I succeed, what will my reward be? If you succeed, you will do so because you will have mastered skills few people today possess. Isard's smile broadened, and even though he found the prospect of her being happy frightening, her amusement gratified him somehow. In that case, Curtin Lure, you will be in a position to tell me what your reward shall be, and to wrest it from me if I am foolish enough to deny it to you. Which means you will have to destroy me somewhere along the line. But that is not unexpected. Lure nodded. I understand your offer and all it entails. And I accept it. Excellent. I have already sent 2 Star Destroyers and several of the ground-based TIE wings off to prepare the way for what will be a mass exodus when the opposition arrives. I will disappear then. Isard pressed her hands together. To you I give the responsibility for Imperial Center, the heart of the Empire. Ward your charge well, and the glory that was Palpatine's empire will once again shine forth to illuminate the galaxy. 38. The location Tycho had found to serve as a hideaway surprised Wedge, because it seemed quite unusual for Coruscant. Though he did not believe the room actually was beneath the surface of Coruscant itself, it had the sort of feel that made Wedge think of it as subterranean. The ceiling climbed up into a vault that had been finished to look as if it was part of a cavern, complete with stalactites hanging down. However, rust stains and limescale added details that reminded him where he really was. So did the moist trash midden in the heart of the room. It consisted largely of things slowly disintegrating to mush, but a few brightly colored plastic things spotted the corroded orange pile like mold. Nothing looked very useful, and it all smelled rather bad, a fact that had Shiel feeling rather out of sorts. The moisture in the midden contributed to the room's microclimate, evaporating and then condensing on the ceiling to drip back down again. Gavin seemed to be the only person who didn't mind being dripped upon. On Tatooine, I never even saw rain, much less got rained on. For the others, the dripping water seemed to make their moods more foul, and none became quite as foul as Corrin's did when he saw Tycho. Wedge had spotted Corrin's anger rising up through his surprise. He pulled the younger man aside and away from the others. "Do you want me to apologize for deceiving you, Corrin?" Corrin's green eyes flared. "You're my commanding officer. You don't need to explain yourself to me, sir." The hurt in his voice was unmistakable, but so was the implacability in his eyes. "I'm glad to see Captain Selchu was not killed at Noquivzor. Corrin, I chose to keep Tycho's presence here a secret, to safeguard him and to give us a weapon the other side knew nothing about. Wedge, I saw him talking with Curtin Lure at the headquarters. Tycho said he was there, meeting with a Duros gunrunner named Lai Nutka. He didn't see you, but he wasn't meeting any imp agent, that's for certain. Had he seen you and the trouble you were in, he would have helped. I bet." Wedge grabbed Corrin by the shoulders. "Look, he had instructions to contact you if something happened to me. You were going to be told, but only when it was necessary. It wasn't necessary until now." Corrin's head came up. "When Zekka Thine was dying, he said Curtin Lure knew we were on Coruscant before he pressed Thine into his service. There's a lying snake among us, and you believe what he said? Shouldn't I? Should you?" Wedge's brown eyes narrowed. "Why do you think Thine said that to you?" Corrin hesitated. "He wanted to hurt me, sure, but that doesn't mean he was lying." "No, but it also doesn't mean he was telling the truth either. He reported what Lure told him." Wedge frowned. "We've not seen Errol Nunb since the warehouse. It is entirely possible she was interrogated before Lure confronted Thine. Lure bluffed, and Thine believed him." Corrin slowly shook his head. "I worked with Lure for years, and the one thing I never saw him do was bluff. The man's got a memory retention rate that rivals Winter's. Instead of letting a suspect guess at what he did or didn't know, Lure just started reeling facts off. He'd overwhelm a suspect with detail, proving how smart he was, so it would seem obvious to the suspect that sooner rather than later the truth would be found out. No. If Lure told Thine he knew we were here, he did. And remember, at the point she was taken, Errol didn't know anyone outside her group was here." He has a point there, but he's still inferring a great deal from a dying man's last statement. "You think Tycho is the Imperial agent? You know his history. What do you think?" "I do know his history, but the whole of it." Wedge pointed over to where Tycho and Winter sat in close conversation. "I've watched him go through countless missions against the enemy. He has a facility for being in the right place at the right time. A bonus for a spy. Or for a hero. He's saved my life, and he saved yours, as I recall, on numerous occasions for the both of us. I trust him absolutely. If there is a spy, and I don't find a spiteful tale told by Zekka Thine very reliable, I'd sooner believe it was any one of us than I would believe it is Tycho. More importantly, though, I need Tycho and everyone else if we're going to bring the shields down tomorrow night." Corrin folded his arms across his chest. "So you're telling me to leave it alone even though his presence might jeopardize whatever we do?" Wedge opened his hands. "Look, Corrin, I respect your instincts. I really do. But I've been down here for 15 hours more than you have. Our other caches have been hit by imps. This is the only safe place for us. If Tycho had betrayed us, this place would have been hit, too. And yes, The imps could be holding off for some other reason, but I can't think of one aside from their not knowing where we are. That may not seem like much to you, but it's enough for me to hope we have a shot at accomplishing our mission here." The younger man frowned heavily. "It isn't much, but right now it's more solid than anything I have. I'll try to keep an open mind here, but if the least little thing gets screwed up, I'm going to find out who did what, and there will be hell to pay. I'll back you all the way." I guess that's as good as it gets, given the circumstances. Wedge brushed a droplet of water off his shoulder. That's not saying much here. He led Corn over to an area with a table and chairs set up under an overhang. "If I could have everyone over here, we need to figure out what we're going to be doing. Any and all suggestions are welcome." The others gathered around the table. Aside from the members of Rogue Squadron, the group included Ayala, Winter, Mirax, Iniri, Portha, and Asir. The Trandoshan and Sheel both remained on cots and did not join the meeting. Wedge could see both were sleeping, albeit fitfully in Sheel's case, so he decided not to waken them. Better they rest now and are able to fight later. Wedge leaned forward on the table. "Our basic problem is the same as it's always been. The shields on this rock have to come down. We took one shot at getting a computer override established, but that didn't work. What do we do now?" Winter raised a hand. "Things are not exactly the same as they have always been. The loss of the memory cores means the central computer has begun to delegate jobs to the subsidiary systems to conserve memory media. The disks they're using now are in sad shape. A lot more errors are creeping into things. They've got a construction droid building a new manufacturing plant as an adjunct to the computer center to bring the memory core manufacture under Imperial control, but it won't be able to turn out product for another 2 days. Wedge shivered. He'd seen construction droids work before and found their efficiency as impressive as he did their potential for destruction. Vast, huge machines, they combined the whole of the manufacturing cycle in one highly mobile package. The front end used lasers and other tools to dissect a structure. Little ancillary droids, some as big as a grav truck, sorted through the debris and fed the appropriate bits of material into the constructor's gullet. There, metal was resmelted, stone ground down to dust and reconstituted, then extruded into girders, blocks, sheets, and trim. The aft end of the construction droid then took the building blocks and, in accord with pre-programmed plans, created a new structure where the old one had been. Specialized subsidiary construction droids equipped with repulsor lift coils built the walkways that linked structures and worked on the delicate upper reaches of the highest towers on Coruscant. It's hard to believe that a factory can be built and running in 3 days, but that's progress. Asir growled. "I hope they evicted the tenants of the building they destroyed to make the factory. They keep forgetting to do that when they have one of those monsters take a slice out of Invisec." Corrin frowned. "If I remember correctly, the subsidiary computer facilities are not as well guarded as the central computer. This makes them vulnerable to an attack, right?" "True, but using one of the computers to bring down the shields means we're only going to get a small portion of the shields down." Wedge shook his head. "This forces us to concentrate our assault teams in one place and allows the Empire to do the same with their defenses. This world is too well defended for the Alliance to take it by storm." Gavin shot from his chair and clapped his hands together. "That's it. We take the world by storm." Only the dripping sound of water violated the silence that greeted Gavin's remark. Everyone stared at him, and Gavin blushed. Wedge nodded slowly. "What are you talking about, Gavin?" I'm talking about the storms we've seen here before. A cloud comes up and a lightning storm hits. Corin shook his head. Conjuring a storm up isn't that easy, Gavin. No, Corin, it is. Gavin raked his fingers back through wet hair. My uncle on Tatooine is a food magnate who has a virtual monopoly on water rights and moisture farms. He wants all the water he can get. Hundreds of people have come to him with schemes to bring rain to Tatooine, and probably 10 times that number have come up with schemes they intend to use to break Uncle Huff's control of the water market. Most he ignores, but occasionally he pays someone off. One of the guys he paid off was someone who had a plan to seed the atmosphere with chemical crystals around which water would condense. The water would form clouds, and the clouds would produce rain. Wedge straightened up. Doesn't that presuppose there is sufficient water vapor already in the air? Aside from this place, Coruscant seems rather lacking in humidity. And when there is some, a storm forms almost instantly. Pash nodded at Ayala. We saw one of those fast-forming storms when we were at the museum. Corin smiled. Perhaps we could get everyone in the Black Sun and Alien Combine to put a pot on to boil at the same time. Everyone laughed except for Winter. Boiling is a good idea, but we need a lot of water set to boil all at one time. That requires lots of water and lots of heat. Corin opened his hands. So, where do we get that much water? Winter chewed on her lower lip for a second. Water gets melted at the polar glaciers, then pumped through long aqueducts to pumping stations and deep reservoirs throughout the equatorial areas of the city. There's plenty of water in any one of the reservoirs. But how do we vaporize it? Wedge scratched at the back of his head. Thermal detonators are too inefficient, and repeated strafing runs to use lasers on it would take too long. We need a lot of heat, but we need it delivered all at once. I've got it. Asir smiled proudly. We use one of the orbital mirrors. They're designed to concentrate sunlight and deliver it to the planet to warm up the colder regions. We direct one of them to focus on a reservoir, and it'll vaporize the duracrete, transparasteel, and water in short order. The problem there, Asir, is getting up to the mirror. Corin shook his head. We'd have to get through the shields we want to bring down first, and that's not going to be easy. Then we have to take the mirror. By the time we finish assaulting it, the Golan Space Defense Stations would shoot it down, or a TIE starfighter wing would come up and destroy it. Ayala looked over at Winter. Are the mirrors crew-controlled or ground-controlled? Ground-controlled. Mirror duty is considered punishment. The crews that maintain the facilities go out to repair damage from strikes by debris, but that's about it. Wedge's eyes narrowed. Presumably, you're suggesting we take control of a ground station and redirect one of the orbital mirrors to vaporize a reservoir. That water vapor will condense into a monster storm that will strike with lightning all over the place, taking down the power grid. As the computers try to match power to demand, we should get a complete power grid collapse. Ayala smiled. You got a better idea? Unfortunately, no. Wedge frowned. The weak link here, as I see it, is taking the control station. The orbital mirrors are controlled by the subsidiary computer centers. Winter glanced at her datapad. The nearest should be SCC number 4, just south of the Imperial Palace. Do we have enough people to assault it and get us in fast enough that we can do what needs to be done without interference? Wedge looked around the table and saw frowns or blank expressions, except on one face. Lieutenant Horn, you have an idea? Yeah. We evict folks from that center. What? Corin leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table. There's a construction droid building a factory within a laser shot from that center, right? We get a crew in to take control of the factory and have it go rogue. It heads straight for the computer center. I don't think anyone is going to remain on station while a Death Star's little brother comes toward him gobbling up cityscape. It stops short of destroying the center, but our crew should be able to get in and get working on the orbital mirror. Moreover, we can have the construction droid spitting out a new central computer facility with some of our own code sliced into it. If we take the planet, we'll be up and running even if the imps blow the old center. And if the imps manage to stop the construction droid before it hits the abandoned computer center, they'll think they've muted our attack and thwarted us. Wedge nodded. I see it. Emtre, do you know how to run a construction droid? The droid's head came up. I have had some experience with smaller manufacturing systems, sir, so I believe I can determine what we need to do. Murex raised a hand. I've used one of the small ones to fabricate some storage areas for my father. Count me in on that crew. Right. Wedge felt a twinge of pain in his ribs. With broken ribs, I'm not flight ready. So I'll go on that one, too. Ayala? I'm with you. Good. Wedge rubbed his hands together. Winter, you're the best slicer we've got here, so you've got to be going into the center. Tycho, Gavin, and Ural, you'll round out that crew. Corin looked up at Wedge. What about the rest of us? You're flying cover. Commander, I don't think you're going to fit the rest of us in the cockpit of a headhunter. True, which is why Tycho has procured 6 of them. Wedge smiled broadly. Corin, you'll fly with Arissi on your wing. Risati and Pash will fly together, and... He looked over at Shiel. Nawara, you might have to fly alone. Asir raised her hand. Commander Antilles, I'm combat qualified in a headhunter. Excuse me? The Bothan looked down sheepishly. You know me as Asir Salar, but what you don't know is that I'm a graduate of the Bothan Martial Academy. I graduated a year behind Peshk Vrisic. He was good enough to join Rogue Squadron last year, and I was his equal when we were trained. It's been a while since I've flown, but I can handle the fighter. Wedge raised an eyebrow. What would a member of the Bothan military be doing here on Coruscant? I'd rather not say, sir. I can understand that. Wedge nodded slowly. Well, then, you've got number 6 with Nawara in 5. The Twi'lek shook his head, and Wedge noticed his normally ash-colored flesh had taken on a creamy tone that, in some places, seemed translucent. I think I'm coming down 6, sir. I'm not certain I'm flight-capable. The reel I've taken is helping a bit, but I'm still not feeling well enough to fly. I'm not formally qualified to fly, but I've done a lot of simming. Iniri bit her lower lip. Lujane used to train against me. She was better than I was and beat me regularly, but not all the time. Corin smiled. I've seen her pilot a speeder bike and an air speeder. She does well in the tight confines of these urban canyons. Wedge was tempted to take her up on her offer, but he held back. I believe what you've told me, Iniri, but I can't take responsibility for your first starfighter combat taking place on Coruscant. What I'd rather have you do is deliver Winter and the others to the computer center. That will take some fancy airspeeder flying because we'll be grinding a lot of stuff up in the area. Commander, Arissi began, if we have Asir or Iniri bring in some more people for the ground teams, we could free up Gavin, Captain Selchu, or Ural and give us 6 pilots. No, we're not bringing anyone else in. Wedge leaned forward again on the table. Corin has brought to my attention the potential for betrayal. Zekathan informed the Imperials of our plans for the factory. We're going to need all the time we have remaining to double and triple check our plans and equipment. Then we're going. No one here is going to communicate with anyone outside. just to make sure the imps have no inkling of what we're going to do. This effort must succeed." Gavin slowly shook his head. 14 against the world. Those are long odds. Lieutenant Darklighter, I'm a Corellian. I have no use for odds. Wedge smiled broadly, putting as much confidence as he could into it. No doubt the imps have a sizable house edge here, but now the war has come to Coruscant, which means they're playing our game, and that makes everything even all over again. 39. Cornhorn tightened the straps on his life support controller, adjusting the boxy device as he went to get it centered on his chest. He much preferred having the controller built into his command chair as it was on his Corsac X-Wing, but the Z-95 was more primitive than that, so he had to wear it. He punched a button, putting the device through a self-check, then got a tone indicating everything was in good working order. Mirax smiled broadly as she came walking over and succeeded in forestalling the dread her black Imperial uniform sparked in him. "We're getting ready to head out. Are you okay?" Corin nodded. "Yeah. We've gone over all the headhunters from nose to stern, and they check out." "So I gather. I recall seeing you and Arisi in close conversation." Corin felt hot color rise in his cheeks. "That was a prelude to a group discussion. We ended up adjusting the sensor packages and zeroing the blasters at 150 meters. We figured that dogfights would be close, and shots of over 150 meters in the canyons here are going to be rare. Take care of yourself out there. Hey, my job is to make sure to keep ties and others off you." Corin reached out and tapped the tip of her nose with his finger. "Look, it will be crazy out there. In all likelihood, Rogue Squadron will get a few more heroes inducted into its Hall of the Dead." Mirax gave him a smirk. "Corin, if this is one of those 'tomorrow we might die, so we should be together tonight' speeches, your timing is lousy, since tomorrow is now, and last night ended when this morning started." "I know." Corin laughed at the nervousness he felt. "I guess what I'm trying to say is this. Before Coruscant, I found you interesting and attractive. Since we've been here, I've gotten to know more about you, to see how you react under pressure and how effortlessly you seem to get along with others. I admire the qualities that I've seen in you, and, well, if we both come out of this, I'd like the opportunity to get to know you even better." "Corin Horn, are you asking me out?" Mirax's dark eyes sparkled. "Or was there some pool that you lost?" "If there'd been a pool, I'd have bought up all the tickets." He sighed. "Mirax, we've got enough things going against us, like our respective backgrounds, that the chances of things working out are bad. But we're Corellians, so what use have we for odds?" She pressed a finger to his lips, then leaned forward and kissed him. "And just to let you know, you're not the only one who's been impressed here, so you're on. You're asking me to the biggest and best victory celebration the New Republic throws on this rock." Mirax tapped a finger against the box on his chest. "Life support gear optional. I'll be there." He kissed her in return, then looked up and saw Wedge heading over to the black airspeeder M-Tray was to use to get them to the construction droid. "You'd better get going. The Force be with you." "And with you." Corin smiled as she ran off. He felt particularly lucky, and hoped that sensation would continue throughout the mission. Then he turned and found himself face to face with Tycho Selchu. "Captain, I'm glad you'll be flying the black and gold headhunter. I think it's the best of the lot, which is why I used it the other day. I just checked it out. Everything looks fine, and I know I can trust you to bring it back in one piece." "I'll do my best, sir." Corin refused to look him in the eye. "If you will excuse me, sir." No, wait a minute. Tycho shifted to the right to block his path. I want you to know you're wrong about me. I didn't meet Curtin Lure the night you saw me. I'm not working for the imps. Corn exhaled slowly. Captain, Wedge has asked me to let it go, and so I will. For now. But there are too many odd things here to make me leave it alone forever. Such as your being here when Alliance intelligence thinks you're buried in rubble on Noquivzor. Such as my seeing you here with an agent of Imperial intelligence. Such as your vacation at Lusankia. Muscles bunched at the corners of Korn's jaw. Such as Bror Jace being ambushed and killed by Imperials after you obtained permission for him to travel and plotted his course for him. Tycho's face slackened slightly. But that's all circumstantial. Nothing is proven. Nothing's proven yet. Korn looked him square in the face. The fact that there's no solid evidence against you just means you're real good. The other man's blue eyes sharpened. Or, Lieutenant Horn, it means I've left no evidence because I'm completely innocent. I guess we'll see about that, Captain Selchu. Korn rested his fists on his hips. When I return, I'm going to make ferreting out the spy in our midst a hobby. I'm good at that sort of thing. Very good. Tycho opened his hands. And you're honest. So I know I have nothing to fear. His calm reply surprised Korn. There was an utter defenselessness about it he'd never encountered before. He wasn't certain how to take that remark. So he shunted it aside. Well, Captain, if you do have anything to fear, I'll find it. Fly well, Korn. Tycho gave Korn a nod, then walked off. Beyond him, Korn saw Pash Kraken looking in his direction, but he turned away quickly and rubbed at an invisible spot on his red and green headhunter's cockpit canopy. Korn walked past him toward his own fighter. Arissi glanced up from where her blue headhunter with red trim sat, then walked over on an intercept course. Korn forced a smile on his face. Set to go, Arissi? Yes. I still wish we were flying together. I'd be happy to have you on my wing. With Assirs joining the flight, Wedge had adjusted assignments so Pash flew with the Bothan and Arissi joined Risati. That left Korn alone, but he'd been alone before in combat zones, and both he and Wedge knew anyone other than Pash Kraken would have a hard time keeping up with him anyway. With me flying solo, we can lull the imps into a false sense of security. The last thing they'll feel is regret. Arissi smiled easily at him. Are you feeling well? You're not coming down sick like Nawara and Shiel, are you? Korn shook his head. No, I'll be fine. I just had a confrontation with Tycho. The Empire owns him. I can feel it. I told him that when I got back, I'd dig up all the clues concerning the spy in our midst and prove he was involved in getting Bror Jace ambushed and jeopardizing our mission here. I can see how that might have you out of sorts. She reached out and stroked his arm. If there's anything I can do to help you, let me know. Thanks, Arissi. I appreciate it. He winked at her, then stepped back and let a loud whistle echo through the cavern. Let's go, rogues. It's time to get moving. Our people will be in position inside 15 minutes, which means our prey will show up shortly thereafter. Shoot straight and fly fast. 40. The datapad's stuttered trilling attracted Curtin Lure's attention. He walked over where he had been inventorying weapons to be distributed to his command and tapped a button on the datapad. The nature of the sound had told him the message was urgent and of a high priority as well. The message the datapad displayed lived up to its billing. So, an interdictor cruiser has been spotted at the fringe of our system. Those ships are too big and too valuable to use as scouts. Either it is meant to decoy some of our forces out away from this planet, or it is the vanguard of an invasion fleet. He knew, without a doubt, the latter case was the truth, but that prospect did not fill him with the dread it might have 6 months earlier. His reason for existing now required a rebel invasion and conquest of Coruscant. Our shields aren't down, so they must mean to make a fight of it, or... Lure hit some more buttons and checked to see if any warnings had come in from the Rogue Squadron spy. He saw nothing, but curiosity and caution caused him to delve a bit deeper. Using a security override program, he discovered all messages from the agent inside Rogue Squadron had been reclassified to ISARD eyes only. She had engineered it so all those messages were routed to her first so she could decide their disposition. Lure knew if he challenged her on it, she would say it was done so he would not be distracted during his preparations. At another stage in his life, he would have wasted valuable time and energy trying to work a way around ISARD's action. But no more. What the spy had to say was no longer important to the conduct of his mission. ISARD wanted Coruscant to fall into the hands of the rebellion, so it would. Since he already knew who the spy was, re-establishing contact at a later date would not be particularly difficult, should the need arise. Best if I assume that the rogues are up to something. Fine. I wish them all the force-inspired success they desire. Once they win, once they drop their guard, then we will hit them, and hit them hard. He laughed aloud and returned to his work. Not much longer from now, the rebels will have what they most desire. And shortly thereafter, they will learn they don't really want it at all. The black airspeeder raced through the night-dim streets on a course that brought it parallel to the construction droid's path. Then Emtray cut the wheel left and pulled back. The airspeeder climbed rapidly. Then the nose eased down and Emtray steered in toward the flat landing surface built behind the droid's control center. I will have us down in 15 seconds, sir. Wedge fitted the mask over the right side of his head. He spoke the command that inflated the air bladders that clamped the helmet in place. How do I look? He croaked. Very imperial, Colonel Roat. Ayala gave him a nod. Mirax looked less comfortable with his disguise. You look very cyborg. Good. That lessens my chance of being recognized. Wedge rode out the slight bump as Emtray put the vehicle down on the construction droid. A faint hum filled the air, but it grew to a hideous din when the airspeeder's gull-wing doors opened. Wedge got out of the speeder first, then helped both Mirax and Ayala disembark. A man wearing a red helmet and an orange jumpsuit waved both hands at them as he came running over. You can't be here. Get going, or I call for stormtroopers. Wedge leaned forward and frowned, tapping the metal over his right ear. I cannot hear you. I said, too much noise. The workman frowned, then bid all of them to follow him with a curt wave. He led them into a small foyer just outside the command center. The door closed behind them, cutting the noise almost to nothing. You can't be here. I am Colonel Antar Roat, and these are my aides. I have come for a safety inspection. I don't know anything about that. Mirax gave the man a withering stare. Of course not, idiot. If you did, this inspection wouldn't be a surprise, would it? Ayala held a hand out. Your identification and work permits, please. Wait. The man went for the identification cards and held them out. I should check with... Ayala snatched the data cards from him. Compounding the possible charges against you? Is there a conspiracy between you and your cohorts? How much do they pay you for your part in the smuggling operation? Ayala paced around him like a Thavaxan marauder stalking prey. What smuggling? The man's hands came up as he turned to face her. I don't know, no. Wedge's boxy right hand crashed onto the back of the man's head, dropping him to the ground. Ayala immediately turned to the interior door, while Mirax let M-Tray into the foyer. The droid held blaster carbines for each of the others and passed them out carefully. Ayala checked hers, then passed the downed man's identification card through the coded slot. The door buzzed. Ayala jerked it open, and Wedge and Mirax hurried through it, brandishing their weapons at the trio of men lounging at a hologame table. Beyond them, filling the walls of the rectangular command center, monitors, gauges, dials, and lights displayed an unending amount of information about every phase of the construction droid's operation. The multicolored lights tended mostly to be green, which underscored the sick pallor of the men's flesh tones. Lie down on the floor and no one gets hurt. Mirax pointed her carbine at the men and smiled. I ask once. After that, I have the droid pitch your bodies off the front, and you'll end up as compost in some Ithorian's indoor garden. Understand? That's it. Hug that deck, and you won't have to be enlightened. Ayala held the door open as Wedge went back through and dragged the unconscious man into the cockpit. The other three looked shocked to see him down, but his snores reassured them somewhat as to their own fate. Ayala used some synthetic binders to fasten their hands behind their backs and link their legs together. They can be tightened, gentlemen, so rest easy and there will be no need to make you more uncomfortable. While Ayala took over covering the men, Wedge removed his mask and joined Mirax at the command console. Can you drive this thing? Mirax tipped her head to one side, then the other, hesitated, then nodded. It's a bit more complex than the one I've used before, but I think M-Tray can help me through this. M-Tray, bring this monster around on a new heading for our target. Yes, Mistress Terek. There, new course is set. The main view screen showed a nighttime landscape of lights and shadows begin to scroll across as the construction droid executed a 90-degree turn toward the south. In the distance, between two stocky office towers, Wedge made out the squat form of Subsidiary Computer Center number 4. Right on target. Good. Mirax looked up and hit a glowing red button. The light started flashing red. What's that? All government buildings are required to have evacuation alarms in case of a catastrophe. Wedge smiled. Like a construction droid bearing down on it? It's easy to see how you got that squadron command, Wedge. Mirax poked him playfully in the stomach with an elbow. The alarms are going off in every building for 10 kilometers along our line of advance. The same evacuation alarms are required in residential areas with a relatively high assessed value. Not so in places like Invisec. M-Tray turned from his position. Sir, I have inserted the auxiliary code into the blueprints here. Our computer center is begun. The buildings in their path immediately came alive with lights moving at a variety of speeds. Wedge scanned the console and punched a button, shifting the image over from visible light to infrared. He saw traces from all manner of speeders heading out and away. A solid mass of gold tinged with red at the top and bottom surged across the bridges connecting the doomed towers with safer buildings. The console's comm unit came alive. This is the Ministry of Planning and Zoning. Construction droid 469, do you have a problem? We're showing a deviation of your course. Wedge hit the reply button. No problem here. We just have new plans. With Coruscant being under new management, we wanted to get things started early to ease the transition. What are you talking about? Who is this? Rogue Squadron contracting. X-Wings are faster, but they don't build things as nicely as this does. And Tilly's out. He hit the comm, terminating the conversation. There. Think that will make us a target? Ayala laughed. If it doesn't, that's just one more example of why the Empire is too stupid to survive. Captain Ula Aylor of the New Republic interdictor cruiser Carusa Rainbow glanced at the chronographic display built into the arm of her command chair, then up at the holographic representation of Coruscant hovering in the middle of the bridge. The display indicated there were only 20 standard minutes left before the rebel fleet would be within range for her to pull them from hyperspace. If she did not, they would continue on into the system and arrive around Coruscant to do battle for the jewel of the Empire. The hologram of Coruscant, which was based on Imperial traffic control data broadcast to the system, showed the world as a translucent sphere studded with a rainbow of lights. Superimposed over that were two spheres made up of hexagonal tiles. As long as those spheres were there, indicating the presence of shields around Coruscant, Captain Aylor was under orders to power up her ship's gravity well projectors and pull the fleet from hyperspace prematurely. The situation was desperate enough that Admiral Akbar had even said a partial shield failure would be sufficient to let the fleet continue on in, provided Captain Aylor felt the shield outage was significant. The decision she had to make was even more difficult than the choice to defect with her ship and crew to the rebellion. While Akbar had been clear in his instructions to her, she knew the conquest of Coruscant would significantly cripple the Empire and correspondingly enrich the New Republic. That she had been placed in such a position of trust and power showed her how different the Republic was from the Empire, and because of that difference, she didn't want to make the wrong decision. Lieutenant Jamidi, her Mon Calamari first officer, held a data pad out for her inspection. Projector crews have run full system diagnostics on their equipment, and we are ready to power up when you give the word. She glanced at the times appended to each diagnostics run. The crew is slow. We can't have that. The Mon Calamari opened its mouth in a smile. Few believe we'll be activating the gravity well projectors, Captain. Aylor raised an eyebrow. And why is that, Lieutenant? Jamidi hesitated for a moment. Rumor has it that the people we have on the ground are Rogue Squadron. They've killed Death Stars. They'll accomplish their mission. Ah, yes. Rogue Squadron. The captain smiled slightly. Let me tell you, Lieutenant, I've fought Rogue Squadron. They drove this ship off. They cost me almost all of my TIE fighters, too, in doing so. Were anyone else down there, I would take their failure for granted. With them, I am willing to allow the possibility they will succeed. Jamidi blinked, and the gold flecks in his red scales sparkled. But Rogue Squadron is known for accomplishing the impossible. If reputations alone won wars, Lieutenant, Darth Vader would still live, and you'd still be a slave. Captain Aylor nodded grimly and looked at the chronometer again. There are 18 minutes on the clock. 18 minutes for a squadron to strip a planet of its defenses. We'll let them have every second we can, but we will be ready to do our duty if they cannot do theirs. 41. Gavin jammed his hands against the dashboard of the airspeeder as Iniri flew through the cloud of dust being raised by the construction droid. Even in the enclosed cab of the speeder, he could hear the warning klaxons blaring at Subsidiary Computer Center Number 4. As they broke free of the gray cloud, he got a good look at all the vehicles jetting away from the computer center and all the people fleeing across bridges to other towers. Iniri side-slipped the speeder to center it on the balcony situated fifth-floor front. From information supplied originally by Black Sun, Winter had determined the control center they needed was located on the fifth floor. While they expected the whole facility to be abandoned, they assumed a general security lockdown would make entering at the first floor and working their way up difficult. Brace for impact. Iniri cut power to the engine and began to slow the speeder, then let it sail straight over the balcony and into the office beyond it. The transparent steel wall disintegrated into one crystalline wave that washed up and over the speeder's windscreen. A desk exploded at the front bumper's casual caress, and the room's far walls buckled, letting the speeder skid to a stop in the waiting room attached to what had once been the CEO's office. Gavin slapped the quick release for his restraining belts and kicked his door open. He slid from the speeder and brought a blaster carbine up. The klaxons obliterated any sounds the opposition might have made, and the dust curtain between him and the rest of the building hid possible foes. Hunkered down in the shadow of his opened door, he could see nothing. But with each passing second, he came to believe everyone had evacuated the building. Tycho cut to the right. Gavin went left and advanced. Things appeared clear from his new vantage point, so he waved the others forward. Ural came up with Winter, following closely behind him. Iniri brought up the rear, constantly checking back toward the outside to make sure no one followed them in. Winter was the key to their success, because the datapad she held contained the code that would move an orbital mirror to target the nearest water distribution plant and reservoir. Once beyond the area of devastation created by Iniri's entry, they were able to move along quickly. All the doors along the corridor to the control center were closed. Gavin tried to open all those on his side of the corridor, but they were all locked tight. Tycho indicated the situation on the right was the same, but that is what they had been led to expect after the plant was abandoned. They reached the door to the computer center without opposition. Gavin took a moment to glance through the transparent steel viewport in the heavy door. The room looked empty of life to him, though the computers themselves had lights flickering across their dark surfaces. Holographic streams of data scrolled up from desktop to oblivion above a dozen workstations. Aided by a thin mist hanging in the air, the light from them cast green and red shadows over the rest of the room, making the dimly lit room seem sinister. Winter dropped to her knees and attached a cable from her datapad to a computer port on the door jamb. The sequencer programs I have will open the door in no time. First, though, I need to run a diagnostic and see what sort of combination I want. Good luck. Gavin dropped to a crouch and watched the corridor that led farther into the complex. He positioned himself so his body shielded Winter. He felt a twinge in his belly from an old blaster wound and hoped it was not some sort of ill omen for the future. The datapad beeped and Winter swore. Sith spawn. Tycho crouched at her shoulder. What? They flooded the control room with gas. Looks like Feck's M3D. Winter raised a fist but refrained from punching the door. It's in a diluted form, so it won't kill you if you get a lungful, but it'll put you out. Gavin jerked a thumb at the door. To the left, on the wall, there's a clear case that has breather masks in it. If we could get in, we could use them. That's the big if. The case is coded just like the door here. By the time a sequencer got it open, you'd have to breathe and you'd be down. Winter shook her head. Looks as if this system was installed within the last 2 weeks, after we were given the data we used to make our attack. There's nothing we can do. We can't get in. It's over. His hand on the stick, the Z-95 Hunter cruising through the Duracrete canyons of Coruscant, Corran Horn felt more alive and free than all the soaring hawk bats on the planet. He would have much preferred to be flying his X-Wing, and he felt awkward flying into combat without Whistler backing him up. But flying again made him happy enough that he could forgive Whistler his absence. No place for him in this headhunter anyway. The headhunter suffered in comparison with the X-Wing. It lacked the maneuverability and speed of the X-Wing, though the shields and hull had the same integrity. The headhunter did not have hyperdrives and, consequently, did not need an R2 unit. The headhunter's triple blasters and concussion missiles were not the equal of the X-Wing's 4 laser cannons and proton torpedo launchers, but they didn't exactly leave him defenseless either. Against the Imperial starfighters he'd be facing, the headhunter had the potential to be troublesome, both for him and them. In atmosphere, the TIEs lost some of their maneuverability. Their lack of shields made them vulnerable to his attacks, but the fact that they'd be swarming meant being able to stay with one long enough to kill it would be difficult. Locking in on one target would make him a target. He glanced down at his sensor display. Hunt leader here. I have 12, that is 1-2 starfighters coming in on the droid. Time to engagement is 30 seconds. Shoot straight and call for help. Corrin got a series of acknowledgments over the comm. Pulling back on his stick, he started the Z-95 climbing. Pushing the throttle full forward, he rocketed up like a ship intent on escaping the planet. A quartet of TIE starfighters came up after him, but before they could close to range and start shooting, he rolled the headhunter to starboard. The fighter came up and over, then dove back in the direction from which the TIEs had come. Halfway through the dive, he pulled the fighter through a 180-degree snap roll left, then swooped out in a long glide that brought him in over the construction droid and into the rest of the TIEs. He spitted the leader on his targeting crosshairs and gave it 2 bursts of blaster fire. The dozen energy darts stippled the eyeball with hits. It began a lazy roll that ended abruptly as it slammed into a tower and exploded. The pilot of the next TIE followed his leader through the roll, clearly not realizing one of Corrin's shots had pierced the cockpit and killed the pilot. He tried to pull up and away at the last second. His hexagonal port wing clipped the corner of the tower and sent the TIE into a corkscrew spin that spiraled down into a fiery explosion deep in a dark canyon. Standing the headhunter on its port S-foils, Corrin added enough left rudder to snap the ship into a dive past the construction droid. He pointed the fighter's nose straight at the bottom of the urban trench and started down. He chopped his throttle back to 0 and used the stick to roll his ship until the canyon stretched to infinity off each wing, but crowded him above and below. 2 TIEs dove after him and closed fast. Corrin made minor adjustments on his position, forcing them to stick with him to target him. Their first shots missed, sending green energy lances down to flare brightly in the darkness. But they began to get better. Then they got close enough that they hit his aft shield, prompting him to take action. He rolled the headhunter 90 degrees to port, hemming himself in on either wing. Then he pulled back on the stick. At the same time, he punched all the power being generated by his engines into the repulsor lift drive. The headhunter's nose popped up, leveling him out 100 meters above the canyon's bottom. Momentum from the dive kept him going forward and away from the TIEs. One eyeball pilot made a serious mistake by not rolling before he tried to follow the headhunter. His maneuver was intended to bring the TIE around in a sharp right-angle turn, a maneuver that would have worked in the vacuum of space and placed him right on Corrin's tail with a killing shot. In atmosphere, however, the maneuver brought his starboard wing around in direct opposition to his previous line of flight. The hexagonal panel snapped, with the top half shearing through the ship's ball cockpit. Still going full out, The TIE fighter hammered the ground and exploded. The second TIE pilot rolled first, then swooped in after Korn's headhunter. The speed of the dive forced the pilot into a wider turn than he clearly wanted. The lower edges of his wings struck sparks from the Duracrete street. Fighting inertial forces, the pilot did everything he could to make his fighter climb. Finally, the ship began to win in its battle with gravity and began to come up into one of the numerous walkways connecting one building with another. The TIE plowed into a central portion of the span, splintering the permacrete section it hit. The fighter exploded, shattering windows and sowing shrapnel throughout the area. Reversing thrust and applying some rudder, Korn brought the fighter around in an end-for-end swap that left him looking at the fires burning in his wake. Not a bad start. 4 down. But it's only a start. He eased the throttle forward and started a gentle climb to the unobstructed reaches of Coruscant's atmosphere. He glanced at the shipboard chronometer and fuel gauge. 15 minutes to get the shields down and a half-hour of flying time. That's forever if we succeed, and a little more than a heartbeat if we do not. Wedge's comlink buzzed at him. Antilles here. Go ahead. Tycho here. We have a problem. Gas in the computer center. We need M-tray. Now. I copy. He looked up at Mirax. Will this thing keep going by itself? She nodded. The droid will stop at the outer edge of the computer center if, she pointed at external view monitors showing ties on strafing runs, they don't stop at first. If we can leave this thing alone, they need us in the computer center. Mirax held her hands up. Let's go. Aayla led the way back into the entryway. She started to push the door open, then quickly ducked back. A spray of blaster bolts dotted the interior of the door with burn marks. Wedge ran over to where she sat on the floor. Are you hurt? I'm fine. What was that? She shook her head. I couldn't see clearly, but given the size of those burn marks, I'd say some stormtroopers have an E-Web heavy blaster set up on one of the nearby towers. They've got the door covered and covered well. Aayla shrugged. Unless we get some help, we're going to be stuck here for the rest of our lives. 42. Gavin's stomach began to fold in on itself as he heard Wedge's voice come out of the comlink. Sorry, Tycho, we're pinned down here. Unless we get some help, we're going nowhere. I copy, Wedge. Tycho looked over at Gavin. You and I will go see if we can help them out. Ural raised a 3-fingered hand. Ural. Tycho shook his head. I want you here to help Iniri guard Winter. The kid and I will go. The Gand nodded. Then his mouth parts snapped open. Ural does not question your orders, Captain. Ural merely wants to know how this Fex M3D works. Winter slowly straightened up. You breathe it in, it gets into your bloodstream and binds to neuroreceptors, preventing nerves from passing information. If you get a strong enough dose, your automatic nervous system shuts down and you stop breathing. You suffocate. The Gand's mouthparts closed again. Ural understands. If you will all back down this hallway, Ural will open the door, open the interior case, and bring you back respirators. Gavin's jaw shot open. But you'll die. The Gand shook his head. Ural does not respire. Iniri blinked. What? Ural tapped his chest. Gans do not respire. But you talk. Yes, Iniri Forge, but respiration is not required for speech. Ural's body has a muscular gas bladder that allows Ural to, among other things, draw in gases and expel them at a controlled rate through pieces of Gand exoskeleton that vibrate and approximate speech. Ural gets the metabolic ingredients Ural needs through ingestion, not respiration. Fex M3D will not affect Ural. Tycho thought for a moment, then nodded. Here's what we'll do. Ural will wait here until we retreat. Iniri, You'll turn the airspeeder around and bring the engine up. Point the exhaust jets down this hallway, and we can use them to push the freed FEX M3D deeper into the building. It will also point the airspeeder in the right direction for our escape. Good point, Iniri. Tycho looked over at Gavin. Depending upon how many masks there are in the room, you and Iniri may have to wait outside. If there are enough, we all go down and hold the center. Got it. Tycho slapped the Gand on the arm. Wait until we get clear, then go. Ural understands. Gavin retreated with the others. They sealed themselves inside the airspeeder. Iniri brought it up and around, giving Gavin a good view of the firefights going on outside. TIE fighters swooped and dove. Green laser bolts flashed through the sky, thick and furious. Countless burn marks scored the flanks and front of the construction droid. Yet it loomed ever larger as it came on toward them. Winter twisted around in the seat. He's in. Gavin turned to look. The room's door appeared open. A greenish-yellow mist rolled out and carpeted the hallway in haze. The airspeeder's exhaust pushed it farther down the hallway, but there always seemed to be more of it pouring from the computer center. The sharp report of an explosion brought all eyes forward again. A pair of blurred headhunters raced past, flying through a collapsing ball of fire and debris. More laser bolts poured in at the construction droid, but there was no sign they had any effect on the titanic machine. And as bad as things looked in the air outside it, the cold efficiency of the way the droid dismembered the building in front of it was even worse. Their vantage point let the rogues peer into the construction droid's maw, and Gavin imagined what he saw to be the vision seen by billions of Alderaanians before their world exploded. A thump on the hood of the airspeeder made Gavin jump and bang his head on the roof. He hunched down and rubbed his head. Emperor's bones. Outside, the Gand looked surprised, then held up 4 masks. Ural has been successful. Tycho reached forward from the back seat and patted Gavin on the shoulder. Ready to go? Sure. Maybe I can get a light dose of the gas and it'll slow my heart. Gavin got out of the airspeeder and pulled his mask on. It immediately felt hot on his face, but he tugged on the straps, fitting it tightly to his face. He took his comlink from his jacket lapel and snapped it into the receptacle near his right ear. I'm set, Tycho. The Alderaanian captain gave him a nod. Come on, then. Let's go see if we can make it rain. As Corrin's headhunter came up through the towers, he caught Wedge's message to Tycho. Hunter lead here, Commander. Got a problem? Seems so, Corrin. Tower east of us has an E-Web trained on us. Collateral targets? Don't know, but the building should be evacuated except for troops. Get them gone. As ordered. Stand by. Corrin throttled the black and gold fighter up and aimed for the stars. Before he got there, but after he had left the towers of Coruscant behind, he came up on his starboard wing and started to circle. From up there, it was relatively easy to spot the stream of fire coming from a nearby cylindrical tower and lancing out at the construction droid. Corrin extended his loop and let it take him over and around the computer center. He dove and leveled out, coming in on the tower while running parallel to the construction droid's course. He shot past the droid and came up slightly. Heavy blaster fire lanced out at the construction droid from the tower. Corrin let loose with a quick burst of fire, raking it across the side of the building. His flight took him past his target, so he started to turn around again when fire came at him from the building. The blaster bolts splashed harmlessly against his rear shield, but Corrin immediately rolled the headhunter and turned back away from the side of the building he'd attacked. He leveled out, then dove and came around on a new attack vector. He switched his weapons control over to concussion missiles, linked to, then climbed up over the construction droid's blocky outline. His crosshairs settled on the genesis of the red stream directed against Wedge's droid. He got no target lock. An E-Web and Stormtrooper crew didn't conform to any target profile in the headhunter's combat computer. Regardless, when he hit the trigger, 2 blue missiles streaked out and hit dead on target. An argent explosion blew through that floor of the cylinder. The silvery disk spread out through the entire level and beyond, incinerating most of what was in there and scattering the rest of it out over the city. Yet even for all that violence, the concussion missiles failed to damage the structural supports, leaving the tower intact above and below the level where little fires burned brightly in the night. Corrin keyed his comm unit. "Will that do it for you, Commander?" "Thanks, Corrin. We're leaving to see some friends." "I copy. Want an escort?" "If you've got nothing better to do." Corrin smiled. "At your leisure, sir. I live to serve." Gavin had positioned himself so he could watch the door and still see what Winter was doing from the corner of his eye. Once they'd gotten into the room, she'd plugged her datapad into the computer console, and very quickly had a representation of Coruscant floating above her workstation. Her fingers flew over the keys, and suddenly small cubes appeared to float around the world, arranged in 3 rings. One circled the equator, while the other 2 split the distance between the equator and the poles. Seeming as insectoid as a verpine because of the mask she wore, Winter nodded to Tycho. "These are the orbital solar energy transfer satellites." She pointed to a glowing red dot riding just above the equator. "This is our target. It's night here now, but several orbital mirrors are high enough to give us what we need." More typing and a small label appeared attached to each of the floating cubes. Gavin couldn't read them at that distance, but he assumed they were unit designators that would allow Winter to send orders from the computer to the station. "We'll use OSETS 2711. First step is to have the mirror opaque itself. Then we focus it here and start it reflecting again." Tycho nodded. "Can you also bring up on this display the Golan stations and ships in orbit?" She shrugged. "I don't know, probably, but if I do, it might attract some attention." "First things first." "Go to it." Tycho stood behind her and rested his hands on her shoulders. "This world needs a bath, so start boiling the water." Life could have been worse, Lieutenant Virar Nida thought to himself. The Captain Nida, who had once commanded the Imperial Star Destroyer Avenger, had only been his cousin, and 1 generation removed at that. Darth Vader had executed Lorth Nida for incompetence after Hoth, while Virar was still at the Imperial Academy. His cousins had all vanished, along with his aunt and his grandparents on the Nida side of the family, but at least he'd remained alive and been allowed to continue in service to the Empire. It could have been worse. I could be dead. Of course, service on an orbital solar energy transfer satellite was about as close to death as someone could get in the Imperial Navy without having shots fired at him. Others, including the rest of the 6-man crew, saw OSET's service as punishment, but Virar Nida saw it as noble duty. After all, he was entrusted with the care of a facility that made life on Imperial Center possible. Without OSETS 2711, Imperial Center would be just that much more uncomfortable. And if the people who ran the Empire were uncomfortable, well, then things would just begin to fall apart entirely. A mild tremor shook the station. The others looked up from their Sabak game in the lounge. He saw fear in their eyes because they had no idea what was happening. He did, because of his 4 years of experience with OSETS 2711. That's why he was a lieutenant and in command. He raised a hand. Don't worry. That's just the mirror panels rotating to opaque the surface. One of the cadets looked up. Why would they be doing that, sir? Nita smiled at him. Well, Peterson, I would guess it is because another station is offline for repairs, and we're going to take over its duty. We'll have our direction adjusted. He held a hand up, then cocked his wrist and pointed his index finger just as the altitude adjustment jets started to burn. There you go. Thank you, sir. Nita nodded and went back to looking out the viewport. Below him he saw the dark face of a sleeping Imperial Center. It scintillated with a variety of lights that ran like phosphorescent blood through shadowy flesh. He smiled and tried to burn the vision of the planet into his brain. It always looks so pretty from up here. A potential it fails to live up to when I am down on the ground. The jet burn went on a bit longer than usual, and this disturbed him. Not because he realized anything was wrong. After all, the care of OSETS 2711 was what kept him alive, so nothing could go wrong. He couldn't and wouldn't conceive of that possibility. No, the longer than normal burn, he decided, meant they had built a new reception facility for the energy OSETS 2711 was sending down. That he'd not heard of the plans to do this meant they were top secret. The use of OSETS 2711 to power this top secret, vital new site meant someone down there had finally decided to reward his unswerving and unfailing loyalty. The tremor again coursed through the station, and Nita smiled. That's the mirror reflecting again, boys. We're giving them everything they want. Our contribution to this day will never be forgotten. 43. Corn Horn snapped the headhunter up on its starboard S-foil and pulled back on the stick. He feathered the throttle back, slowing his fighter, and pulled it through a tight turn. Leveling off, he triggered 2 blaster bursts that blazed through the air in front of a TIE starfighter. The eyeball broke off its run on Wedge's airspeeder. The black vehicle slid into the gaping cavern, marking what had once been a 5th-floor office. Corrin rolled the ship left, dropped into a dive, then came back up and over the computer center. Hunter lead here. Anyone need help? Asser's voice came back through the comm. I show 6 more interceptors vectored in on us. Estimated time of arrival, 5 minutes. I copy, 5. Corrin glanced at his scanner and saw the group she was indicating. See if you can pull the fight more in this direction. As ordered, lead. Leveling out, Corrin began a slow loop to the east. All of a sudden, a golden dagger of sunlight stabbed down through the night. The wedge of light focused on an ostentatious building fitted with columns and a cascade of ever-broadening steps. The building grew in brilliance until it shone like a beacon. For the barest of moments, it even rivaled the exalted edifice of the Imperial Palace. Then the building began to melt. Window casings began to smoke and glow. Then the pressure from the superheated air inside the building blew them out. Pennons flying from the top of the building burst into flame. Huge iron doors went from black to orange, red, and finally white before they began to waver and collapse. Columns began to wither and the building's sharp edges softened. The building began to sag in on itself. Then it swelled at the center. The roof rose up volcanically. Then an explosion shook the building. Half-molten granite blocks split apart and sloughed to the side like rotting vegetable matter as a gout of steam shot skyward. It billowed out and thickened as it hit the layer of cooler air above it. The expanding vapor darkened precipitously. Then Corin saw golden highlights illuminate it from within. The first silvery lightning bolt slashed down at the Imperial Palace. Corin laughed aloud. Even the elements want the Empire dead. He keyed his comm unit. I hope you can hear me, Wedge. You've got one fantastic storm brewing out here. Keep it going. The image of Coruscant floating in front of Captain Ula Ilor on the bridge of the Kurusa Rainbow began to change. Beneath the twin shields, the data stream began to sketch in an angry red storm centering itself over the Palace District. Gold pinpoints marked lightning strikes and quickly became so numerous that flecks of red floated like islands in a golden sea. Jamidi inclined his head toward the image. The storm appears to be fierce. The worst Coruscant has seen in generations, I would imagine. She leaned forward and studied the image through half-closed eyes. Rogue Squadron must have caused this storm somehow. It becomes a weapon of fantastic power, but it is very difficult to direct. The Mon Calamari nodded. Perhaps the Jedi Knight can control it? I doubt the Emperor could have controlled a storm of this magnitude. This I take as a good thing, because it means the Empire cannot stop it. The inner shield sphere flickered and went dark. Jamidi pointed at the holographic projection. There, the shields are coming down. Perhaps. Ilor looked at the chronometer. We have 5 minutes until the fleet comes through. Begin initial power-up of the gravity well projectors. Jamidi's eyes half shut. But the shields still exist. Captain Ilor gave her first officer a cold stare. We'll give Rogue Squadron time to finish their mission, but if they cannot, we will finish ours. Wedge came around the corner and into the computer center after getting an all-clear from Gavin. Because the construction droid had the same anti-intruder system installed on it, Mirax, Ayala, and he had been able to appropriate breathing gear from it before they made the run to the center. He immediately crossed to the workstation where Winter sat, while Ayala and Mirax took up defensive positions near the door. How are things going? Tycho looked over at him, while Winter typed furiously on her datapad. Good and bad. The storm is fierce enough that skyhooks are detaching and moving off. Better yet, the inner shields have come down. Unfortunately, it appears their collapse has resulted in a shift of resource allocation programs within the computers. The storm is taking some power plants offline, but others have been directed to shunt their output through previously unused conduits. Wedge frowned. You're telling me that the destruction of one layer of shields has diverted power through backup systems to reinforce the remaining shields? Winter nodded. No one knew the backup system of conduits existed. No power ran through them, so folks scouting for places to tap the grid never found them. In essence, this is a whole new power grid. It allocates power to essential services, of which this center is part, but it means that main shield isn't coming down. This is not good. Wedge leaned with one hand on the workstation. Can you pull a map of this grid up? Not available. Emtre toddled over. If I might suggest, sir. Please do, Emtre. Lightning will travel along the easiest course from the ground to the clouds, and vice versa. The new grid, and especially its substation transfer points, will leak a certain amount of power. Lightning strikes will cluster at these points, so a plot of strikes should show you where the grid is. Winter's fingers played quickly over the datapad's input surface. The globe flattened out, and golden pinpoints started to dot the resulting grid map. The image became localized to the Palace District and enlarged, but the strikes still bled together into a golden network. Wedge saw dark spaces fill in on the map with each staccato thunderclap from outside. Tycho pointed to a solid cluster that appeared to be the hub from which many gold spokes spread. That's likely a substation. The whole purpose of this storm was to hit and knock out power stations. This one looks invulnerable to lightning. So much for our plan. Wedge shook his head. The grounding that will protect it from lightning won't help it against missiles. Winter, can you pinpoint that substation? Done. Tycho looked over at Wedge. You're going to send someone in at that target with the storm raging above it? The airspeeder I came in doesn't have missiles, or I'd go. Yes, but you're a Corellian. You have no respect for how truly hopeless some tasks really are. Right. So you're sending Corin. Right again. Wedge slapped Tycho on the back. There's no pilot I know of, for certain, who can outfly lightning, but I'd sooner bet on Corin than against him. Corin brought his fighter around on the heading Winter gave him. You want me to fly into that? 6 kilometers distant, the lightning strikes came in sheets, not individual bolts. It's very ugly over there. I copy, Corin, but it's got to be done. Take heart, the target is twice the size of the conduit on Borleus. Oh, you should have said that from the start. Corin nudged the throttle forward. On an inbound vector, you have 4 minutes. I'll keep that in mind. Corin took the fighter into a dive and tried to sink as low as he could in the Duracrete chasms. The storms had already begun to kick up high winds, but the buildings tended to break them up. He did hit some nasty shears when he flew through intersections, but the worst of them occurred at the largest intersections, giving him plenty of time to recover. He started to come up and out of the urban maze 2 kilometers away from his target. Rain immediately lashed his fighter. It beat so heavily on the cockpit canopy and shook the ship enough that it wasn't until he saw his shield indicator go from green to yellow that he realized someone was shooting at him. A glance at his aft monitor showed 2 interceptors coming up on his tail. Corin rolled and started a dive that he aborted almost immediately. Rolling again violently, he righted his craft and kicked in power to the repulsor lift drives. The drives cut in on cue and bounced his fighter up over a crumbling skywalk between buildings. With power going down, they don't have their little lights on. Behind him, something exploded, and his aft sensor indicated he only had 1 squint on his tail. A pair of near misses, with green bolts shooting past his starboard S-foil, told him that the imp pilot behind him was good. Coming up on his left wing, he pulled a hard turn around the corner of a building, then rolled 180 degrees and cut back around another. The figure-8 maneuver got rid of his pursuit for the moment, so he came back around and set up to make his run on the target. The headhunter sliced through the air amid a cacophony of thunder and a forest of lightning bolts. Corin knew there was no way to dodge a bolt. 1 second it would not be there, and the next it would. The lightning strikes silhouetted darkened towers, helping him steer around trouble. In that way, they proved more helpful than harmful, but he knew 1 solid strike and his controls would fry. They will fry, fighter won't fly, and I will die. Turbulence in the air began to bounce him around. The stick tried to pull itself out of his grasp, but he hung on firmly. Flying through rough air, he had to strike a balance between becoming rigid, which would lock things up and crash him, and being too flexible, which meant he'd lose control of the stick and the fighter would crash. He trimmed his speed and did his best to keep the fighter on target. More green laser blasts shot past. At least the turbulence is making me tough to hit. He shoved the stick hard to the left, then rolled right and pulled back. After 2 seconds, he rolled left again and hauled back on the stick. Leveling out right, he hit rudder and brought his nose in line with the aft of the interceptor. His quick turns amounted to taking a long time to cover the distance the Squint covered swiftly in its swoop. He ended up behind it and fired. The blaster bolts clipped the starboard wing on the Imperial fighter. It rolled right and got out of his line of fire. Corrin could have followed it and killed it, but he'd closed on his target, so he switched over to concussion missiles. He set them on single fire, rolled, and dove in on the target. He dropped the targeting box on what appeared to be the base of a massive obelisk, honoring the Emperor, and let fly. The concussion missile streaked out and hit the base of the statue. It exploded, casting rock in all directions. The obelisk cast a massive shadow up over the face of the Imperial Palace, then it tottered and fell. Hitting the ground, it shattered into 1,000 pieces, but Corrin saw no secondary explosions. Ruined a monument, but nothing else. One more run better do the trick. Wedge stared at the map. He'd seen Corrin's attack run and had a track of the missile going into the target, but the lights didn't go out and the image didn't die. What happened? He hit it, didn't he? Winter nodded. Right on target, but not enough power. He's cracked the outer case. Another shot or two should do it. Tycho shook his head. It better just be one more shot, because that's all he's got. Wedge pointed to a green interceptor icon coming in and around toward Corrin's red headhunter icon. Provided he gets one more shot. Can't you do something about that squint, Winter? She looked up at him. That squint was the source of the data on the missile hit. You really want us to be blind out there? No, of course not. Wedge looked down for a moment, then clapped his hands. You're getting data feeds from him? You have his identification number and internal identification, right? Can't get this data any other way. We're inside the Imperial system, so getting that data is easy. Good. I've got an idea. Tap into Coruscant traffic control and get the taxi hangar and maintenance programs set up with his numbers. Wedge keyed his comlink. Corrin, listen to me. Your first hit was good, but you need to pack more into the next one. Here's the plan. Corrin closed his mouth. I copy, Wedge. He punched a couple of buttons on his console. Telemetry coming your way. You know, you're always stealing my data for runs. Can I start getting Pathfinder pay? Sure, I'll add it to your back pay file. Squint's coming up on your tail. Get ready. As ordered, sir. Corrin let a smile spread across his face. According to the boss, I want you with me as tight as possible, but still loose enough that you aren't going to burn me down. Corrin unconsciously pressed his hand to his throat, but the medallion he normally wore wasn't there. It's with Whistler. That'll have to count for luck for now. Coming around on another attack vector against the target, Corrin let the squint drift onto his tail. Loosening his grip on the stick ever so slightly, he let the air bounce him around a bit. Green laser bolts played out all around him. With a flick of his thumb, he shunted all forward shield energy to the rear shields. Then he tightened his grip and rolled 90 degrees to the left. He remained diving in at the target, but was ready to pull out at the last minute. He spitted the hole the earlier missile had made with his targeting reticle. Control, 3, 2, 1. He hit the trigger, then pulled back on the stick for all he was worth. Missile away. Winter punched a button on her datapad. Link established and flowing. Captain Ilor looked at Jamidi. 30 seconds and counting. Bring the gravity well projectors to full power on my mark. Corrin's concussion missile sailed in at the target. Throughout the short flight, the targeting computer built into the missile took sensor readings, compared the coordinates they supplied with those of the target, determined if it should explode or not yet, and reported the whole process back to Corin's headhunter. 1,000,000 times a second it went through that same process, constantly updating its position relative to the target and relaying the data to the headhunter. Corin's headhunter, in turn, sent that information on to Winter's datapad. There it remained for a nanosecond, then flowed into the Imperial computer network. It routed itself through several key systems and finally poured into Coruscant traffic control. The data then fed into the taxi, hangar, and maintenance programming that, because of the override and emergency data flags Winter had provided, sent it back out to the Imperial interceptor, closing on the headhunter. The chief benefit of computers is that they can automate boring and routine jobs that need not concern a human. If an X-wing fighter needed to be moved from a landing pad to a hangar position or on into maintenance, the R2 unit assigned to that X-wing could perform that simple task without the need to trouble the pilot. Since TIE fighters do not use R2 units, other programs had been created to supply travel routes, coordinates, and speeds to a TIE fighter so it could be moved about without a pilot. In this case, the course supplied to the interceptor on Corin's tail was the course the missile was traveling. The destination was the missile's target coordinates, and the speed was as close as the fighter could manage to approximating the missile's speed. The implementation of such programming required an override code, which had been supplied. Because of the potential problems caused if such codes were to fall into enemy hands, the pilots could override the automatic programming, provided they hit the correct console buttons in the appropriate order. Doing that required approximately 2.5 seconds of the pilot's undivided attention. The interceptor pilot's attention was anything but undivided. The concussion missile caromed off the edge of the breach its predecessor had opened and exploded. It blasted a hole in the shielding of the energy conduit. Shards from the conduit and its shielding sprayed the interior of the conduit, severing some cables, merely nicking others. Sparks flew and several circuits shorted out. Power died in several buildings for a second, but other lines accepted more power and the shields remained intact. Then the interceptor hit. While it was not traveling as fast as the concussion missile, it did mass significantly more than the projectile. It was able to build up a considerable amount of kinetic energy that it transferred to the target upon impact. In addition, the crash compacted the interceptor's fuel cells, compressing the fuel that subsequently detonated. The interceptor's crushed hull sheared through the power conduit, severing the thick bundle of cables running through it, and the explosion that followed tangled and fused lines that had never been meant to touch. Outside Corin's cockpit, Coruscant went black. 10, 9, 8. Captain Aylor counted down. Look! Her eye came up off the chronometer. The last shield sphere flickered. 7, 6, 5. The shield sphere died. Kill the projectors, Lieutenant Jamidi. Captain Aylor looked out toward the planet sparkling like a star in the distance. Now, the battle for Coruscant begins. 44. Still basking in the glory of his redemption, Lieutenant Virar Nida stared out the viewport at Imperial Center. He saw lights on the world flicker and die, But even that unusual a thing happening did not penetrate the aura of well-being in which he cocooned himself. Clearly, it seemed to him, those responsible for the power problems on Imperial Center would be banished to oblivion, and he would be free to ascend into the positions they vacated. As he stared out into space, he saw the stars ripple along a wide front. Ships began to revert from hyperspace, and his heart rate picked up as this happened. He always enjoyed ships entering and leaving Imperial Center space. He took great delight in cataloging them by type, and later correlating a sighting with news from the war against the rebels. A smile spread across his face as two large ships materialized. He recognized them instantly as Imperial Star Destroyers. As they reverted, they executed a turn to starboard, putting them in a geostationary orbit. That's standard procedure, as the captains of the Accuser and Adjudicator know quite well. His ability to recognize the two ships pleased him, which is why he wondered about the underlying sense of unease slowly seeping into his heart. About the time one of the long, gently curved Mon Calamari battlecruisers reverted and swung into the line, he recalled the Accuser and Adjudicator had both been captured at Endor by the rebels. The fact that a number of Mon Cal ships were pulling into line with them meant... Nita paled. At the moment of my greatest glory, the rebels have come to ruin me. More and more rebel ships poured from hyperspace. Big ships, small ships, snub fighters, freighters, frigates, and corvettes, each of them pulled into line with the heavier ships. The battlecruisers and destroyers formed a central layer, with ships diminishing in size and strength as they stretched out from equator to pole in the northern hemisphere. Instantly, the black void of space came alive with turbo laser and ion cannon fire. Toward the bottom of the viewport, Nita saw a Golan space defense station. The lozenge-shaped platform launched spread after spread of proton torpedoes, while its turbo laser batteries sprayed green energy projectiles at the invaders. The return fire it took splashed harmlessly against its shields, or so it seemed at first, though Nita noticed the shield sphere slowly shrinking. This cannot be. He turned from the viewport, raking fingers back through brown hair. To your battle stations, men! The enemy is upon us! Peterson looked up from the Sabak game. Begging your pardon, sir, but a mirror doesn't have battle stations. Nita's jaw worked up and down a couple of times as he mulled over the cadet's comment. True, but we must do something. Arm yourselves. We won't go down without a fight. The darkness in the computer center only lasted for a couple of seconds, but it seemed like eons to Wedge. It was time enough for remnants of childhood fears of darkness to meld with adult fears of failure. The darkness left him blind and opened the doorway to any number of possible and horrible futures. For all he knew, the power to the subsidiary computer center had been severed by Imperial stormtroopers, who were even now preparing to enter the room and resume control of the facility. The lights came back up again. The holographic map wavered and popped, then stabilized. Elation filled him for a moment. Then he realized that having power available meant failure. Or does it? Why do we have power? Winter hit 2 keys on the datapad. Reserve generators came online here after the external power was cut. And the power's down? And the shields? She hit more keys, and the map expanded up from the tactical one, showing the Palace District, to the orbital one, showing the planet as a whole. There was no indication of shields anywhere. They're down. Wedge keyed his comlink. Corrin, you did it. I just aimed, Wedge. You sliced the victory together. We can argue who gets stuck with credit later. Be careful, you still have ties flying around you. They're all vectoring up, Wedge. What? We have company. Wedge pointed to Winter. Slice me into traffic control. I want to see what's orbiting out there. Will do. Winter's fingers flew over the keys, and the sphere that was Coruscant suddenly became surrounded by a shell of orbiting stations, satellites, and ships. The rebel fleet formed a concave cap over part of the northern hemisphere. Within its range floated a number of Golan stations, as well as several star destroyers racing to oppose the rebels. Can you get me better visuals? Is there a feed from that mirror you can pull? She shook her head. No visual feed from it, and all of the military ships have gone independent of the ground, so I can't get their visuals either. We know where they are, but we don't know what they're doing. A few holes opened in the rebel formation. Wedge knew that the ships lost were small, most likely converted freighters with weapons grafted on, but their losses disturbed him. Just looking at the situation, the size of the rebel fleet and the paucity of defenders, there was no way Imperial forces could defeat the rebels. Slow us down and hurt us, yes, but keep us off Coruscant? No. That's clear, which means everyone who dies up there today doesn't need to. Tycho pointed to one of the space platforms. I bet that's a Golan 3. Our heavy ships can't concentrate on it until they eliminate the destroyers. It's not quite as heavily armed as the Victory-class destroyers, but it's got to be the source of most of the damage to the fringes of the fleet. You can't slice into any ground-based missile batteries to use against that thing? Winter shook her head. Aside from Korn and the other headhunters, we have no weapons here. It would be nice if the Golan station would shoot streamers down into the atmosphere and into our thunderstorm, but I wouldn't count on that happening anytime soon. Tycho shrugged. Look on the bright side, Wedge. Is there a bright side? Sure. If it had targeted us, we'd be slag. That's not what I'd call particularly bright, Tycho. Wedge brought his head up. But it could be. It could be very bright indeed. Go down without a fight, Lieutenant Nita? Peterson frowned in Nita's direction. One proton torpedo, and we go down without even a whimper. I'll take 2. Nita blinked in confusion. You want us hit with 2? No, I want 2 more cards. The cadet glanced at his cards, then up at Nita. Of proton torpedoes, I want 0. The rebels have come. Nita pointed at the viewport. We must do something. Peterson shook his head and laid his Sabak cards on the table. Sir, if we do anything, we'll die. Now, either side might have a use for dead heroes, but I don't think the heroes will get much out of it. On the other hand, whoever takes Imperial Center, or maybe we should call it Coruscant, will have use for an undamaged mirror and a live crew. Nita glanced back at the fleet. But those are the rebels. You think they can find us worse duty than this? Peterson smiled. They'll probably hail you as a hero. What? Hey, it was your cousin who was martyred by Darth Vader after he let Han Solo escape Hoth. After all, your cousin had rebel sympathies that he only confided in you, which is why he let Solo escape. Your having been punished with this duty proves the Empire suspected him, but could prove nothing. That is one way to interpret the facts of the case, I suppose. Nita frowned. Do you think the rebels would believe that? I don't know. But I think if we're dead, you won't be able to convince them that you and your loyal crew have been waiting for them for ages. Peterson raked a pile of chips toward himself and started to shuffle the Sabak deck. Your choice, sir. Do what you think is right. Nita thought for a second, frowned, then nodded. I think I choose not to choose. If we do something, we risk death. We can't do anything anyway, so there is no reason to choose. A tremor shook OSET's 2711. Nita braced himself against the bulkhead as the mirror started to shift. We're moving. I know, Lieutenant. Peterson smiled. Looks like someone just made your mind up for you. On Home One's bridge, chaos reigned. Hundreds of voices competed with one another, each filled with urgency. Admiral Akbar sat at the center of it, listening intently to comm feeds from his group commanders. The two Imperial Star Destroyers entering the battle were the Triumph and the Monarch. Already, Emancipator and Liberator had begun pounding the ships. Triumph's shields had collapsed on one side, prompting the captain to execute a roll that brought undamaged shields up between the destroyer and the rebels. Though the Triumph's difficulties heartened Akbar, the Golan space defense platform off the port stern sickened him. It had engaged many of the smaller ships in the fleet and was hammering them mercilessly. The commander on the platform had targeted ships with multiple proton torpedoes while saving his turbo lasers for snub fighter defense. TIE fighters coming up from Coruscant seemed content to fight beneath the umbrella of his fire. The fact that the station could not move made it marginally less lethal than the Star Destroyers, but in the time it took for them to be taken out of action, a lot of smaller rebel ships would die. He looked up at the Quarren, who had just appeared beside his command chair. What is it, Commander Searlol? Something about the station? Perhaps. A tremolo distorted her words as she pointed out the port side viewport. The mirror is moving. Why would it? Before Searlol could offer a possible answer to Akbar's question, the mirror's panels swung and locked into reflective position. The whole structure contracted slightly, sharpening the solar beam. Though the reflected light remained all but invisible in space, only showing up where it shone upon and incinerated debris, its brilliant focal point could easily be seen. It appeared as a bright dot on the edge of the Golan 3 station. Silvery lines, like cracks forming in ice or rootlets spreading through the earth, began to appear at the edges of the circle. Delicate and almost brittle, they snaked away from the station and drifted into space. The bright spotlight shifted right ever so slightly, leaving in its wake a black crescent. The argent rootlets clung to the crescent's outer edge, while opposite them, some of the rootlets spun off into space. The Quarren clasped her hands at the small of her back. At its focal point, the solar beam is approximately 12.5 meters in diameter, roughly the length of an X-wing. The hole on the end of the station grew as the beam shifted slightly. Already half the turbo laser batteries had stopped firing. Akbar could easily visualize the destruction as the beam pierced bulkhead after bulkhead, burning from one end of the station to another. A sheet of metal would glow red, then white, then evaporate. The solar beam would stab deeper, igniting whatever it touched, then begin on another bulkhead. Akbar looked up. When the platform stops shooting, send the Devonian and Ryloth over there. I want our people on that station to assess it and help those who have survived. Sir, the Ryloth and Devonian have less than 100 troopers on board. The station has over 1,000. Not anymore, Commander. Akbar half closed his eyes as something near the center of the station exploded. Those who are left aren't going to be hostile. They'll want to get off that thing, and we will oblige them. Send them to the other Golan stations. Let them tell the story of what happened to their station. It'll give their commanders a lot to think about, and maybe, just maybe, save a lot of lives on both sides. 45. Corrin glanced at the fuel indicator on his command console. It showed he had another 10 minutes of fuel. A return to Tycho's base would only take 2 or 3 minutes, and refueling would take a half hour or so. He wasn't certain if, with the fleet orbiting above the Palace District, Wedge and the others in the computer center would face danger from Imperial forces. But in many ways, that question was moot, given his fuel supply. He suspected the others were not in much better shape. Hunter Lead here. Report with fuel status. Everyone else in the flight reported being in the same situation he was. What we will do is this. Everyone take a long-range scan of the area. If we have no immediate things to worry about, we head in, refuel, and come back out. I copy, Hunter Lead, came the replies. Corin, I caught that too. Wedge's voice paused for a moment. Winter shows no activity in your vicinity, and we look pretty secure here too. Head in and hurry back. Will do, Wedge. Horn out. Corin brought his headhunter around in a vast circle, letting the others fly in on a more direct route toward their hangar. First up, last in. He smiled. He knew the others didn't need him to provide a good example. The fact was that the 5 of them had accounted for over a dozen Imperial starfighters and interceptors, proving the rogues had not lost their edge, and that Asir Salar was a good pilot in her own right. He punched his sensors over to long range and immediately picked up a number of signals on his scanner. Corin keyed the comm unit. Pash, I'm picking up 9 or 10 hits. I copy, Corin. Looks like small civilian vessels. The exodus is beginning. Corin ruddered his ship to port and dove down to do a flyby on one of his sensor contacts. It did in fact appear to be a luxury yacht, with gentle flowing lines and a gaudily painted hull. Like the other ships, it was heading northeast to slip beneath the edge of the rebel umbrella. The ships would sail around to the daytime side of the planet and head out into hyperspace from there, using Coruscant's mass as a shield to prevent the rebels from attacking them. Corin was certain the vast majority of the people heading out firmly believed the rebels would steal their wealth, dispossess them of their treasures, defile their sons and daughters, torture, maim, and kill resistors, and commit any number of other crimes against them. He didn't think plunder and raping were foremost in the minds of most rebels, but here at the core of the Empire, the belief in lies used by the Emperor to justify his dictatorship ran deep among some folks, and even those who knew better than to believe such lies did truly feel they had something to fear, since the idea of bringing Imperials to justice had always been one of the rebellion's more appealing tenets. He found himself of two minds about the fleeing people. Part of him wanted to bring them to justice. He could easily have sideslipped his headhunter and blasted the hyperdrive engines from the hull of the yacht. That would trap its occupants on Coruscant and force them to face retribution for their crimes against their fellow citizens. The other part of him sympathized with them. The Empire had forced him to flee from Corellia, carrying with him little more than a change of clothes. He even had to surrender his identity, as would these refugees, for to remain who he was would have left him vulnerable to the Empire's hunters. He had been forced to change who he had been, and had been forced into an entirely different lifestyle just to preserve his life. Because of the constant fear of discovery, of being made to run again, that life seemed more punishing than any prison term or even execution. Better no life at all than one lived in constant fear. He didn't know if he'd heard those words before or composed the line himself, but it struck him that those words embodied the nugget of rebel opposition to the Empire. Mon Mothma and the other leaders had enough foresight to look ahead and plan out the course of the campaign against the Empire. But for people in his position, the fight was one to defeat the forces who made them fear. The fact that after each battle, each victory, there was just that much less to be afraid of, became almost tangible and served as a very sweet reward indeed. Corin nudged his stick back and climbed up away from the fleeing yacht. Run, but always know you cannot run far enough. He started to bring the headhunter around on a course to the hangar, but he saw an anomalous blip on his sensor screen. He initiated an identification program, but the contact faded and returned, depriving the computer of enough solid data to make a match. It seemed to settle on an unknown fighter and a super star destroyer. Pash, what have you got for a contact at 352.4 degrees? Nothing. Do you have something? Yeah, but it's weird. Probably a storm ghost. I'm going to check it out. Want a wing? I can abort my approach. Negative, I'm just doing a flyby. If I need help, I'll need you all ready to go. Korn glanced at his fuel gauge. One pass, then I'm in. With the Golan space defense platform gone, Admiral Akbar sent a signal to the fleet that started an evolution of the battle. Originally, the rebels had expected 2 or 3 times more by way of star destroyers than had appeared to defend Coruscant. That only the Triumph and Monarch remained to oppose them surprised him, because neither ship had a particularly illustrious reputation or crew. At last reports, Emperor's Will and Imperator had also been part of the Coruscant Defense Force as well, and their participation in the battle would have made things much more difficult. Liberator, Emancipator, and Home One formed a line moving past Triumph and Monarch. The two lines exchanged fire and missiles, savaging each other. Shields held at first, then inevitably crumbled. Beneath them, the ship's heavy armor had to absorb the force of the missile blasts and laser bolts. Some shots, guided by the force or the product of pure chance, hit turbolaser batteries or torpedo launch tubes, vaporizing them, crushing them, and destroying them. Others just nibbled away at a ship's hull or superstructure. Molecule by molecule, they weakened the barrier between the ship's interior and the void. As always with war, the best strategy was to hit without being hit back. With ships the size of star destroyers and heavy cruisers, avoiding being hit was, at best, difficult. The closest that could be managed in that regard was to minimize the number of weapons bearing on the ship. With the two lines passing broadside to each other, the ships were exposed to the maximum possible damage inflicted by the other side. At Akbar's signal, another Mon Calamari heavy cruiser, Mon Ramonda, turned from its position in line behind Home One and pointed its bow toward Coruscant. It surged forward, cutting across the Imperial Star Destroyer's line of flight. In doing so, it was able to bring all of its starboard firing arc weapons to bear on Triumph, while the Star Destroyer could hit it with its forward arc weapons. Mon Ramonda's gunners began to pour fire in on Triumph. The Imperial Star Destroyer had already lost its shields, so the turbolaser strikes played easily up over the spine of the ship. Even more devastating were the hits by the Mon Calamari cruiser's ion cannons. Their blue lightning chased all over the destroyer's hull. Explosions trailed in the lightning's wake. The same time that Mon Ramonda moved to strike at Triumph, the Umbrella Force began to separate. Assault frigates, a fanciful name for refitted freighters, began to close a net around the two Imperial warships and their smaller support ships. While they could not sustain the sort of damage the heavier ships were taking and survive, the Star Destroyer's ability to strike at them had been diminished by combat. The smaller ships closed in, firing away at the destroyers. There were so many of them that the gunners who could target them could not target all of them. Other heavier ships, Corellian corvettes, gunships, and a variety of bulk cruisers and Mon Calamari cruisers pushed up and out away from Coruscant. They used distance to let them see over Coruscant's horizon and spot other Imperial forces that could have been hiding on the world's far side. They remained out of range of the Golan space defense platforms, yet close enough to respond quickly to any situation that demanded overwhelming firepower. Starfighters and troop carriers began their runs to the planet. The outcome of the battle in space was important, but without troops on the ground to take, hold, and secure facilities and impose order, Coruscant would remain unconquered. Akbar suffered under no illusions about Coruscant and its defenselessness. That the shields were down, he felt, was nothing short of a miracle. But he couldn't count on how long they would stay down. He had, as nearly as he knew, a narrow window in which to insert his troops, so he pushed them forward as quickly as seemed prudent. Commander Sirlul reached over and tapped a command into the keypad on the arm of Akbar's command chair. A holographic schematic of Triumph appeared before him. Multiple systems were outlined in red, including the bridge. Triumph has lost power and is beginning to slide back into the atmosphere. Akbar hit his comlink. Akbar to Onoma. Onoma here, Admiral. Cease firing on Triumph. Use your tractor beams to pull Triumph along and accelerate its orbit, so it won't decay. We want to save the ship if we can. Akbar looked at Monarch and could see it taking as much damage as Triumph had. Between it and Triumph, we might be able to salvage most of a Star Destroyer. Order acknowledged, sir. Onoma out. Sirlul glanced over at Akbar. Captain Averin of Monarch has sent a truce bite out to everyone. He will surrender unconditionally. If there are conditions, they will be insignificant. Akbar nodded. Conduct the negotiations. Yes, sir. And when you're done with that, Commander, I have another job for you. Yes, sir. Akbar pointed at Coruscant. Find me someone down there who can surrender that world to me. Wedge had Winter bring back up the Palace District tactical map. Corrin, we're getting nothing on this contact you report. Contact is weak, Wedge. It oscillates back and forth as if running between buildings. The computer can't make any sense of... Wait a minute. What's going on, Corrin? I've lost throttle control. I'm speeding up. The green arrow representing Corrin's headhunter began a slow dip toward the planet. Initiating emergency shutdown of fuel injectors 1 and 2. That will cut fuel back to half, slowing him. Wedge looked down at Winter. Can you help him? I can try. Negative, Winter. Cut the override code you're using. I need to shut those 2 injectors down. I haven't used an override code, Corrin. Yes, you have. I'm locked up, no control. Wedge dropped down to stare at the data scrolling across the screen on Winter's datapad. What's happening? Near panic flooded through the comlink from Corrin. Manual override is not working. Punch out, Corrin. Eject. Can't. Inverting. Nothing I can... Static filled the comlink channel as the green arrow dropped from sight. Wedge heard an explosion and listened to its echoes rumble as the holographic image of the building Corrin's headhunter had hit slowly collapsed. He saw the building implode, but he felt it in his stomach. A void formed deep in his guts, swallowing the elation he had felt moments before and having more than enough room to devour the pain and guilt trickling through him. Wedge bounced a fist off the holopad workstation, then tore off his gas mask and hurled it across the room. He didn't know if the gas in the room had fully dissipated yet, and part of him hoped it had not. He'd been fighting for more than 7 years to oppose the Empire. Friends had come and gone, mostly gone, in that time. He'd grown cynical enough to keep his distance from new recruits because he knew they died earliest, and if he didn't befriend them, it wouldn't hurt him as much when they died. The truth was, though, that the distance didn't really insulate him. It just allowed him to think their deaths didn't hurt as much. But Corrin, as much as the rest of the rogues and a little bit more, had managed to close that gap. No, they didn't always get along, but disagreements didn't dull respect and admiration. Corin was a good pilot and a smart man who treated loyalty as the sacred foundation of friendship. Corin was like Tycho and Luke. All of them knew the horrors and pressures and anxiety of war, and all of them knew the sense of satisfaction at having completed a mission. Even though they fought against Imperial stormtroopers and pilots, it sounded somehow evil to take pride in killing other living creatures. And it wasn't really the killing of which they were proud, but of surviving. They took pride in the fact that they had stopped someone from killing their friends and, in doing so, loosened the grip of an evil empire on a fearful populace. Only those individuals who had gone through what they had could truly understand it all, and only those who understood it could really, truly understand why war and killing should never be anything but the last resort. A hand landed on Wedge's shoulder and he spun, knocking Tycho's arm aside. "I lost another one." Maybe. The outline of his gas mask had left red lines on Tycho's face. But maybe, just maybe, Corin managed to punch out before the ship went down. Maybe he's lying on top of that pile of rubble just waiting for someone to help him. And maybe he's buried so deep we'll never find him. Wedge drew in a deep breath, then nodded. "You're right. That's probably what happened. He's probably waiting for us right now. He's a rogue, after all." "Right. Come on." Wedge headed for the door. "He's a rogue, and we take care of our own. No matter the circumstances, no matter the situation, we take care of our own." 46. Wedge Antilles found the Duracrete and Transparasteel barrow improbably neat. The off and on rain for the last 4 days had washed the dust away and granted the fractured pieces of pseudo-granite sharp edges that looked almost decorative. Nothing moved in the mound. Nothing showed colors outside reflective silver, black, and gray. The hill of debris rose less than 7 meters above the level upon which he stood because the falling stories had telescoped into the floors below. And somewhere in there are the mortal remains of Corin Horn. Wedge shook his head. The building Corin had hit had been on the line of the construction droid's advance, so when Mirax used the warning beacon to get the computer center evacuated, this building had likewise emptied of people. Most of the newly unhomed already picked up on rebellion phrases and said that the Force had truly been with them when they got out. And yet others had determined that Corin, knowing his headhunter was going down, had deliberately driven it into a tower he knew had been evacuated. They said that made him a hero. As if that's what it took for him to be a hero. As if nothing else he had done would have made him one. Wedge realized his hands had knotted into fists again. He forced them open, as he had found himself doing numerous times since Coruscant had fallen. When it came down to it, because of the efforts of his people, Coruscant had not been drenched in blood. In fact, aside from the casualties in the space battle and limited actions on the planet, virtually no one had been injured. Yet another miracle, another sign the Force was with us. Wedge hated the mocking tone that came with his words. People all around had gone berserk with joy when Coruscant fell. Even he had celebrated, albeit a bit subdued, because Errol Nunb had been found alive and nearly well in Invasec. Her return did not cancel the pain of Corin's loss, especially with Mirax Tarek wandering around as if her heart had been torn out, and Ayala Wasiri not being much better off. The big hologram, the liberation of Coruscant, became hard to focus upon with such an immediate loss. While he pointed to Korn's death as the wellspring of his anxiety and frustration, he knew he did so because he did not want to consider the question that all members of the rebel staff had been asking themselves. Why hadn't it been harder? To even consider that question somehow seemed to cheapen their victory that was, by all accounts, hard-fought and won through superior planning and execution. Even so, an average deck of Sabak cards had more computing power than the whole of the Imperial Navy staff left to conduct the defense of the planet. The inescapable conclusion that could be drawn from the utterly inept defense of Coruscant was that Isan Isard wanted the New Republic to take the world. The Provisional Council had seen Coruscant as a symbol. Once they took it, they would have won the right to rule the galaxy. There was no doubt that many worlds that had proclaimed themselves neutral would indeed throw their allegiance to the Republic. In that way, the conquest of Coruscant did hasten the fall of the Empire. Coruscant also became a black hole from which the New Republic could not escape. Just as taking it had been a goal for them, so taking it would be a goal for any other pretender to Palpatine's throne. The rebellion that had survived detection by the enemy through moving their headquarters dozens of times now had bottled itself up. It traded flexibility and mobility for legitimacy, and Wedge wasn't certain that was a trade made in their favor. He also knew the conquest of Coruscant would not be without a price. Isan Isard had clearly traded the world for her escape from it. No one had found any trace of her, and the reason for her evacuation seemed quite sound. Already rumors of a plague spreading through Invisec were flying thick and fast. Nawara Ven and Riv Sheel had undergone bactotherapy and were recovering. What little General Kraken had told him about Errol Nunba's debriefing suggested the virus might have been created by the Empire specifically to leave Coruscant a charnel house. But the conquest had aborted that plan. Virus had been found in the water supply, though Rogue Squadron's boil-off of a lot of water may have killed a vast quantity of the virus. Wedge heard footsteps behind him and, expecting to see Tycho and Winter, was surprised when instead he saw General Kraken and Pash. Wedge began to smile, but Pash appeared hesitant and Aaron intent, which led him to believe something serious was going on. "Good afternoon, General, Lieutenant. Is there something I can do for you?" The elder Kraken nodded. "There's been some headway in the investigation of what happened to Lieutenant Horn. My people went over all the sensor traces we could find concerning the crash, as well as comm transcripts and the statements made by everyone who heard his last transmissions." Wedge smiled genuinely. "This is good news. If you don't mind waiting a minute or two, I know Tycho will want to hear this, and it will save you telling it again." Wedge glanced at his chronometer. He should be here momentarily. Aaron Kraken shook his head. "I'm afraid he won't be joining you. He's been arrested for treason and the murder of Corran Horn." "What? That's impossible." Wedge stared at the head of Alliance intelligence. "Tycho would never do that. Never." General Kraken held a hand up. "There are some things you don't know, Commander, and I shouldn't have to remind you that an arrest is not a conviction. It is just that we have sufficient evidence to arrest him, and it was deemed appropriate to do so." Wedge folded his arms across his chest. "What evidence?" He was absent without leave from his post at Noquivzor. He traveled from there to Coruscant, bringing with him an M3PO droid full of highly sensitive data. "He did those things on my order, General. Those orders were issued and sealed by me at Noquivzor." The older man nodded. "So I have been told, and so it says in your statement. If we ever get down to where your office was, I believe I will find those orders. However, until I do, his vanishing act looks highly suspicious, especially when coupled with other things. Such as, Captain Selchu knew the command codes for the headhunter Horn was flying. He knew them for all those headhunters. Yes, but no other pilot threatened him with exposure for treasonous activities." General Kraken looked at his son. Pash overheard a heated conversation between Horn and Selchu right before the mission began. Selchu told Horn he'd checked his machine out special. Wedge's head came up and Pash winced at the harshness of his stare. "Is this true?" "I wasn't spying, Commander. My son was not placed in your unit to spy. He just happened to be there." Aaron frowned. "He didn't want to tell me about the conversation, and has proved a most reluctant witness." "I see." Rogue Squadron's leader nodded toward Pash. "Corrin was probably hot about all this. What was Tycho's reaction?" Pash's tense expression eased. He said he welcomed any investigation Corrin wanted to make. He said he had nothing to fear. Wedge raised an eyebrow. "That hardly sounds like a man with any fear of discovery." "He wouldn't fear it if he'd disabled the manual override and had given his masters the command code for the headhunter. What you did with that interceptor, they did with Horn's headhunter. You still haven't established a link between Tycho and the Empire." "But we will, Commander." Kraken shrugged his shoulders. "We have means, motive, and opportunity. That's all we need for an arrest and trial." Wedge just shook his head. "This is wrong, and you know it. After all we've fought for, to get to this point and arrest someone who's risked his life time and again for the rebellion on evidence that's circumstantial at best is a crime itself. A crime worthy of the Empire." "No, Commander Antilles, you're wrong." Anger sparked in the elder Kraken's eyes and jetted into his voice. The Empire would have snatched Selchu, broken him down until he confessed, then they would have killed him. He would have disappeared and no one would have dared ask about him. That's how the Empire would have handled it. The way we will handle it is to have a trial and assess innocence or guilt publicly, openly, above board. So there's no question about justice being done or not. Kraken raised his head up and met Wedge's stare openly. "That, sir, is exactly what we fought for. You know it, and you know there's no other way to handle this situation." Wedge hesitated, then closed his eyes and nodded. "You're correct, of course, General. We did fight for justice." He turned to stare at Corrin's grave and thought of Tycho. The pity is, even in victory, justice still eludes those who deserve it the most. Epilogue. If there was a part of him that didn't hurt, Corrin Horn couldn't name it. His chief complaint came from his shoulders. He could feel the binders holding his arms at the small of his back, constantly exerting pressure to pull his elbows closer together. They sheathed his arms in metal from fingertips to elbows and were the kind of restraints that had been outlawed for Corsex use. He found himself lying on his stomach in the dark on a thin cot of some sort. He was naked, save for the binders, and the room was slightly chilled. A weak, barely noticeable vibration ran through the cot, producing a low hum that, depending on how he turned his head, he could occasionally hear. He strained his ears to determine if there was anything to see, but the utter absence of light foiled him. Corrin found his thoughts wandering, which made him think that he'd been drugged. That sensation, along with the binders, his nakedness, and the darkness, led him to the inescapable conclusion that he'd been captured by the Empire. The darkness and drugs kept him disoriented. His nakedness made him defensive, or was supposed to. He recalled a CORSEC training seminar about methods used by kidnappers to keep their victims off balance, and was able to pinpoint himself as the subject of such treatment. The chill in the air and the vibration suggested he was on a starship heading out through hyperspace to some destination or other. He knew the imps would be fleeing Coruscant, but for a moment he had no idea why. Then he remembered the Alliance fleet having arrived at Coruscant. If they are running, we won, he frowned. But if we won, why am I their captive? He tried to remember what he could of his last moments on Coruscant. He'd lost control of his headhunter, and the manual override didn't work. Then a light had flashed on the console, indicating the acceleration compensation unit had gone out. The ship flipped itself into a high G-force turn, and he remembered nothing more. Without acceleration compensation, I felt the full effect of the turn. Blood drained from my brain, and I went out. Corn rolled onto his left side, then drew his knees up to his chest. He rocked himself a little bit, and managed to get up onto his knees. The world immediately spun, which was a sensation that was made worse because the utter darkness gave him nothing to look at, nothing to occupy his attention. He brought his head down and rested it on the cot, but refused to let himself flop down again. It didn't matter that he felt terrible. He'd gotten to his knees and refused to retreat to his belly again. Lights flashed on brilliantly in an instant, stabbing, forked pain into his brain. He heard a door whoosh open, and the careful, deliberate clank-clack of shoes on metal lattice steps, but he made no attempt to look in the direction of the sound. He refused to look, part of him knowing the individual had desired to make an entrance, and he congratulated himself for his restraint. He waited until the sound of the footsteps stopped before he slowly brought his head up. He kept his eyes all but shut, letting eyelashes and welled-up tears protect his eyes against the light. Out of the corner of his right eye, he saw a blot of red, so he slowly turned his head toward it and looked up. Even before he got to the mismatched eyes, he knew who she was, and he hoped against hope she was a figment of whatever drugs they'd pumped into him. Her first words came cold and even, tinted with just a hint of curiosity. I would have expected you to be more formidable somehow. Clothes make the man, he said. At least, he thought he said it. He did hear sound coming out of his mouth, a kind of harsh croaking that seemed closer to Huttese than basic. Had he any spit to let gurgle in his throat as he spoke, he'd definitely have been taken for a Hutt. Ah, the infamous horn wit. Corrin opened his eyes wider and shuffled on his knees around to face her. I left most of it back on free Coruscant. She brought her hands up and clapped gently. I'm amazed a man in your condition can make jokes. She squatted down and caught him across the face with an open-handed slap he never saw coming. I'm amazed a man in your situation would make jokes. Corrin played his tongue over his split lip. Lieutenant Corrin Horn, Alliance Fleet, Rogue Squadron. Isan Isard stood again, but he didn't bother following her with his eyes. Very good. Defiance. I like defiance. If that were true, you'd find all you want on Coruscant. Indeed, perhaps I would. That is no concern of yours, however. Her low chuckle filled the room and made it seem even colder. I'll have you know that your rebel forces are indeed now in control of Imperial Center. What they have discovered, though they know not the depth of the problem, is that Imperial Center is a poisoned world, a sick world. It is a black hole from which they cannot escape. They have truly bitten off more than they can possibly chew, and they will be choked to death because of it. I'm not inclined to take your word for all this." Corin put as much disdain in the sentence as he could muster, but what she said disturbed him. Sheil and Nwaraven and Portha had all become ill enough that they could not participate in the squadron's final action. He didn't think anyone could have gone forward with releasing some sort of plague on a world deliberately, but then he'd not thought anyone would use a weapon that destroyed whole planets on an inhabited world. The Empire had done the latter, so using a biological agent to destroy people and leave the world infrastructure intact just seemed like an economical refinement of imperial doctrine. I neither desire nor care about your belief in what I say. Ultimately, what you think is immaterial to me. I have you. You are mine, and I will do with you what I see fit. Corin brought his head up despite the pain. What you did to Tycho Selchu to get him to betray me? He gave you the codes for my ship. That's how you got me. She looked down at him, and her eyes narrowed. Oh, well done, Horn. Well done. I would deny this, of course, but the latest word from Imperial Center is that Tycho Selchu has been arrested by Alliance intelligence on charges of treason and murder. Specifically, your murder. Hardly an injustice given the circumstances. Perhaps not, but I will find a way to use it. I will return you to them after they have convicted and executed him. His wrongful death will gnaw away at consciences and undercut the rebellion's illusion of moral superiority. I'll tell them the truth. The only truth you'll know is the truth I give you. Isard's smile slithered cruelly onto her face. We are bound to Lusankya, my private workshop for people like you. By the time I am finished with you, your mind will be mine, and your heart's desire will be what I wish. Corin shook his head violently, hoping the pain would be enough to make him black out. It was not. I will never betray my friends. She laughed again. I have heard this chorus many times before, and it always sounds so sweet. You will betray them, Corin Horn, just as Tycho Selchu betrayed you. You will be the instrument of Rogue Squadron's death and will strike a mighty blow against the Alliance's precarious unity. When I am through with you, little man, you will become the instrument of the Emperor's vengeance, and nothing and no one will be able to stop you. End of Star Wars X-Wing, Books 1 through 3, by Michael A. Stackpole, Michael, A. Stackpole,